Demon Clan, on the outskirts of Yama City. As soon as Eileen opened his eyes, a sharp pain in his chest made him gasp in surprise. A hissing sound escaped him. Looking down, he discovered a fist-sized gash in his chest from which fresh crimson blood continuously flowed, clearly inflicted only moments ago. Before Eileen could regain his bearings, the fierce clamor of combat suddenly reached his ears. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward the battle and saw two humanoid creatures with paper-pale skin and razor-sharp fangs locked in combat. Anyone with even a modicum of cinematic insight would immediately recognize these beings as the legendary vampires. All around the ground was littered with vampire corpses. Despite the horrific scene, Eileen surprisingly showed little fear, maintaining an uncharacteristic composure. Eileen was even startled by his own calm. Though he was known for his composure, he had not expected to be this unflappable. Soon he noticed that the skin on his hands closely resembled that of the battling creatures. Have I crossed over? Have I become a vampire too? Is this unnerving calm simply because I am now cold-blooded? As Eileen pondered these thoughts, fragments of memories began to surface in his mind, accompanied by a subtle stinging pain in his head. Soon he discovered that the master of this body was also named Eileen, his full name being Waigusi Eileen, complete with a prefix. Moreover, he realized that he recognized every combatant in the Skirmish One group was his personal guard, while the other belonged to the body's brotherly faction. Have they arranged assassins along the inevitable path to prevent the original self from returning? The very thought furrowed Eileen's brow. If this is the case, then the situation is dire. He is grievously injured, and it appears that his guard has dwindled to only 3 survivors, now besieged by 11 foes. Even the formidable elderly leader cannot counter such overwhelming numbers. Moreover, if these adversaries truly possessed overwhelming strength, the original self would not have perished. As he contemplated this, Eileen's gaze shifted to a nearby corpse. It seems that to survive now, one must rely on a stroke of luck gleaned from these corpses. With that thought, Eileen stealthily crawled toward a corpse not far away. Every movement tugged at his wounds, and the less than 10 meters he advanced felt as distant as the horizon. At last, upon reaching a fellow of his kind, Eileen frowned. Perhaps it was the familiarity of his own kin's blood that dulled his craving, even evoking a sense of repulsion. Yet despite the revulsion, he had no choice but to act. A sudden soft sound marked the moment he bit into his target's neck. He sank his teeth into the neck and fresh blood surged into his throat. Almost immediately, Eileen felt a surge of renewed strength, prompting him to intensify his feeding. Before long, his throat was filled with thick, nauseating blood, forcing him to reluctantly break the bite and swallow. Unbeknownst to him, the absorption had darkened his once light red eyes. Soon a fierce burning sensation flared up in his chest, contorting Eileen's expression in agony. He had thought the burning would soon subside, but it quickly became unbearable, triggering anguished cries. At the sound of his cry, the vampires engaged in battle turned their attention towards him. Observing that the corpses beside Eileen appeared markedly drained, they instantly understood what had occurred. They murmured among themselves that this fellow had committed a grave taboo, drinking the blood of his own kind. In this world, vampires abide by their own code. Those who drink the blood of their kin face only 2 fates, either succumbing immediately under its overwhelming power, or if they barely survive, ultimately being slain by the others. Having only recently taken over this body, Eileen had inherited only fragments of the original's memories. The rest had yet to return, leaving him unaware of this taboo. Soon the onlookers turned their gaze away. In their eyes, Eileen was as good as dead. Even if he were to endure the agony, the ensuing weakness would leave him vulnerable enough for his enemies to finish him off. Eileen was now teetering on the edge of madness. The torment of consuming his kin's blood far exceeded his expectations, as if his innards were being roasted over an open flame. A pain he could scarcely bear for even a second. Soon Eileen began to curse, inwardly lamenting that hardly had he crossed over only to immediately face another trial. Determined to avoid a second transmigration, he refused to surrender. Detected a strong survival instinct in the host, binding the life simulation system. At the sound of the prompt in his mind, the fading light in Eileen's eyes was suddenly rekindled. With the system now active, it signified that better days were beckoning. 15 minutes later, as the intense pain slowly subsided, Eileen sensed that he had indeed managed to persevere. Meanwhile, the act of consuming his own kind's blood stirred within him an unfamiliar surge of power. Soon an overwhelming wave of weakness struck, causing Eileen to collapse onto the ground. Desperately, he began invoking the system in his mind. Before long, a blue technology-infused light screen materialized before him. Name: Waigusi Eileen. Race: blue-striped vampire. Level 730. Template: elite. Skills: taboo power, special skill, rend wounds, longevity. Talents: blood-sucking, nightfall, legend, blue-stripe covenant. Source: power 0. Current simulation attempts 1, which can naturally replenish over time or be restored by consuming source power recoverable from beast corpses, magic crystals, and other items. Gazing at the attribute panel before him, Eileen lingered briefly on the peculiar taboo power. Disregarding the rest, his focus was fixed on the simulation attempts. This might well be his sole chance for a turnaround. System during simulation, does external time elapse? It does not. Looking at the three options before him, Eileen pondered for a moment and chose the second option, although he was unsure what was so special about the Gui. Chose option 2. The simulation begins. Your birthplace is the barren lands in the northern part of the continent. In the first year, you were a newly born Gui, unlike the others who upon birth knew nothing and acted solely on instinct. From the moment you emerged, you exhibited remarkable intelligence, for you were a transmigrant. After becoming a Gui, you sank into a period of self-abandonment, unable to accept having transformed into a creature that was neither truly human nor ghost. But soon overcome by an intense hunger, you resorted to a surprise attack and killed a wild rabbit, thereby securing your first meal. During the following period, thanks to your remarkable intelligence, you did not suffer hunger like the other Gui. Instead, you frequently caught prey and feasted daily, thereby accelerating your growth beyond that of ordinary ones. Within 1 month of birth, you ascended to level 2, and your stature now noticeably surpassed that of your peers. Although your growth rate among Gui was already swift, you remained dissatisfied, for the harshness of the barren lands left life exceedingly scarce, and even someone as astute, as you rarely managed to capture fresh prey, subsisting mostly on carrion. Yet unable to alter the prevailing circumstances, you carried on. After another 3 months, you advanced to level 3. With an even larger frame, though, in the barren lands, you still remained at the lowest rungs, living with utmost caution. By year's end, you ascended to level 5 and attained the skill fanaticism, which when invoked modestly augments your attack speed, strength, and mobility. In the second year, you encountered another level 5 Gui. Having detected it first, you concealed yourself in ambush, prepared for a surprise attack. Though your foe sensed the impending danger, by then it was too late. Seizing the moment while your adversary was unalert, you struck its forehead with your ashen white claws. Enhanced by fanaticism and the element of surprise, your assault was devastatingly effective. Your foe nearly lost its resistance instantly, and before it could counter, you launched a frenzied attack, swiftly dispatching it. Gazing upon the corpse sprawled on the ground, you felt little elation, for the Gui in this world resembled a skeleton, with its oversized head and tattered remnants of flesh that rendered it all the more repulsive, much like the undead in certain legends. Thus, although the corpse possessed scant flesh, you, not being picky, even consuming the bones, devoured it entirely. Perhaps being the most formidable you had ever ingested, it triggered a continuous surge of magical power within you. 6 months later, you ascended to level 7, establishing yourself as one of the premier Gui, yet despite this, you continued to live with caution. At year's end, you discovered 2 colossal creatures locked in combat in the barren lands. Instinct urged you to flee, yet overwhelming curiosity compelled you to remain hidden at a distance, secretly observing the unfolding scene. One was a colossal abomination stitched together with fragmented flesh, and the other an equally gigantic skeletal hound. Merely by observing from afar, you realized you were no match for either. After watching for a while and being astounded by their terrifying might, you fled, knowing that lingering would sooner or later force a confrontation with these formidable beings. In the third year, you ran relentlessly through the barren lands, intent on escaping. Although the vast wilderness meant you never fully left its clutches, your goal of distancing yourself from those 2 monsters was essentially achieved. That same year, a dreadful sandstorm swept over your barren homeland. Tragically, you were caught in its ferocity and ultimately lost an arm. In the fourth year, despite losing an arm, your strength remained formidable and your level continued to rise gradually. By year's end, you ascended to level 10, and your corpse devour skill was enhanced, enabling you to swiftly recover from wounds and replenish your vitality by consuming corpses. Owing to the effects of corpse devour, the arm you had lost began to regrow gradually. In the 5th year, you reached level 11 and concurrently mastered a new skill, Gui Summon, which now allowed you to call upon fellow Gui as minions in battle. Moreover, the Gui you summoned were permanent allies, albeit the skill could only be used once a month. Nonetheless, you were thoroughly content with this. 6 months later, you had acquired 6 Gui minions whom you held in high regard. For instance, after satiating yourself, you would distribute leftover scraps to them, or seize the prey they painstakingly captured to provide morsels. Under your meticulous nurturing, the progress of the Gui minions was slow, yet your own power surged rapidly, and you had now attained level 13. Realizing that your numbers were steadily increasing, you understood that this trajectory was unsustainable. Securing your own territory had become imperative. Thus, you led your followers into the wastelands in search of suitable land. Yet the wasteland's environment proved brutally inhospitable, making it exceedingly difficult to locate unclaimed territory. Most viable sites were already occupied. With no alternative, you resolved to confront the current occupants. Soon you identified a target, a domain held by water drakes. From your observations, all but their leader ranked below level 10, making conquest well within your capability. After careful deliberation, you devised a strategy: lure each water drake out individually and eliminate them one by one. The plan unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated. One drake after another was drawn forth and slain. Within 4 days, 11 water drakes lay dead. Only the chieftain remained. You suffered no losses. Watching its kin vanish one by one, the water drake chieftain seethed with fury, yet its smooth, unyielding skull could devise no countermeasure. Even after reducing the threat to the chieftain alone, you refused direct confrontation. The contested land centered on a body of water, the drake's natural stronghold, where combat would heavily favor them. So you issued calculated taunts, provoking the chieftain to abandon its aquatic domain. You and your subordinates encircled the enraged chieftain. Though you held overwhelming advantage, the drake fought fiercely, and ultimately you slew it at the cost of 4 loyal followers. Consuming the chieftain's essence propelled you instantly to level 14, and unexpectedly granted you a new ability: enhanced strength, subtly augmenting your physical power. Most crucially, you now possessed your own sovereign territory in the wastelands, a rare water-rich domain. Having secured the land, you immediately directed your dim-witted underlings to begin construction around the waterside. Life in the wastelands was scarce, trees were virtually non-existent. You therefore instructed them to build a rudimentary stone dwelling. Yet their limited cognition led to frequent mishaps. Progress in developing your domain remained painfully slow. You felt no urgency. After all, you weren't the one hauling stones. Let it proceed at its own pace. By the 6th year, you had ascended to level 16, and your retinue numbered 8. Among ordinary creatures, you stood as an undisputed paragon of strength. Perhaps emboldened by escalating power, you grew increasingly arrogant, abandoning the caution that once defined you. This shift boded ill, yet fortune smiled upon you. No formidable adversary had yet emerged to expose your hubris, and your domain continued to flourish steadily. Hardy carnivorous fish from the waters were domesticated, and wild magic mountain goats were captured and bred. Your followers no longer subsisted on scraps. Thus, their own cultivation accelerated markedly. In the 7th year, you reached level 19, near absolute supremacy among common beings. Then a new predator set its gaze upon your domain: a colossal burrow spider, an elite creature clearly above level 20, intelligent and deliberate, choosing not to engage you heathen. Blinded by pride, you remained oblivious to this looming threat, leaving you perilously exposed. At high noon, the hour when your ghoul minions were weakest, the burrow spider launched a devastating ambush. By the time you grasped the danger, half your followers lay dead. Enraged, you rashly charged the spider. A single impact hurled you backward like a ragdoll. That staggering disparity in raw power shattered your illusions. Regaining consciousness, you instantly ordered your remaining followers to hold the spider at bay while you fled, sacrificing every last one to escape, losing a leg and an arm in the process. Having escaped, fury burned white-hot within you. You swore vengeance upon the spider that desecrated your domain. Caution returned sharper and colder than before. Soon your severed limb and leg regenerated fully. You seized a new territory far removed from the old, one barren of water. In the 8th year, you attained level 20, the apex attainable for ordinary beings. To ascend further demanded either immense time or extraordinary fortune. This time luck eluded you. No path to breakthrough revealed itself. In the 9th year, your domain was obliterated. You fled to distant lands. In the 10th year, you founded another domain, only to see it crushed anew by a stronger foe. You fled once more, still stagnant, still unbroken. In the 11th year, you discovered a peculiar black herb, its strange form radiating faint resonant energy. An instinct whispered that consuming it would elevate you to elite status. But coiled beside it, vigilant and lethally poised, rested an elite black serpent. To claim the herb, the serpent must fall, a feat plainly beyond your reach. After long contemplation, you chose patience over folly. Endowed with human intellect, you knew as the herb neared maturity, its aura would draw other powerful entities, sparking inevitable conflict with the serpent. That chaos would be your moment. Until then, you needed only to wait, silent, unseen, poised. As foreseen, the black herb soon exuded a haunting, intoxicating fragrance, drawing fresh horrors from the depths of the wastelands. The creature that was drawn in was a centipede measuring 2 meters in length. Its appearance alone made it clear that this centipede was far from benign, its strength likely surpassing that of the black giant python. You began to anticipate their confrontation. You even started hoping that they would mutually destroy each other. If that happened, you would not only obtain the black grass, but also the corpses of these 2 powerful creatures. However, it soon became apparent that you were overthinking. The battle began, and the battlefield was overwhelmingly one-sided. The black python bit the giant centipede and began to thrash it about, swiftly killing the giant centipede. Afterward, the black giant python returned and swallowed the black grass behind it. Upon witnessing this scene, you left in disappointment. In the 12th year, nothing happened. In the 13th year, your lair was destroyed. In the 14th year, you discovered a blood red flower, but due to insufficient strength, you were not qualified to compete for it. In the 20th year, you finally broke through to elite-level creatures, reaching level 21 and evolving into a large ghoul, greatly increasing your combat power. At the same time, you acquired new skills, rending claw and evil power. After your combat power increased, you sought revenge against those elite creatures who had once insulted you. However, you soon realized that after all these years, those elite creatures had either become even stronger or had died. You still had no means to take revenge. Before long, you established another lair, but this time with your elite-level power, the lair was not so easily destroyed. That same year, you noticed that the number of your ghoul subordinates seemed to have decreased. After some inquiries, you found out that they had disappeared near the water. Due to your years of escape experience, you quickly realized that this was likely a danger you could not handle. After careful consideration, you decisively chose to leave with your subordinates. Although your crisis awareness was excellent, it was still too late. The monster from the water had already left and appeared in your territory. Just as you were gathering your ghouls to leave, the water monster attacked you. It was a level leader-class water ghoul fishman possessing both aquatic and terrestrial attributes. With a huge level difference, it bit off your head in one swift move. You died, and the simulation ended. Simulation score 347 points. You can spend 300 points for 3 regular draws, and the remaining 47 points will convert into experience to boost your level. Additionally, the next simulation will reward you with a random simulation talent based on this performance. Seeing the end of the simulation, AI Lin was suddenly pulled back to reality. Can I do 3 draws to see what I can obtain? System, initiate the draws. You obtained a white skill magic amplification. You obtained a white skill magic amplification. You obtained a green skill curse. Due to the first draw, the system reminds you that 3 identical items or skills can be synthesized into the next level of that skill. Upon hearing the system's prompt, AI Lin felt quite satisfied. Subsequently, the remaining 47 points were converted into experience, instantly raising AI Lin's level to 8. 5. Suddenly, AI Lin felt a significant reduction in weakness, a boost brought about by leveling up. However, leveling up would not directly heal all injuries. Advancing a level could roughly restore 10% of previous wounds. AI Lin's skills now look like this. Name Wei Gusi AI Lin. Race blue-striped vampire. Level 830. Template elite. Skills forbidden power special skill rending wound white longevity magic amplification 2 white curse green. Talent bloodsucking night legend blue-striped contract. Source power 0. The next simulation requires 180 source power, which can be exchanged using magical crystals or other magical items. After briefly reviewing the attributes, AI Lin began to slowly crawl towards the distance. As long as those guys did not notice him, he might be able to escape. Due to regaining some strength, this was entirely possible, and his escort team was much more effective than he had anticipated. As AI Lin crawled little by little, the battle over there became increasingly brutal. The old vampire responsible for protecting AI Lin, despite sustaining more and more wounds, was also killing more enemies. Now only 5 vampires remained against him, even though he himself was left alone. The old vampire tasked with protecting AI Lin had long since realized your intention to escape. In reality, he was quite conflicted inside because although AI Lin was his charge, AI Lin had now committed the vampire taboo of drinking the blood of his own kin. It seemed unnecessary for him to continue protecting AI Lin. After hesitating for a moment, he still chose not to expose AI Lin and continued to fight these foes. Soon he killed 2 more vampires, but correspondingly his injuries became even more severe. AI Lin, who had originally escaped a distance, was somewhat surprised at this scene. Thus he turned back, realizing that perhaps this situation was not some so-called hellish start, but rather the legendary newbie gift pack. It seemed that those guys were truly about to mutually destroy each other. At that time, the corpses of these vampires and the magical crystals could be used to exchange for source power, aiding him in the simulation. As if sensing AI Lin's desire, the situation he had hoped for soon unfolded. Now only the old vampire and the last enemy remained. In the end, at the moment the old vampire was killed, his claws pierced through the opponent's throat, taking the other down with him and completing his mission. AI Lin stared blankly at the scene before him, then quickly began to scavenge the battlefield. Recovered a vampire corpse, gaining 19 source power. Recovered an elite vampire corpse, gaining 190 source power. Before long, AI Lin had salvaged all the vampire corpses, ultimately acquiring 963 source power, truly a newbie gift pack. In addition, he discovered a magical item on the old vampire. The magical artifact discovered on the ancient vampire was a necklace, slightly enhancing all attributes. Though its effect was modest for Arlen at this moment, even such a minor boon was invaluable. After thoroughly scouring the area and confirming nothing had been overlooked, Arlen departed. The recent battle had saturated the air with thick coppery blood, inevitably drawing wild beasts. This place was no sanctuary, a lingering would invite peril. Once he reached a relatively safer location, Arlen pondered his next destination. After brief reflection, he decided, temporarily, to abandon the original host's memory of home. It was unmistakably a death trap. Someone there intended to kill him. His current strength remained pitifully inadequate. Returning prematurely would be tantamount to suicide. He would first cultivate formidable power within the simulator. Only then would he confront that so-called home. With that resolve, Arlen immediately initiated his second simulation. In simulation commencing, please select difficulty level. In available difficulty levels 1-2. Selected difficulty 2. And please choose one race for this simulation from the following options. Option 1 Troll and Option 2 Blood Centipede and Option 3 Man-Eating Tree. And confronted with these three choices, Arlen hesitated, then dismissed Option 3 outright. Perhaps in future simulations when his repertoire expanded, he might embody flora like the Man-Eating Tree, but not now. Its immobility imposed an unbearable limitation. The other two offered far greater potential. Between the Blood Centipede and the Troll, after careful deliberation, he chose the Troll. The decisive factor: limbs, specifically humanoid arms and legs. Such anatomy conferred overwhelming advantages over non-sentient or limbless creatures, enabling feats no other form could achieve. Selected Troll. And selection confirmed. Detected prior simulation score 347 points. Granting one standard talent draw before commencement. Congratulations. You have drawn the standard talent Hardened Skin, valid only for this simulation. And simulation begins. Your birthplace, Beastwood Forest. Year 1. You are a newborn troll newly emerged into the clan. From birth, your skin is markedly tougher than that of ordinary troll infants. Yet this anomaly escapes the chieftain's notice, earning you no special favor. As a monstrous being, your growth accelerates rapidly. Within 3 months, you hunt independently, no longer relying on clan support. Upon achieving self-sufficiency in hunting, trolls may remain within the clan for 1 additional year, after which they may either stay or strike out alone. Determined to forge his own path, Arlen resolved to rigorously hone his abilities throughout this year. Year 2. Your level ascends to 4, a pace considered exceptionally swift among trolls. Recognizing your extraordinary aptitude, the troll chieftain proposed you remain as his subordinate, offering no promises, no guarantees. After a period of contemplation, Arlen declined the chieftain's offer and departed promptly upon the year's end. 3 months later, your level rose to 5. Without hesitation, you abandoned troll territory, wandering deep into Beastwood Forest until recruiting a band of goblins as loyal underlings. Thus began your reign as the undisputed elder brother. Year 3. Your level reached 7. Though trolls may absorb power from slain magical beasts, unlike Goldkind, they cannot efficiently metabolize corpses' full arcane essence. Much is wasted. Rapid leveling remains elusive. Year 4. Your level climbed to 9, and you awaken the skill Troll Might, unleashing a dramatic surge in raw strength. That same year, you encountered a colossal boar, level 14. Though out-leveled trolls are innately elite beings empowered by your template, you swung a wooden club nearly your own height and crushed the beast in mere blows. Year 5. Your level ascended to 10. You assumed continued quiet dominion over Beastwood until a human party appeared, effortlessly dismantling your goblin retinue and leaving you utterly alone. Yet panic never stirred within you. You instantly recognized them novice adventurers. Their victory over the goblins stemmed solely from the goblins' weakness, not their own prowess. Unfazed, you faced the trio Hedon. As expected, their expressions flickered with fear upon beholding your towering, formidable presence. Yet buoyed by their recent triumph, they inexplicably surged with bravado, only to be pulverized into crimson pulp beneath your relentless assault. Thereafter, you encountered more humans, yet every group proved equally green, equally outmatched. Half a year later, your level reached 11. Thanks to Hardened Skin, your defenses surpassed those of many elite-tier creatures. Coupled with innate trollish strength and cunning intellect, your legend spread swiftly across Beastwood Forest. Humans whispered your name in dread. You were dubbed the Novice Squad's Nightmare. Soon few new adventurers dared select Beastwood Forest as their proving ground. Year 6. Your level attained 12, and you claimed a massive spiked mace from human hands, forging it into your new weapon. Year 7. Your level surged to 13, and you awakened the skill Rapid Regeneration. Simultaneously, deep within Beastwood Forest, you discovered a luminous white berry. Its aura pulsed with transformative power. Consuming it would trigger explosive ascension. Yet guarding it stood a black iron baboon. Uncertain of victory, you withheld your strike. As the days passed, you noticed the white berries gradually ripening. Realizing that if you continued like this you would miss out on the white berry, you seized the opportunity to ambush the black iron baboon while it was resting. Unfortunately, the black iron baboon was very intelligent and cautious. It sensed your ambush, and thus you were unable to take it down in one strike. However, your ambush was not entirely ineffective as your wolf tooth club inflicted tons of damage to the baboon's left arm. Although the black iron baboon was at a higher level than you, it was nowhere near as cunning. You had coated your wolf tooth club with paralyzing poison beforehand. When the black iron baboon attempted to retaliate, it found its body had become sluggish, which terrified it, and you seized this opportunity to relentlessly attack, leaving the baboon dazed and its injuries worsening. In the end, you successfully defeated the black iron baboon, and afterwards you consumed the white berry. Instantly, a warm sensation enveloped you, and your physique began to grow larger. Ultimately, your height reached 2.5 meters before finally stopping, and your level directly increased to level 15. Additionally, you comprehended a new skill, rejuvenation. After using rejuvenation, you could slowly heal yourself or others. After experiencing the benefits of such rare treasures, your desire for them grew stronger, and you began consciously seeking them out while diligently training every day. In the 8th year, your level had risen to level 17. Despite being at level 17, due to your regular training, you were much stronger than other elite creatures at the same level. Unlike regular trolls who at this stage are often large, but mostly comprised of fatty flesh, your body was entirely composed of solid muscle, each muscle filled with explosive power. From an exterior perspective, you even seemed more formidable than elite creatures of level 30. That year, an unknown event transpired in the beast forest, causing chaos among the beast packs, resulting in the deaths of many magical beasts. Yet thanks to your clever mind, you managed to survive. In your 9th year, your level reached 20. During this year, in addition to your own training, you consumed several fruits that could enhance your strength, allowing for a slightly faster level up. By the end of the year, perhaps due to your frequent training, your troll strength underwent a significant enhancement and evolved, making your power even more formidable. In your 10th year, your level increased to 22. At the same time, you encountered a group of beautiful harpies, and you took a liking to the harpy queen. However, you realized that her strength far surpassed yours, likely making her a leader-level creature, so you did not recklessly approach her to avoid being torn apart. In your 11th year, you discovered a yellowish berry and successfully consumed it. In that instant, your level soared to 27, and you comprehended the earth defense magic, allowing you to summon a rocky armor to envelop yourself for protection. That year, due to your hunting of too many humans, the Human Adventurers Association specifically issued a task to hunt you down, attracting numerous adventurer teams eager for the generous rewards upon your defeat. However, you were oblivious to the approaching danger, yet thankfully your cautious nature allowed you to sense threats before they arrived. Months later, observing the numerous human adventurer teams appearing in the beast forest, you sensed something was amiss and vaguely felt that these adventurers were targeting you, so you did your best to avoid them. Until a human female warrior appeared before you. Looking at the beautiful warrior from afar, you found yourself infatuated, yet you knew you were a monster and could not pursue her through normal means. You planned to give her a strike to the back of her head to show her the allure of a mature troll. As you intended, you attacked the female warrior, but soon realized that you were not her match. Her strength was slightly superior to yours, leaving you no choice but to flee in disarray. Fortunately, your escape abilities were quite impressive, and you successfully managed to flee the scene. Although you sustained some injuries from the battle with the female warrior, thanks to your rejuvenation skill, your wounds healed quickly. Despite the fact that these adventurer teams were all targeting you, after several months, not a single team was able to successfully hunt you. Your danger level among humans increased, and you were labeled as the cunning troll. In your 12th year, your level reached 30, which is the limit for elite creatures. To achieve a breakthrough, you would need some time. However, it was clear that you were not the patient type. You began frantically searching for rare treasures that could enhance your strength. In your 13th year, through your efforts, you successfully advanced to a leader-level creature, a troll warrior. You comprehended several new combat skills and significantly increased your attributes. Although you had just broken through to leader level, your strength was already above many leader-level creatures. Subsequently, you eagerly went to the Harpy tribe, and under your overwhelming brute force, you conquered the Harpy Queen, becoming the new king of the Harpy tribe. With a mate by your side, your life became a bit more leisurely, though it was still only a little. You remained far more diligent than other magical beasts. In your 14th year, you discovered that this world had no reproductive isolation, and you and the Harpy Queen had a child of your own. However, regardless of the race, all offspring born from harpies were harpies, resulting in a daughter. Moreover, this daughter inherited her mother's wild nature, causing trouble from a young age, which troubled you greatly. Fortunately, you were not exactly a doting father, so you provided your daughter with a complete childhood. Afterwards, she became exceptionally well-behaved and sensible when facing you. As the days passed, you noticed the white berries gradually ripening. Realizing that if you continued like this you would miss out on the white berry, you seized the opportunity to ambush the black iron baboon while it was resting. Unfortunately, the black iron baboon was very intelligent and cautious. It sensed your ambush, and thus you were unable to take it down in one strike. However, your ambush was not entirely ineffective as your wolf tooth club inflicted tons of damage to the baboon's left arm. Although the black iron baboon was at a higher level than you, it was nowhere near as cunning. You had coated your wolf tooth club with paralyzing poison beforehand. When the black iron baboon attempted to retaliate, it found its body had become sluggish, which terrified it, and you seized this opportunity to relentlessly attack, leaving the baboon dazed and its injuries worsening. In the end, you successfully defeated the black iron baboon, and afterwards you consumed the white berry. Instantly, a warm sensation enveloped you, and your physique began to grow larger. Ultimately, your height reached 2.5 meters before finally stopping, and your level directly increased to level 15. Additionally, you comprehended a new skill, rejuvenation. After using rejuvenation, you could slowly heal yourself or others. After experiencing the benefits of such rare treasures, your desire for them grew stronger, and you began consciously seeking them out while diligently training every day. In the 8th year, your level had risen to level 17. Despite being at level 17, due to your regular training, you were much stronger than other elite creatures at the same level. Unlike regular trolls, who at this stage are often large, but mostly comprised of fatty flesh, your body was entirely composed of solid muscle, each muscle filled with explosive power. From an exterior perspective, you even seemed more formidable than elite creatures of level 30. That year, an unknown event transpired in the beast forest, causing chaos among the beast packs, resulting in the deaths of many magical beasts. Yet, thanks to your clever mind, you managed to survive. In your 9th year, your level reached 20. During this year, in addition to your own training, you consumed several fruits that could enhance your strength, allowing for a slightly faster level up. By the end of the year, perhaps due to your frequent training, your troll strength underwent a significant enhancement and evolved, making your power even more formidable. In your 10th year, your level increased to 22. At the same time, you encountered a group of beautiful harpies, and you took a liking to the harpy queen. However, you realized that her strength far surpassed yours, likely making her a leader-level creature, so you did not recklessly approach her to avoid being torn apart. In your 11th year, you discovered a yellowish berry and successfully consumed it. In that instant, your level soared to 27, and you comprehended the earth defense magic, allowing you to summon a rocky armor to envelop yourself for protection. That year, due to your hunting of too many humans, the Human Adventurers Association specifically issued a task to hunt you down, attracting numerous adventurer teams eager for the generous rewards upon your defeat. However, you were oblivious to the approaching danger, yet thankfully your cautious nature allowed you to sense threats before they arrived. Months later, observing the numerous human adventurer teams appearing in the beast forest, you sensed something was amiss, and vaguely felt that these adventurers were targeting you, so you did your best to avoid them. Until a human female warrior appeared before you. Looking at the beautiful warrior from afar, you found yourself infatuated, yet you knew you were a monster and could not pursue her through normal means. You planned to give her a strike to the back of her head to show her the allure of a mature troll. As you intended, you attacked the female warrior, but soon realized that you were not her match. Her strength was slightly superior to yours, leaving you no choice but to flee in disarray. Fortunately, your escape abilities were quite impressive, and you successfully managed to flee the scene. Although you sustained some injuries from the battle with the female warrior, thanks to your rejuvenation skill, your wounds healed quickly. Despite the fact that these adventurer teams were all targeting you, after several months, not a single team was able to successfully hunt you. Your danger level among humans increased, and you were labeled as the cunning troll. In your 12th year, your level reached 30, which is the limit for elite creatures. To achieve a breakthrough, you would need some time. However, it was clear that you were not the patient type. You began frantically searching for rare treasures that could enhance your strength. In your 13th year, through your efforts, you successfully advanced to a leader-level creature, a troll warrior. You comprehended several new combat skills and significantly increased your attributes. Although you had just broken through to leader level, your strength was already above many leader-level creatures. Subsequently, you eagerly went to the Harpy tribe, and under your overwhelming brute force, you conquered the Harpy Queen, becoming the new king of the Harpy tribe. With a mate by your side, your life became a bit more leisurely, though it was still only a little. You remained far more diligent than other magical beasts. In your 14th year, you discovered that this world had no reproductive isolation, and you and the Harpy Queen had a child of your own. However, regardless of the race, all offspring born from harpies were harpies, resulting in a daughter. Moreover, this daughter inherited her mother's wild nature, causing trouble from a young age, which troubled you greatly. Fortunately, you were not exactly a doting father, so you provided your daughter with a complete childhood. Afterwards, she became exceptionally well-behaved and sensible when facing you. Although this scene is terrifying, it remains within your plan. The little black dragon, having lost its ability to fly, poses significantly less of a threat now. Having grown accustomed to flying with its wings, the little black dragon now runs at a much slower pace than anticipated. It is still slightly faster than you, but its speed is further hindered by the constant projectiles hurled at it by the harpies in the air, preventing it from catching up. Seeing that it cannot catch you, the little black dragon repeatedly opens its mouth, attempting to unleash its dragon breath against you. However, due to its impure lineage, it cannot use dragon breath before reaching maturity, so all it can muster is a strong gust of air that, while aromatic, inflicts no real harm. Watching the little black dragon's wings gradually heal, you feel a sense of helplessness. The poison you previously inflicted seems to be wearing off. Oh, indeed, the dragon race is truly blessed. As your situation becomes increasingly dire, you command several harpies to lower their altitude to attract the little black dragon's attention. Soon the little black dragon kills a few harpies while you manage to escape to a safe distance. Seeing the fallen harpies, you silently apologize but remain resolute. You know that you absolutely cannot die in this battle, and while you cannot kill the little black dragon, sacrificing these harpies is merely a means to ensure the future prosperity of the harpy clan, protecting them from further incursions by the black dragon. As time passes, the little black dragon's stamina steadily declines while the number of harpies dwindles. Observing that the little black dragon seems to be faltering, you rush forward and unleash a flurry of punches against its chin, leaving it dazed and disoriented. Seeing the weakened little black dragon, you feel a surge of triumph. It's time to show this creature the might of the great troll. Before long, you find yourself riding on the little black dragon's neck, delivering blow after blow to its head. Although the little black dragon struggles to resist, its exhaustion ultimately proves too great, and its situation becomes increasingly perilous. In the end, you slay the juvenile little black dragon, completing the dragon slaying achievement. However, after defeating it, you find yourself utterly drained. Having heard that bathing in dragon's blood significantly enhances one's physical attributes, you waste no time in collecting the fresh dragon blood, and upon returning, you immediately prepare for a dragon blood bath. Just as you begin your bath, a fierce burning sensation radiates from every corner of your body. It feels as though you are being consumed by flames, but your strong willpower allows you to endure. You successfully bathe in the dragon's blood, and fine dragon scales begin to emerge on your skin, greatly enhancing your defense strength and physique. Afterward, you consume a significant amount of dragon meat, resulting in an increase in your level. Following this event, your level rises to 33. In the 17th year, your level increases to 34, and due to your dragon blood bath, you now stand as an invincible being among leader-class creatures. Simultaneously, having killed many humans, you finally draw the attention of powerful individuals among them, and a high-level adventurer team takes on the task of eliminating you. Unlike previous human teams, this one consists of 7 members with a well-rounded array of professions, and they are exceptionally experienced. After entering the beast forest, they find your trail in just 3 days. However, your patrol team is no joke. Under your professional guidance, the harpies have developed exceptional scouting abilities, allowing you to detect the humans' presence before they enter your territory. Realizing that this human team is much stronger than the previous ones, you set numerous traps and ensure the harpies are fully prepared. Soon, this human team steps into your territory and triggers a series of traps. By the time they encounter you, they are already battered and bruised. Hearing your subordinates' reports, you do not relax even slightly, for according to your plan, these humans should have suffered casualties against the traps. Yet to your surprise, not a single one has perished, indicating they are even stronger than you anticipated. Eventually, the 7 arrive before you, looking disheveled. You feel a twinge of anxiety as you observe their impressive demeanor. At this moment, however, the 7 look at you with even greater astonishment, for it is the first time they have encountered a troll of your size, much larger than a normal troll, with fine scales adorning your body. Quickly, they launch an attack against you, but thanks to your agile movements, you evade most of their strikes. The few that do land have little effect, as they cannot penetrate your scales. Your focus remains on the lead human warrior, as you can sense that the others are merely leader class, but this warrior exudes a leader class aura. He is exceptionally powerful and likely nearly your equal. You swiftly counterattack, hurling specially prepared stones. With your terrifying strength, any stone that strikes their heads will explode them instantly. Your aim is impeccable, and you directly hit the opposing priest, the stone's great force causing the priest's head to burst. Witnessing this, the expressions of the humans turn grim. Losing their healer at the outset is not good news for them, and they begin to regret taking on this mission. From a distance, you continue to launch stone attacks, but this time the humans have reacted and protect their mage, preventing any further losses while the shield warrior charges towards you. However, unlike typical monsters, your intelligence is remarkably high. You realize that engaging with the shield warrior would be unwise, so you swiftly maneuver around him, heading straight for the mage. Seeing this, the warrior captain is forced to block your path. You see the approaching warrior and swing your wolf-tooth club down upon him. A tremendous roar reverberates, although the opponent's rank is a full tier above yours due to your dragon bloodbath, and being a power-based race, your strength even surpasses his. Feeling your terrifying power, the warrior is secretly astonished. Thereafter, the opponent, with practiced finesse, drew his long sword and sliced into your skin. The cut was shallow, only nicking your epidermis and causing little harm. At the same time, a thief lunged with a toxin-laced dagger. Fortunately, having bathed in dragon's blood, your resistance to poison was formidable. Thus, the neurotoxin brought you intense pain, but posed no mortal threat. As all eyes were fixed upon you, a flash of yellow light streaked by. A harpy queen hidden in the shadows finally struck, charging at the mage. Her movement was swift and economical. In an instant, she severed the foe's head, bringing the human losses to 2. At that moment, the remaining harpies surged forth as well, joining you in the fight. What had been a righteous 7 against one suddenly became 5 against many. Faced with the dense swarm of harpies, every member of the adventuring party was filled with despair. Though they had faced peril before, this was more dangerous than anything yet. Sensing this, the captain hastily activated a special skill, courage, restoring the wavering members' resolve. Seeing that your face darkened, you had not expected humans to possess such a skill. Fighting 5 despondent humans is entirely different from facing 5 steadfast ones. You sheltered at the rear of your force, using rejuvenation to mend your wounds while directing the harpies in combat. It was plain the harpies' overall strength lagged far behind the humans. Nearly every few seconds, another harpy fell or was rendered incapable of fighting. Their sacrifices bought you time. Soon you had returned to full vigor and re-entered the fray. You did not engage the mightiest warrior first, but turned to eliminate the party's ranger. By then, the priest and the mage were dead. Only the ranger's bow remained as a source of ranged damage, and he had slain most of the harpies. They had thrown everything into stopping you, and the ranger himself tried to evade you. Yet in the end, you killed him, though not without sustaining some injuries yourself. Following your plan, you then slew the thief, the berserker, and the warrior. The 7-man squad was now reduced to the captain alone. Your own forces had suffered grievously. Your body bore many wounds beyond what rejuvenation could fully heal, and you were grievously poisoned. Most of the harpies were nearly all dead. Suddenly, the human side launched an ambush from behind against the harpy queen, and as if the leader had eyes in her back, one sword descended and severed her head. At that sight, your eyes flared blood red. Blinded by fury, you lost reason and launched a reckless assault at the lone remaining warrior. Yet the human remained utterly composed. He held a flawless defensive stance, calmly awaiting the impact. Just as you were about to collide, you halted. Though furious, you had kept your wits. Much of your display had been meant to intimidate, but the warrior did not fall for it. A moment later, you bellowed toward the outside. Hearing your roar, the human warrior sensed something amiss. Then the shrill cries of harpies sounded from beyond the door. Indeed, you still had reinforcements. At that sound, the warrior's face drained pale. After such prolonged fighting, his condition was poor. Facing you had been difficult enough, and with fresh harpies arriving, pressing on would almost certainly mean death. He glanced at his fallen comrades, and after a look of grim resolve, bolted for the door. You hesitated for a heartbeat, then understood this human warrior was formidable. If he escaped and later returned for vengeance, you would be in grave danger. You had no intention of letting him go. You led the harpies in a relentless pursuit. In the end, you severed his left hand and left many permanent scars upon him, yet he still managed to escape. You knew he would undoubtedly return for revenge, so, without hesitation, you and the harpies fled into the depths of the Yesho forest. Before leaving, you erected a stone stele for the harpy queen, vowing that you would avenge her, and only then did you finally depart. After the human warrior reached the human town, he recounted the events to the adventurers. Hearing of your terrifying might and unscrupulous methods, everyone was shocked. They had long known you were crafty, but now they realized your cunning rivaled that of humans. They also understood clearly that they must eliminate you before your strength fully matured, for once you grew stronger, they might lose the chance. Thus, after tending his wounds for a time, the human warrior resolutely gathered the adventurers' guild, nearly every adventurer, and marched into the Yesho forest with the single purpose of hunting you down. Fortunately, you had relocated your base early and initially escaped their onslaught. Yet you remained prudent. You ordered the harpies to patrol daily so that any human approach would be reported to you at once. Upon learning the number of humans coming, you grew uneasy. Before this, it had only been small adventuring parties entering the Mosho forest to hunt you, but this time an entire legion had come, exceeding 100. With so many humans, no number of traps could eliminate them all. You did not hesitate. That same day, you gathered the harpies and instructed them to flee in groups of 3, scattering to save themselves. You yourself took your daughter and fled at once. When the humans discovered you were no longer in your original lair, they were even more astonished by your guile and became all the more determined to kill you. Although aware of the dangers lurking deep within the beast forest, you have no other choice but to venture further with your daughter. Fortunately, your own strength is quite commendable. After entering the depths of the beast forest, although you sense the atmosphere here was vastly different from the middle latitude, you did not encounter immediate danger. Knowing the reason humans were after you, you chose to delve deeper. Soon you discovered a relatively concealed territory, opting for a giant tree that bore abundant edible fruits. You planned to live in the tree for a time before being discovered by humans. Due to the sheer number of these humans, you encountered virtually no attacks from magical beasts along the way, preserving their combat strength remarkably well. In the end, you were still discovered by this group of humans. With no other option, you had to engage in battle with them. Given their overwhelming numbers and formidable overall strength, you understood that you could only take down as many as you could. Fortunately, your daughter had already escaped from this place. As long as she remained cautious in the future, she should be able to live safely. You died under the siege of the humans. Before your demise, you had killed 13 adventurers, and your fierce record kept them at bay for a long time after your death. You have died. The simulation has ended. Hearing the system's voice, Eileen was momentarily stunned before proceeding to draw lots. With over 1,400 points, he could make 14 draws. System, begin the lottery. In the blink of an eye, all 14 draws were used up. Among them, Eileen obtained a white-level magic amplification skill. Previously, he had also gained 2 white-level magic amplifications. Now combining the 3 resulted in a green-quality magic amplification. In addition, he acquired another 11 white skills and 2 green skills. The remaining 39 points had turned into Aylin's experience, and his attributes had undergone some changes. Name: Wagus Eileen. Race: blue-striped vampire. Level 830. Template elite. Skills: forbidden power, special skill, rending wound, white magic amplification, green curse, green kin summon, green sharp fangs and claws, green magical skin, 2 white blood eye, green blood-sucking technique, green throwing technique, 2 white paralytic poison, white talent, blood-sucking legend of the night, blue-striped pact, longevity. Source power 783. Next simulation requires 460 points of source power, and a free simulation can be conducted every 3 months. Upon seeing his attributes, Eileen felt quite satisfied. With the addition of these skills, his strength had indeed improved significantly. After a few more enhancements, he should be able to return without facing much danger. Originally, Eileen intended to continue the simulation, but the next moment he felt a slight dizziness and the system's voice echoed nearby. The host's injuries have not yet healed, and having conducted 2 simulations in a short period is rather taxing. It is recommended that the host rest for a day before proceeding with further simulations. After hearing the system's prompt, Eileen naturally did not insist. He was indeed feeling a bit unwell. Subsequently, he planned to do some hunting to absorb some blood and restore his condition. Glancing around the silent forest instilled an inexplicable fear. In reality, Eileen could choose not to take further risks here. After all, he was only about 40 to 50 kilometers from Night Demon City. If he wanted to return, it wouldn't even take a day. However, the next moment, he shook his head. Returning was still too dangerous, as there were likely more than 1 or 2 people at home who wanted his life. Thus, Eileen began searching the surroundings, hoping to find some weaker magical beasts to escape danger. He cautiously explored the dense forest. Thanks to the blood eye, his vision had improved significantly. When not activated, it merely enhanced his sight. When activated, all living beings would appear as striking red figures, greatly enhancing Aylin's dynamic vision. To quickly locate some small animals, Eileen activated the blood eye briefly. Instantly, many red dots appeared before his eyes. Most of these dots were merely small insects, however there were also larger prey. For instance, coiled on the giant tree above him was a roughly 4-meter-long venomous snake. This venomous snake was now within 2 meters of him, fully within its attack range. Seeing this scene, Eileen was startled. In the next moment, he swiped at the snake. Though it looked frightening, it was merely an ordinary creature. Eileen, however, was a powerful vampire, inherently an elite-level being. Although he leaned towards the mage type of vampire, the innate strength and speed attributes of vampires were already quite high. Thus, in an instant, he grasped the venomous snake by its neck. The snake struggled fiercely, but Aylin's grip was like iron pincers, completely unyielding. The next moment, Eileen bit down on its neck. The snake's body visibly shrank at an observable rate. Perhaps due to being a cold-blooded animal, Eileen did not feel the scorching heat while absorbing its blood. Additionally, the snake's blood was somewhat unpleasant, though it was still much better than absorbing the blood of kin. Soon, Eileen drained the snake's blood entirely, and his condition improved somewhat. Furthermore, the snake's corpse contributed 6 points of source power to Eileen. Feeling a significant improvement in his body, Eileen continued to use the blood eye to search for targets. Before long, he spotted a wild rabbit, a wild dog, and a deer. After draining the blood from these creatures, Eileen's condition had also restored considerably. However, correspondingly, Eileen felt that he did not particularly enjoy absorbing the blood of magical beasts. There was a peculiar taste to their blood which was in stark contrast to the human blood he remembered absorbing. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. After nightfall, Eileen felt no fatigue at all, instead he felt more energized than during the day. Having regained a significant amount of strength, Eileen glanced into the distance. He then began heading towards the direction of Night Demon City. According to his plan, it shouldn't take long for him to recover from his injuries, and his strength would significantly increase. If he started returning now, by the time he reached Night Demon City, he would possess the power to protect himself. Thinking of this, Eileen swiftly moved towards Night Demon City. Meanwhile, inside Night Demon Castle, a young vampire who bore a 5-point resemblance to Eileen was pacing back and forth. The people he sent out had been gone for so long, and still hadn't returned. It was very likely that something had gone wrong, which suggested that his plan had failed. Thinking of this, he felt exceptionally agitated. If that guy Eileen returns, he will definitely help my elder brother, and my situation will worsen. No, I can't let this person return so easily. Come here. As soon as he said this, a vampire appeared before him. Master, what is it? Send someone to find out why the people I sent haven't returned. Understood, Master. Meanwhile, Eileen was also encountering a new situation. At that moment, he was hanging upside down from a tree, observing the wolves below with a serious expression. Unlike the less aggressive prey before, these wolves exhibited a highly aggressive demeanor, gathering beneath the tree and eyeing him hungrily, clearly regarding him as their prey. Under normal circumstances, Eileen would have already descended to battle them, but his injuries hadn't fully healed, and these wolves appeared to be of a high level. For the time being, Eileen was stuck in the tree, unable to move. Fortunately, these creatures seemed incapable of climbing trees, and the tree was sturdy enough to withstand their attempts to knock it down. After thinking for a long time, Eileen couldn't find a way to kill these wolves. After all, besides a throwing technique, he had no other ranged attack methods for the moment, and he had nothing on hand to throw. After a long time, the wolf pack showed no signs of leaving. Realizing they intended to fight him to the bitter end, Eileen took a serious look at his skill bar and then used the clan summon skill. At the moment he activated the clan summon, a magic circle made of blood appeared before him, and then 4 bloodbats larger than his own head emerged from the magic circle. Upon seeing this, Eileen was somewhat surprised. The 4 summoned bloodbats, though ordinary creatures, were of the same level as him, both being level 8, thus possessing a certain combat capability. He had originally thought he would summon vampires or something similar, but now that he had summoned bloodbats, he had a way to escape his current predicament. Then the 4 bloodbats grabbed his limbs and flew upwards into the sky. Seeing Eileen, who had just been hanging from a branch, suddenly take flight, the wolf pack was instantly dumbfounded. Initially, they thought that if they waited long enough, they could take down this enemy. However, they didn't expect him to take flight, so abruptly rendering their patience futile. Once Eileen was airborne, although his speed was not fast, he felt considerably more at ease. If this continued, he should reach the outskirts of Night Demon City in no time. As expected, just as dawn approached, Eileen arrived outside Night Demon City. The wolves that had been tracking him for a while gave up when they realized they couldn't reach him. At this moment, Eileen was hiding under a tree shade, resting quietly. The scorching sun during the day left him utterly drained, and every cell in his body felt extremely fatigued. In the blink of an eye, the day passed without any incidents. Meanwhile, inside Night Demon Castle, Aylin's second brother was throwing a tantrum. What do you mean the person is missing? Master, it means exactly that. I searched the vicinity for a long time, but neither our people nor young Master Aylin's men are anywhere to be found. However, there are indeed signs of a struggle at the scene. I don't know why this happened. Hearing his subordinate's words, Dick felt a wave of irritation, but had no choice but to accept this reality. After Eileen woke up, he felt significantly better. After a day of rest, his previous injuries no longer affected his mobility. Then, after walking a short distance, Eileen quickly spotted the walls of Night Demon City. Now Eileen could enter Night Demon City at any time to meet his so-called family. However, Eileen did not immediately enter. Instead, he planned to adjust his state slightly before going in. Thus, Eileen searched around Night Demon City for a while and soon found 2 spicy strips nearby. Looking at the venomous snake in his hand, Eileen frowned, as snake blood was truly difficult to drink. Just as Eileen was about to drain the snake in his hand, a sudden and abrupt voice appeared behind him. Is that you, Eileen? Hearing this strangely familiar voice, Eileen stiffly turned around and saw a man considerably taller than himself, yet bearing a 3-point resemblance, standing behind him. Instantly, a name flashed through Aylin's mind: Gus Crow. He was the older brother of the original body. In the original owner's memories, this elder brother dotes on the protagonist, so the brothers have a good relationship. If nothing unexpected occurs, the enemies they encountered on the way should not be his subordinates. Elder brother. Eileen pretended to speak with a trembling voice. What happened, Eileen? What is going on? He knew that his dear younger brother was meant to return recently, so he had come to the city gate to wait for Eileen. However, he didn't expect to find his younger brother here in such a miserable state, drinking snake blood. Why are you the only one here? Where are Dombois and the others? Elder brother, they're all dead, all dead. Eileen pretended to be mentally broken, acting according to the original owner's personality. Hearing Aylin's words, Crow was taken aback. What do you mean dead, oi? Then Eileen introduced to Crow the dangers he encountered on the way. Upon hearing Aylin's words, Crow became very angry as he seemed to have guessed who was responsible. However, before he could speak, Eileen interjected. It was second brother who did it. It must have been second brother. I know, Eileen. Come with me, I'll handle this matter. All right. After that, Lin followed Kaylu into the Night Demon City, but along the way both of them were extremely cautious, ensuring that no one discovered Lin's return. Soon they arrived at the Night Demon Fortress, where Kaylu immediately had a large amount of fresh human blood delivered, marking Lin's first taste of human blood since arriving in this world. The refreshing quality was on a completely different level compared to the blood of beasts, and now he finally understood why vampires were so fond of human blood. As for whether he would feel any psychological resistance to consuming human blood, he had no such thoughts. As long as he treated this blood as the refuse he encountered in his past life, he could hardly wait to have more. Thanks to the human blood, his wounds had fully healed. After drinking the last drop of blood from the cup, Lin slowly stood up and walked to the mirror, scrutinizing his appearance. Even now, he felt an odd sense of unreality. It was hard to accept that such a thing as transmigration had actually happened. Fortunately, the youthful visage reflected in the mirror was handsome enough to earn a following of admirers in his past life as a beautiful youth. Although he wasn't as striking as he was before, he could be considered decent enough. According to Lin's strict aesthetic standards, he might score a 7. It was a 7 mainly because the boy's skin was a dull gray, not looking particularly healthy, which cost him many points. Overall, Lin wasn't entirely satisfied. The next moment, he climbed into the coffin prepared for him by his elder brother and lay down. Then he thought to himself that as long as vampires upgraded their ranks, their skin color would improve, and he wouldn't have this dull gray complexion anymore, which would enhance his appearance even more. While thinking, Lin initiated the next simulation. Simulation start, please select difficulty level. Current selectable difficulty levels 1, 2, 3. Select difficulty 3. Seeing the increased difficulty, Lin unhesitatingly chose the latest difficulty. Although he didn't know the basis for the increased difficulty, opting for the highest level was sufficient. Higher difficulties came with bonus points. Please select a race for this simulation from the following options. Option 1, black ant. Option 2, gray grass. Option 3, seaweed. Seeing the 3 options presented, Lin fell silent, momentarily thinking he had misread the first option aside, which at least could move. What about the second and third options? The second option, gray grass, is just the common little grass found everywhere. What good is that? And the third option, seaweed. What can seaweed develop into? Can it grow in sufficient numbers to suffocate an invader? Select black ant. With no other choice, Lin could only choose the first option. Selection successful. Since the last simulation score for the host was 1439 points, a regular talent lottery can be conducted before this simulation begins. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the ordinary talent, abnormal development. This talent can only be used for this simulation. Simulation start. Your birthplace is the beast forest. In the first year, you are an ordinary black ant in the black ant nest. When you were newly born, you were no different from the other black ants. A week later, you have grown considerably. Unlike ordinary black ants, you consume much more food, and your size is also somewhat larger than the other black ants born with you. Initially, your differences were not very noticeable, but as time passed, the size disparity between you and the other ants became increasingly pronounced. By 1 month, your size had already doubled compared to the other ants born at the same time, and you were very intelligent, not under the control of the queen ant. Although your size was twice that of contemporaneous ants, there were occasionally similar special existences, so you still did not attract much attention, and you continued to laze around in the nest. Another half-month passed, and an anteater arrived at your nest. Upon seeing this hideous creature, you immediately sensed danger and began to frantically flee outside the nest. Fortunately, the anteater was completely distracted by the nest and did not notice you, the oversized black ant. After leaving the nest, you had to start fending for yourself. Although your size was more than double that of an ordinary black ant, you were still just an ant, and any creature you encountered on the way was almost stronger than you. Due to your weak strength, every step you took was exceptionally cautious. Soon you came before a fruit tree. Looking at the wild fruits on the branches, tears of emotion streamed down your cheeks. However, for you, a little ant climbing to the crown of the tree from your position would take an unimaginable amount of time. Fortunately, not far ahead, there was a ripe wild fruit that had fallen to the ground. You climbed over with great effort, diving into the wild fruit and indulging yourself. In the following days, you survived on these fallen wild fruits, eating to your heart's content, even causing your size to grow a bit. Half a month later, your body length has reached 2 centimeters. Although this length is still quite small among black ants, this size can be considered that of a titan. Meanwhile, you finally tasted food other than wild fruits, which you also found among the wild fruits. While eating, you discovered a green caterpillar in the wild fruit. When you discovered it, the caterpillar was unaware of any danger and was still engrossed in eating the wild fruit. It wasn't until you bit it with your massive mandibles that the intense pain alerted the caterpillar to the impending crisis. But it was too late. With 2 bites, you had bitten the caterpillar in half, ensuring it would not survive. Subsequently, while the caterpillar was still alive, you devoured it piece by piece. Eating meat felt distinctly different from consuming fruit. After overeating wild fruits for days, you felt your body somewhat unsteady, but after eating meat, it seemed to regain its strength. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed, and now your body length reached 5 centimeters. For an ant, reaching such a length is quite terrifying. During these 2 months, your main food remained wild fruits, and now you plan to incorporate some new items into your diet. As you ponder this, several white termites appear before you. If you were still the same as before the moment you saw these white termites, you would have already started to flee. However, now upon seeing these white termites, your eyes gleam with excitement. Thanks to your innate talent, your abnormal development can lead to evolution through consuming different foods. Thus, without hesitation, you rush over, using your ant legs to pierce through the head of one white termite, and then, akin to savoring barbecue, you devour it in one bite. After consuming one, you find the taste quite pleasing, so you choose to continue eating. Following the trails of these white termites, you discover their nest and begin to voraciously consume the white termites there. Not only is your size several times larger than that of ordinary ants, but your reaction speed and strength are also attributes that no regular ant can match. Therefore, these white termites are no match for you. As you continuously devour these white termites, you sense that your body seems to be undergoing some changes. After consuming an unknown number of white termites, you discover that you can now secrete a highly acidic liquid, which possesses strong corrosive properties. Your attack power has been enhanced, and upon realizing the benefits of eating white termites, you become somewhat intoxicated by the thrill. Consequently, you charge directly into the termite nest, crazily feasting. Fortunately, your exoskeleton has evolved to be extremely hard, so even when a few white termites manage to breach your encirclement, they cannot pierce your defenses. Only a few lucky ones biting at the joints of your exoskeleton can inflict significant damage upon you. A week later, after devouring all the white termites, you finally eradicate this termite nest. It seems that consuming your own kind is quite beneficial. After exterminating this group of white termites, your body length reaches 8 centimeters, and you vaguely sense that consuming more queen termites will yield great benefits. In the following period, you shift your focus more towards other species of ants, believing that consuming more ants will bring you greater advantages. Another month later, you eliminate a fire ant nest. Due to consuming too many fire ants, your body has now evolved to exhibit a potent toxicity, and your length has reached 10 centimeters. Simultaneously, you have now evolved into a level 1 ordinary magical beast, the black armored poison soldier ant. Now your prey includes not only fellow ants, but also some spiders and centipede-like creatures which have entered your diet. However, after becoming stronger and larger, you have become much more conspicuous, catching the attention of many creatures, such as the large frog before you. Although the frog senses that you are not to be trifled with, it still launches an attack at you. But soon you demonstrate through action that you are indeed formidable. With one powerful snap of your massive mandibles, you sever one of the frog's legs, and your mixed toxins swiftly enter its body. The intense pain causes the frog to thrash wildly, but your toxins prove to be exceedingly dangerous for a creature that barely qualifies as a magical beast. Before long, the frog succumbs before you. Finding the taste of the frog quite agreeable, you begin to hunt frogs in large quantities. Before long, your body length reaches 12 centimeters, and your level rises to level 2. Additionally, due to consuming too many frogs, your explosive power in your hind legs has significantly improved. By the end of the year, your level has risen to level 4, and your body length has reached 16 centimeters. Your main diet has now shifted to crabs, and your powerful mandibles can easily crush the hard shells of crabs. Moreover, your body has become increasingly resilient due to the continuous consumption of crabs. In the second year, you acquire a new skill, giant stomach. Your appetite has greatly increased, and you evolve into a super omnivorous creature capable of consuming almost anything, including trees and wild grasses. Due to your frenzied eating habits, your body begins to grow at an alarming rate. Before long, your level reaches level 8, and your body length also reaches 30 centimeters. At this point, you are currently gnawing on a wild rabbit, chewing heartily. Although your length is only 30 centimeters, due to the innate strength bestowed upon ants, your power is astonishing. You can now easily drag the carcass of a lion or tiger. By the end of the year, your level has risen to level 12. After consuming your 100th queen ant, you gain the ability to produce soldier ants. However, unlike the queen, your method of production is not through birth, but rather a summoning ability. Perhaps due to your lower level, you can now produce 12 soldier ants or double that number in worker ants each day. However, the soldier ants and worker ants you produce are significantly larger than normal ants and possess strong toxicity. Realizing the power of this skill, you begin to create an ant army, and your primary food source shifts back to the ants, especially the queen ants. You feel that as long as you continuously consume queen ants, your production capabilities will grow even stronger. In the third year, as you had hoped, as you continuously consume queen ants, your production speed gradually increases. Now you can produce soldier ants equal to double your level each day. In a remarkably short time, you create a massive ant army. Correspondingly, to accommodate this army and build a complete social system, you also construct a large ant nest. However, your ant nest is enormous, even larger than an elephant, and highly conspicuous. Yet due to the presence of many powerful soldier ants within your nest, no magical beast has dared to provoke you until now. Your ant army now delivers prey to you daily, which is quite extravagant. No longer limited to small fish and shrimp, most of the time it consists of large creatures like elk and moose, and occasionally even large carnivorous animals like lions and tigers. The terrifying poison ant army on the outskirts of the magical beast forest finds no natural enemies. In the fourth year, due to nutritional surplus, your level has reached the limit of ordinary creatures at level 20. You have also evolved into a special creature, the black armored poison ant king. Unlike the queen, you possess not only the ability to produce, but your own strength is also exceptionally formidable. Although your ant army is incredibly powerful, there is a serious issue. The sheer number of your ant army leads to an extravagant consumption of food every day. Around your anthill, within a radius of 10 miles, not a single wild grass remains. Everything has been thoroughly devoured by your ants. Upon realizing this, you understood that this situation could not continue, so you began to consciously control the size of the colony by allowing the soldier ants to fight amongst themselves periodically. Only the victors could survive, and through continuous battles, most soldier ants would perish after 1 or 2 encounters, while a few would endure and grow stronger amidst the ongoing clashes. These surviving soldier ants would either die in subsequent battles or become increasingly powerful through repeated conflicts. 3 months later, a very special soldier ant emerged in your army, one that had reached the level of an ordinary creature just like you. This ant was significantly larger than normal soldier ants, and upon seeing this, you felt a great sense of satisfaction. Things seemed to be progressing even smoother than you had anticipated. By the end of the year, while the number of your army did not increase significantly, the average strength of the troops improved greatly, with over 50 soldier ants reaching a higher rank. Unlike typical creatures, soldier ants possess extremely extreme attributes. Creatures of the same level can easily kill a soldier ant with a single attack if they are larger, but in return, soldier ants also possess formidable offensive capabilities. Their mandibles are capable of penetrating the exoskeleton of elite-level creatures, and their poison has a significant impact on them. In light of this powerful army, you are now equipped to hunt elite creatures. In the 5th year, you acquired a skill called visual sharing, enabling you to share the vision of your soldier ants, allowing you to see what they see. This skill is extremely useful for you as you seldom take the field yourself, letting your subordinates do the fighting. In the same year, you broke through to the elite creature level, reaching level 21, and your body length grew to 1.5 meters, evolving into the black magic poison ant king. Additionally, the direction of your skills evolved. Although you already possessed ruling type skills before, after evolution, you completely transformed into a commanding type beast. After the evolution, you acquired 2 skills, both of which are related to commanding your army. One is the Iron Armor Aura, which grants your ants a 40% increase in physical defense when they fight alongside you. The other is Ant King's Roar, which when used while fighting boosts the speed and attack power of nearby ants by 30%. With these 2 auras, the strength of your army has nearly doubled. However, over the years, you have gradually become lazy since acquiring your army, and thus have not personally led the charge. At the same time, your physique has also become more corpulent, no longer resembling the robust figure you once had, although you remain oblivious to this issue. Whenever you ask your kin how you look now, they would unhesitatingly tell you that you are the most handsome ant in the world. The compliments from your kin have made you somewhat conceited, and over time you truly believe that your current physique was attractive. It wasn't until the end of the year, when you found it hard to walk, that you realized the seriousness of the situation. You thought that if enemies were to attack in this state, you would be completely incapable of resistance or escape, and due to your obesity, your offspring were also affected. Now, during reproduction, those soldier ants or worker ants seem to have become prone to gaining weight. Just a little extra food leads to obesity, making them naturally weak in battle. For the strength of the colony, and for yourself, you are determined to lose weight. Thus, you use your slender ant legs to awkwardly move your body, exercising appropriately every day. A week later, your weight loss results are not very significant, but you can now move normally. As your stamina increased, you began to intensify your training, and soon your body began to slim down rapidly. In the 6th year, 3 months later, you had shed your corpulent physique and returned to the robust form you once had. To maintain this state, you started participating in hunts with your kin, targeting an elite-level terrifying wolf this time. The terrifying wolf you chose to hunt is at least level 25, far exceeding your own level, but after being surrounded by your ant army, it was too frightened to resist. Quickly, you unleashed your Ant King's roar and iron armor aura for the first time. The already formidable ant army became even more terrifying, with thousands of your enhanced black armor poison soldier ants surrounding the terrifying wolf, blocking all its escape routes. It could only choose to fight for its life. Then the terrifying wolf lunged at the ant swarm before it instantly killing 2 black armor poison soldier ants with its claws. However, in the next moment, it was overwhelmed with unbearable agony throughout its body. In an instant, the terrifying wolf was swarmed by countless black armor poison soldier ants, each about 10 centimeters long. Their mandibles could easily bite through a human finger, and they injected powerful toxins while attacking. This toxin's corrosive ability surpasses that of sulfuric acid. The terrifying wolf now felt like its entire body had been cut by scissors and then doused with sulfuric acid on the wounds. Even more horrifying, these black armor poison soldier ants infiltrated the terrifying wolf through every available orifice, such as its nose, ears, eyes, and even its rear, gnawing away mercilessly inside its body. In less than 3 seconds, the terrifying wolf collapsed, rolling frantically. Due to the extremely hard exoskeletons of the black armor poison soldier ants, it could not directly kill them by rolling over them. At most, it inflicted some damage. Within less than a minute, only a pile of white bones remained. After slaying the terrifying wolf, you immediately began searching for the next target. Now you must hunt at least 10 magical beasts each day to conclude your day's hunting. Mid-year, you gathered the strongest 1,000 black-armored poison soldiers into a personal guard. These formidable black-armored poison soldiers stay by your side, ensuring your safety. At the same time, this personal guard is subject to change. Due to the increase in levels, your control over your kin has further strengthened. You can now sense the condition of each ant's body. As long as one ant's strength surpasses that of the members of the personal guard, it can immediately replace the weakest member. Members of the personal guard will be demoted to ordinary ants, starting from the ranks of soldier ants. In response to your cold and ruthless rule, your kin harbored no objections and continued to hold you in utmost respect. By the end of the year, you began collecting various spiritual fruits. In the 7th year, due to consuming a large quantity of spiritual fruits, your level saw a substantial increase, now reaching level 31, evolving into a leader-class creature. Meanwhile, you yourself evolved into the Steel Poison Ant King. Moreover, you have now acquired 3 additional skills, although not all of them are enhancements for your kin. One of the skills, named King of Ants, enhances your own abilities, but it requires a certain cost. After the battle begins, each time you consume a kin, your strength increases by 10%. With your current capability, you can consume up to 10 kin, effectively doubling your attributes. In addition, the other 2 skills enhance the abilities of your kin, focusing on increasing their toxicity and magical power. If this continues, your enhancement aura could transform each of your kin into hexagonal warriors. Simultaneously, due to your increased strength, your production capabilities have changed. You can now produce over 10,000 ordinary kin in a single day. Alternatively, you can choose to produce 50 kin, each of which upon birth can directly reach the level of ordinary creatures, and if all goes well, these kin generally evolve into elite-class beings. The choice between elite production and large-scale production appeared before you, and you unhesitatingly opted for the elite route, as you still need to control the size of your army. The food consumption of these ants is no joke. Due to your advancement, you have almost become an invincible presence on the outskirts of the magical beast forest, capable of devouring anyone in sight. Although you have managed to limit the number of your kin, the population continues to expand inevitably. Understanding that you cannot continue hunting this way, you realize that sustainable development is necessary. Thus, you began to raise a group of rapidly breeding magical beasts, and instructed your kin to consume only tree fruits, forbidding the consumption of tree bark and trunks. Gradually, under your control, the surrounding forest quickly restored itself thanks to its powerful regenerative capabilities. However, things will not always go so smoothly. In the 8th year, your level had risen to 36, and the reason for such rapid advancement was that your legion collected precious resources at an astonishing speed. Nearly all the treasures in the vicinity had been consumed by you. Yet in the 8th year, your kin faced an unprecedented crisis. For the first time, a Lord-level fire bear emerged from the depths of the forest for unknown reasons. Unaware of the danger, your kin attacked the fire bear. Although your kin had high attack power, it clearly was not sufficient to harm a Lord-level creature, and several of your kin were turned into charred ants. After devouring a few charred black ants, the fire bear found the taste exceptional, especially the toxins carried by the black-armored poison ants, which provided a tingling and numbing sensation that quickly made it addicted to this feeling, leading it to actively seek out black-armored poison ants. You detected this through shared vision, so you led your personal guard along with 10,000 worker ants to begin migrating. You instructed the remaining soldier and worker ants to stay in the original nest to delay the fire bear. 3 hours after your departure, the fire bear tracked down your original nest by scent. Upon finding it, it unleashed a torrent of fire into the ant mound, and that day a vast area around it was suffused with the aroma of charred black ants. After this incident, you did not feel discouraged, knowing that it was inevitable. Living in the magical beast forest meant facing such situations sooner or later. Fortunately, you retained your most elite troops, making it quite easy to stage a comeback. At the end of the year, you selected a new place to settle. The new territory, located by a lake, boasts beautiful surroundings, abundant food, and a very secluded canyon nearby, making it a rare treasure. You established the location of your new nest in the canyon and began constructing the anthill. Given that your kin are now quite large, the new anthill is estimated to be the size of a human city, with the underground space being thoroughly excavated by you. However, your kin completed this formidable project in just 2 months. You were very satisfied with the new anthill, and you began to expand your underground operations. Now some underground insects have also become new food sources for the kin. The community quickly returned to normal, as if the previous disaster had never occurred. In the 9th year, your level reached 40, and your body length extended to 3 meters, clearly transforming into a super giant ant. However, you could also feel that breaking through level 40 would be very difficult. Without extraordinary circumstances, it might take a long time to achieve this breakthrough. In the following period, although your level did not increase, your size continued to grow due to abnormal development. In the 10th year, your body length reached 5 meters, and you evolved a new ability, flight. Yes, you grew a pair of very strong wings. Naturally, you were not surprised by this evolution, as you felt you should have evolved this ability long ago. It was indeed late to evolve now. Correspondingly, due to your newfound ability to fly, the soldier ants you produce now have a certain probability of inheriting this flight capability. In the same year, a group of humans arrived in the canyon where you dwell. You were not surprised by their presence, as you had dealt with humans countless times over the past decade. At the same time, you felt a surge of excitement at encountering humans, for consuming them seemed to enhance your leadership and control abilities. So far, humans were the only food source that provided a greater boost than the ant tribe. Thus, upon discovering this group of humans, you immediately dispatched your kin to capture them. However, these humans were entirely different from those you had encountered before. The magician among them swiftly annihilated all your dispatched kin with just one spell. Seeing this scene, you realized that this was yet another group not to be trifled with. Hence, you ordered all your kin to return and stay obediently in the nest, avoiding any unnecessary trouble. You knew that humans were different from fire bears. If their initial objective was not you, they were unlikely to come looking for you. As long as you did not provoke them, you generally had nothing to fear. Indeed, without taking any action, these humans did not come to trouble you, which brought you great relief. However, a month later, these humans triggered some mechanism within the canyon, and a terrifying demonic aura began to spread. Most of your kin perished after being unable to withstand the overwhelming power of this demonic energy. The few remaining kin like you did not perish upon encountering this demonic aura. Instead, they mutated and evolved into even more powerful magical beasts. After enduring 3 whole months of torment, you ultimately survived and mutated into a special creature, the evil demon king ant. Additionally, 13 of your kin similarly survived, evolving into other formidable beings, though not as powerful as you. Following your mutation, your erosion ability became extraordinarily potent, but in return you lost your reproductive capability. This angered you greatly, as for you, reproductive ability was far more significant than any other skill. You were unwilling to continue fighting alone. Moreover, your kin, after mutating, no longer obeyed your commands. Upon completing their mutations, they immediately attacked you. However, their strength was no match for you even after their mutation. You dispatched the 13 traitors with just 13 attacks, killing them all. Subsequently, in your anger, you consumed these traitors. With the loss of your kin, you reluctantly resumed solitary hunting. Fortunately, due to this mutation, your size had greatly increased. Now your body length had reached 8 meters, far surpassing that of ordinary leader creatures. Thus, hunting outside was not as perilous as you had imagined. However, after leaving the ant nest, your first opponent was a leader-level creature 8 levels higher than you. Yet you crushed this opponent with overwhelming force. For a long period afterward, you continued to hunt, and due to frequent battles, your evolution accelerated. In the 11th year, your level finally broke through to level 41, evolving into a leader-level creature, the Shadow of Evil. This evolution was particularly unique, as you directly transformed into a humanoid form. However, your face still bore little resemblance to a human, merely taking on a similar shape. Moreover, this time your evolution occurred in the form of a cocoon. When you emerged from it, a three-meturtal ant giant appeared. Although your size had diminished significantly, you could distinctly feel that all your attributes had enhanced. Furthermore, you could transform into the form of a giant ant, while significantly boosting your combat power. After evolving into the shadow of evil, you intended to continue your previous life. However, after the breakthrough, a strange voice emerged in your mind, and you instinctively followed its source. You soon arrived at the deepest part of the canyon, which you had visited before. Back then it was a desolate expanse, but upon your return you witnessed a horrifying sight. In the depths you saw a bizarre black, giant tree growing. Its trunk was filled with countless strips of flesh that pulsated like hearts. Despite this eerie sight, you exhibited no surprise, as if brainwashed. Then with a vacant stare you approached the strange black, giant tree. Upon reaching the foot of the black, giant tree, it suddenly trembled. The next moment, a bright red fruit appeared before you. Upon closer inspection, you could see that its skin resembled flesh and blood, and like a heart it pulsated vigorously, looking extraordinarily strange. Under normal circumstances, you would never consume something so bizarre. Yet now you unhesitatingly bit into the fruit before you, and after consuming it, your demonic energy noticeably strengthened. Simultaneously, your eyes transformed into a crimson shade at a visible pace. Clearly, you had been ensnared by the black, giant tree, and perhaps the moment you were infected by the demonic energy, you could no longer escape its control. For a long time afterward, you hunted continuously, delivering your prey to the black giant tree as nourishment. In response, the black giant tree would occasionally produce a heart-like fruit as a reward, which you consumed. Each time you ate these fruits, your demonic energy grew stronger, and you became increasingly frenzied. In the 12th year. In the 19th year, this monotonous life finally changed as the group of humans that had initially appeared in the canyon returned. Clearly, their objective this time was the black giant tree. Upon their arrival at the deepest part of the black giant tree, you discovered the truth about it. This colossal black tree was planted here long ago by that very group of humans. Once sown, it rapidly absorbs the vitality of the surrounding land, while unleashing an unspeakably terrifying demonic energy. Any beast touched by this demonic energy either has its life force instantly drained, becoming sustenance for the black tree, or barely survives, undergoing grotesque mutation and falling under the tree's absolute control as a mindless puppet. After absorbing sufficient nourishment, the black tree bears a uniquely rare fruit, distinct from the earlier, heart-shaped one. Consuming it yields no adverse effects whatsoever. Instead, it dramatically enhances one's latent potential and cultivation strength. Ingesting the royal fruit may even trigger evolution into a unique physiognomy. Sensing imminent peril from the arrival of these humans, the black tree instinctively summoned all beasts under its dominion to defend itself. Yet the human adventuring party proved overwhelmingly formidable, annihilating every puppet in the blink of an eye. You escaped unscathed only because you were too far away to return in time. After the humans harvested the fruit, however, the black tree withered and died. Liberated from its control, the demonic energy surged chaotically through your body, unraveling your mind. Soon you descended into utter frenzy, attacking everything in your path without reason or restraint. Fortunately, your immense power sustained you for 3 months. You evaded mortal peril. Yet fortune is fickle. Eventually, you confronted a sovereignty or beast and perished. Simulation concluded. Simulation score 4989. Upon seeing the result, Eileen felt pleasantly surprised. Indeed, a Tier 3 simulation delivered a substantial score increase. Still, Eileen decided not to spend these points on the lottery, as unused evaluation points could instead be fully converted into level progression. He felt his current level remained too low, and was eager to see how many levels nearly 5,000 points would grant him. System, skip the lottery. The moment Eileen spoke, he distinctly felt his level rising. It finally stabilized at level 13. Roughly 1,000 evaluation points had yielded just a single level, a result that left Eileen mildly dissatisfied. By comparison, the lottery offered far greater potential gains. After all, the lottery might award passive skills that enhance innate talent. Yet having already committed the points, he resolved, unless extraordinary circumstances arose, he would no longer exchange points for levels. Additionally, due to his increased strength, Eileen's next simulation would now cost 700 source force. With that thought, Eileen opened his eyes, still lying within his coffin. He rose and examined himself for any visible changes, but a 5-level ascension had wrought no striking physical transformation. Noting this, he lay back down and drifted into slumber, intending to venture out later that night. Time slipped swiftly into evening. As Eileen slowly rose, Crow had already entered his chamber, accompanied by an elderly man. Eileen regarded the elder with quiet curiosity. Crow explained calmly, Eileen, I am still unable to confront your second brother, and hiding here indefinitely is no solution. I've arranged for someone to safeguard you. From now on, he will accompany you. Entrust him with any task you require. Hearing Crow's words, Eileen glanced at the elder behind him. Though his expression remained neutral, an unsettling intuition stirred within him. This elder's duty likely extended beyond protection to surveillance. That realization unsettled him. Clearly, this so-called elder brother was not entirely trustworthy. Yet for now, Eileen had no choice but to feign unwavering trust. Understood, elder brother. I'll remember. As he spoke, Eileen met the elder vampire's gaze, receiving only a composed, silent nod. Evidently, the man was reserved, speaking little. The evening banquet begins shortly. I've already informed father of your return. You must attend to formally announce your presence to the family. Very well. Eileen departed, the elder following him toward his former chambers. Though upon reaching the threshold, the elder remained outside, crouching vigilantly at the door. Eileen exhaled in quiet relief. At least the elder did not shadow him relentlessly. This afforded him welcome breathing room. After tidying himself, Eileen stepped out to join the family banquet. By the time he arrived, the entire Wiggawis clan had already assembled. 6 figures sat at the table: Eileen's father, his elder and second brothers, his 4th and 5th sisters, and his youngest brother. Upon Eileen's entrance, his kin observed him with varied expressions. Clearly, only his father and elder brother appeared genuinely pleased. The others watched him with palpable indifference, if not outright resentment. Evidently, his return was unwelcome. Wiggawis Hawk, his nominal father, said simply, "You're back." "Yes, father. I have returned. I hear you encountered misfortune en route. That matter is yours alone to resolve. I shall not intervene." "Yes, father." Eileen felt no surprise. His inherited memories revealed a father utterly devoid of warmth, perhaps numbed by the sheer number of offspring indifferent to their fates. Then sit and share this meal." "Yes, father." He took his seat and waited in silence for the first course. Soon live beasts were brought forth onto the table. He knew well the Wiggawis tradition: each creature would be bled on the spot, its fresh blood served as the evening's main course. Yet hunger eluded him. He cared little what the meal entailed so long as sustenance was provided. His attention instead lingered on his kin. His younger siblings held little interest. Their youth rendered them weak, their powers yet undeveloped. But his biological father and 2 elder brothers, they were forces not to be underestimated. According to his memories, all 3 had already surpassed the chieftain tier when he last departed this household. And his esteemed father ranked even higher than leader tier. Having spent a full 3 years away from home, the original host surmised their strength must have advanced further still. As for Eileen, his rank stood only at elite tier, not due to poor innate talent, but because newborn vampires universally begin at low ranks. Even his 2 elder brothers had started at elite tier upon birth. Vampires, however, grow stronger and refine their talents through blood consumption, thus enabling his 2 elder brothers and his father to ascend to such terrifyingly high tiers. Had the original host survived by their current age, he too would likely have attained comparable power. Ultimately, dinner concluded in utter silence, though during the meal Eileen sensed his second brother's gaze repeatedly falling upon him, unmistakably hostile. Before departing, Eileen glanced at his 2 sisters and younger brother. Both sisters, like himself, had been born at elite tier, though they were not merely siblings, but twins born the same year, sharing only a father, not a mother. His youngest brother, blessed with an exceptionally gifted mother, had entered the world already at leader tier. Though only 8 years old, his aura rivaled that of his 2 sisters. After leaving the dining hall, Eileen spotted his second brother waiting ahead, clearly awaiting someone. Upon seeing Eileen, Rom's lips curled faintly upward. "Long time no see, Eileen. Why didn't you notify me of your return? I'd have come to greet you myself." Though Eileen's heart erupted in cold laughter at Rom's feigned familiarity, his expression remained perfectly neutral, and he made no move to unmask the man before him. "I sent messengers ahead to inform the household. Perhaps something unforeseen befell them." "Ah, I see. It seems that messenger lacked discipline. Undisciplined individuals are prone to accidents. Yet if one simply lives quietly, even humbly, one may yet survive. Wouldn't you agree, Eileen?" Gazing at Rom's smirking face, Eileen burned with the urge to shatter his skull, but his current strength forbade it. "Brother, indeed. Complacency has its virtues. This time I intend to remain at home long-term, no longer wandering restlessly beyond our walls." "Excellent. Then settle in comfortably. My affairs call me elsewhere." Having delivered his veiled threat, Rom turned to leave, only for Eileen to speak up deliberately. "Brother, you seek to recruit me." At Eileen's words, Rom slowly turned back, eyes clouded with genuine bewilderment. He could not fathom Eileen's intent. It was precisely after hearing Rom's threat that Eileen conceived the notion to extort him. Before eliminating this man, he meant to extract every last ounce of value from him. Behind Eileen, the elderly attendant now watched him with quiet puzzlement. "What do you mean by that?" "Exactly as it sounds. This is no place for such talk. cease following me. I must speak privately with my elder brother, Eileen said, turning to the attendant. Hesitating briefly, the elder nodded. Crow had instructed him to obey Eileen without reservation, and so he respectfully withdrew. Eileen then led Rom alone into a secluded chamber. Rom's astonishment deepened. The very idea of private conversation unsettled him. Did Eileen truly believe he posed no danger? What did you mean by those words just now, eh? Rom finally voiced his lingering doubt. Precisely as spoken. Should brother wish my allegiance, I am willing, provided you grant me what I desire. Rom's expression twisted into something uncanny. Since childhood, he had tormented this so-called third brother relentlessly. Yet now Eileen spoke of alliance with solemn, unflinching seriousness. It was unthinkable. Moreover, this returned third brother carried himself with newfound composure, utterly unlike his former self, stirring in Rom an inexplicable unease. You seem quite stunned, brother. Rom replied cautiously. Then tell me, what is it you want? Magic crystals. I require many magic crystals. Eileen sought them not for their intrinsic value to vampires, but to convert them into primal energy for simulation training. Rom blinked in surprise. Though magic crystals held some utility for vampires, their worth paled beside blood itself. Thus slain prey's crystals were typically hoarded, not for use, but for trade. What purpose could you possibly have for so many? That remains my own concern. Brother would do well not to probe too deeply. Moreover, brother committed an unforgivable transgression against me. But should you supply sufficient magic crystals, I may forgive you, and even assist you in toppling elder brother. After Eileen finished speaking, Rom studied him anew. Nearly 3 years gone, yet this younger brother had transformed utterly. The timid, introverted Eileen of old was gone. Now he bore the calculating air of a seasoned merchant, suggesting those 3 years had forged him in fire. Elder brother treats you so well, why abandon his cause? Rom asked, puzzled. Kindness holds little weight now. Magic crystals are tangible. Whomever offers more shall command my loyalty. Brother, you are not yet elder brother's equal, and judging by today's demeanor among our siblings, their loyalties lean toward him. If this continues, father's legacy will fall to elder brother alone. Are you truly unwilling to secure my allegiance? Rom hesitated, then looked again at Eileen, and this time saw it clearly, avarice thick and unapologetic burning in his brother's gaze. That raw, ravenous greed left Rom momentarily stunned. He now believed, truly believed, that Eileen was no longer bound by filial sentiment. The old man who just followed you is from the eldest brother, right? Yes, the eldest brother sent him to monitor me. If nothing goes wrong, he should already know about our private conversation. Eileen said without hesitation. Aren't you afraid that the eldest brother will deal with you, eh? Second brother, I've already said as long as you can provide me with a sufficient number of magic crystals, I can do anything. Upon hearing Aylin's words, Rom hesitated for a moment and asked, how many magic crystals do you want? First, give me 1,000 second-tier magic crystals to prove your sincerity. As soon as Eileen finished speaking, he noticed that Rom was looking at him as if he were a fool. Although his second brother, nearly 60 years old, was very wealthy and his total assets far exceeded 1,000 second-tier magic crystals, he did not believe Eileen was worth that price. Second brother, what kind of look is that? Do you think I'm joking with you? Aren't you joking? Of course I'm not joking, my dear second brother. You nearly took my life and killed so many of my subordinates. Do you really think that my life is not worth 1,000 second-tier magic crystals, or do you think my talent is inferior to those 1,000 second-tier magic crystals? Hearing Aylin's words, Rom fell silent. Although Rom, like him, was a naturally elite vampire, their talents were completely different. Aylin's talent was the blue pattern contract. This talent is among the top in the blue pattern vampire family. If nothing goes wrong, given enough time, Eileen could grow stronger than both him and Kalu, which was why Rom wanted to eliminate Eileen. He knew that once Eileen helped Kalu, he would definitely be at a disadvantage in future competitions. For a moment, Rom was caught in a dilemma. Why should I trust you? Because you will truly give me what I want. These things the eldest brother would never give me. For these benefits, I will always help you. That's why you should trust me. Eileen was of course lying to him. He was just disguising himself as a greedy merchant. As long as Rom believed he was a profit-driven person, he would most likely trust his words, since Eileen had clearly stated what he wanted. Hearing Aylin's words, Rom felt it was strange, but looking into Aylin's eyes filled with greed, after thinking for a moment, he decided to take a gamble. After all, although 1,000 second-tier magic crystals was a large amount, it was not something he couldn't afford, and Eileen gave him a very unpleasant feeling. If he opposed him, it seemed that some unpleasant things would happen. Tomorrow I will first give you 500 second-tier magic crystals. If you are indeed trustworthy, I will give you the remaining 500 second-tier magic crystals. Upon hearing Rom's words, Eileen immediately showed an excited expression. My dear second brother, I knew you would agree. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. Eileen extended his hand. Seeing Aylin's expression, Rom nodded and said, let's have a pleasant cooperation. After saying that, Eileen left, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw the old vampire looking at him with a complicated expression. It was evident that he had overheard their conversation. The next moment, Eileen said in front of Rom, "Go back and tell the eldest brother that I am now the second brother's man." Upon hearing Aylin's words, a trace of resentment flashed in the old man's eyes. It was clear that he was very angry with Eileen the traitor. Rom was also surprised to see the old man's expression, as it was too genuine. It was anger that came from the heart. It should be noted that the old man had watched Kalu grow up since he was a child and was completely loyal to Kalu. Kalu placed this old man beside Eileen to protect him, which showed how much he valued Eileen. However, now hearing such a conversation, how could he let it go? "Third young master, you are very good. I will tell the young master everything completely." After saying that, the other party left without looking back. As the other party left, Rom looked at Eileen again and asked, "Aren't you afraid that the eldest brother will take action against you?" "Come on, second brother, don't you know the eldest brother's character? He values blood relations so much, how could he easily act against me? In all these years, he has never acted against you despite your reckless behavior, so how could he act against me?" Hearing Aylin's words, Rom was stunned. Indeed, Kalu would not take action against them. Thinking of this, Rom's mouth curled up and said, "You are truly a beast. The eldest brother treats you so well, yet you can betray him. Who told him he couldn't give me what I wanted? Second brother, you should be careful too. If you can't give me what I want, I might betray you as well." However, after hearing Aylin's words, Rom felt a bit more trust in him. He was quite satisfied with Aylin's behavior of being easily swayed by magic crystals. Seeing Rom's demeanor, Eileen said leisurely, "Is there anything else you want to ask? If there's nothing else, I will leave. I still have matters to attend to." "All right, you may go. MHM. After saying that, Eileen left the room. At the moment he began trading with his good second brother, he had already thought about how to deal with his elder brother. However, he did not plan to take the initiative to explain. He intended to wait for Kalu to come find him and stabilize Kalu. Right now, he had more important matters to attend to. Aylin's blue pattern contract has not yet contracted any creature to become his kin. It should be noted that the effect of the blue pattern contract is that for every 10 levels of improvement, one can contract a creature as their kin. The contracted kin will not have their talent and potential suppressed at all, and will randomly receive one of the low-level talents of the blue pattern family. Although they are considered low-level talents, the lowest rating of the blue pattern family's low-level talents is blue quality. Moreover, the contracted creature will be absolutely loyal. Once the contract is successful, even if Eileen asks them to commit suicide, they would not hesitate for a second. However, the blue pattern contract does have its drawbacks. It can only contract blood kin, and the party being contracted must be absolutely willing. Because the contracted creature's talent and potential will not be suppressed at all, Eileen intends to contract creatures that are as strong as possible. Soon Eileen found the housekeeper. "Young master, Eileen, do you need anything?" The housekeeper Fernlow looked at Eileen, who suddenly appeared, and asked curiously, "Take me to see which blood clan members are at home. I want to select one as my contract beast." Hearing Aylin's words, the butler was somewhat surprised, clearly aware that Eileen needed to reach level 10 before he could contract his first blood clan member. It must be noted that before adulthood, the growth of ordinary blood clan members is very slow. Generally, blood clan members only break through to level 10 around the age of 20, but Eileen seems to be only 16. Thus, it appears this young master's talent is much better than expected. "All right, please follow me." Saying this, the butler led Eileen towards the direction where the blood clan members were kept. Soon Eileen arrived at a room. Through the barred iron gate, he could see various kinds of blood ravens, blood wolves, blood dogs, blood spiders, and other creatures inside. It looked like a huge prison, with most of the blood clan members being kept separately. As Eileen entered, these blood clan members became agitated. Clearly, they had not yet been tamed. After entering, Eileen immediately activated his blood eye. Upon activating the blood eye, all creatures emitted a red glow in Aylin's sight. The more dangerous the creature, the more intense the red glow. Eileen looked around and noticed that most of the blood clan members were emitting a faint red light. The deeper the blood clan member was, the more intense the red glow they emitted. Therefore, Eileen confidently walked towards the innermost part of the prison. Upon seeing this, the butler realized that this young master had an excellent idea. He was curious about what kind of blood clan member he would ultimately choose. As the two continued deeper, the butler gradually sensed something was amiss, for the blood clan members in Aylin's current area had all reached the peak of elite level. A bit further ahead were the cages of leader-level blood clan members. It was clear that these blood clan members were not something Eileen could subdue at this moment. Thinking of this, the butler wanted to remind Eileen, but upon seeing Eileen's fearless demeanor, he instantly chose to remain silent. Perhaps this young master really has a way, otherwise it could just be excessive confidence. If he truly has a method, the butler would naturally be happy for him, but if it were mere arrogance, it would be better to face some setbacks. Eileen soon arrived in the realm of the leader-level blood clan members. The number here was evidently much fewer than before, and his arrival did not stir any commotion among these Blood Clan members. Clearly, they looked down on Eileen. After carefully observing his surroundings, Aylin's eyes sparkled. The Blood Clan members here were very powerful, featuring highly aggressive giant blood ravens, highly capable slayer spiders, and more. However, Aylin's gaze was soon drawn to a blood demon that was 3 meters long. The blood demon is a creature very similar to a vampire, but unlike vampires, blood demons are much larger and generally possess greater strength, though correspondingly their magical abilities are somewhat lacking. Unlike other leader-level creatures, the rest did emit a glaring red light, but it was merely glaring. This blood demon was different. At the moment Eileen looked at it, he felt his eyes were about to be filled with red. Clearly, this blood demon's power surpassed that of the other Blood Clan members. Soon the butler noticed that Eileen was fixated on the blood demon, his eyes wide in amazement, clearly entranced by this creature. At this thought, the butler felt a bit emotional. No wonder this vampire with the blue-striped bloodline had such good taste. This blood demon was indeed the strongest Blood Clan member here. However, due to its immense power, this Blood Clan member was also very difficult to tame. Thus far, it remained confined here and had not been released. Perhaps due to Aylin's intense gaze, the blood demon slowly turned its attention towards him. The two made eye contact, and Eileen finally got a clear look at the blood demon. Typically, blood demons are very wild and ugly, but the one before him had a stern face, features chiseled like a sculptor's work, and was definitely not ugly. Its entire physique was flawless. This fellow should be a handsome devil among blood demons, Eileen thought. At this moment, the blood demon was also assessing Eileen. Upon seeing Eileen for the first time, it immediately recognized that this vampire bore a striking resemblance to the one who had captured it. However, unlike the one who captured him, this vampire looked very delicate, appeared quite young, and lacked the wild aura. Instead, he exuded an air of nobility reminiscent of a young nobleman. If he wasn't mistaken, he should be the descendant of that individual. Thinking of this, the blood demon looked at Eileen with a hint of resentment, for if it weren't for Aylin's opportunistic father capturing it, it would still be out there enjoying freedom. Meanwhile, Eileen began contemplating how he could tame the blood demon before him, as this creature currently looked like it wanted to devour him and seemed unwilling to communicate properly. With this in mind, Eileen considered whether he should use some physical means to subdue this creature. After all, this creature was currently confined and could not harm him. He could do whatever he wanted. Then Eileen approached the blood demon and said, "I have my eye on you. How about it? Would you like to be my contract beast?" Such a straightforward declaration of his intent left both the blood demon and the butler momentarily stunned. The butler was still pondering what method Eileen would use to subdue the blood demon, not expecting him to be so direct. However, after a few seconds of shock, the blood demon came to his senses. He had been wondering what this little vampire wanted from him, and it turned out he wanted to contract him as his beast. Where did this vampire get the audacity to say such a thing? So he simply chose not to respond. Seeing that the blood demon did not answer him, Eileen felt a bit annoyed and asked, "Are you deaf? Or can you not talk? Who are you calling deaf, you little beast?" A low voice from the blood demon echoed. Upon hearing this voice, Aylin's mood soured immediately. Very well, this creature dared to insult him, so he no longer needed to talk about any morality. "So you can speak, but your mouth is rather filthy. I can forgive your rudeness earlier. Let me ask you again, do you want to be my contract beast?" Upon hearing Arlen's threat, the blood demon's expression hardened. "How dare you speak to me like that? You truly have no sense of your place in heaven and earth." Hearing the blood demon's words, Arlen furrowed his brow, then turned to his steward and asked, "If I kill this fellow, will my father punish me?" Arlen's remark stunned everyone present. His steward, the blood demon himself, and the surrounding vampires watching with morbid curiosity. What was this youth thinking? Were these mighty bloodline nobles to be slain on a whim? Shouldn't one strive instead to recruit them? After a moment's silence, the steward carefully replied, "Should you slay the blood demon, the master would undoubtedly be displeased and likely mete out some form of punishment. Then it's settled. Nothing at all will happen." Before the steward could protest, he realized Arlen was right. Even if Arlen did kill the blood demon, the consequence would amount to little more than a scolding, or perhaps confinement. It was hardly a severe penalty. In the next instant, Arlen declared, "Open the cage for me. I intend to discipline this foul-mouthed wretch properly." At that moment, Arlen had resolved to wield his authority without restraint, forcing the blood demon into submission. He wished only to see how much pride this arrogant antagonist truly possessed. Soon Arlen received from the steward a slender whip capable of injuring even leader-tier beings. He swung it twice with practiced flourish. The whip, crafted from vampire hide, was extraordinarily resilient. A light strike against the wall left 2 deep, gouged impressions. Satisfied with its balance and bite, Arlen fixed his gaze upon the blood demon once more. "Well, if you agree now to become my summoned beast, you may yet spare yourself this corporal torment." Gazing upon Arlen's smug, triumphant expression, the blood demon's fury surged to its zenith. I would sooner perish than submit as your contemptible familiar. Abandon all hope. Crack. A vivid crimson gash instantly split the blood demon's lip. Agonizing pain flared across his mouth, and he stared at Arlen in utter disbelief. How dared this youth strike him? Did he not fear extinguishing the last ember of possible covenant through such utter disdain? Yet Arlen felt no trepidation. Though the blood demon was formidable, he was by no means indispensable. Other leader-tier vampires stood nearby. Binding any of them would suffice. In time, Arlen would rely no longer on the blue-veined covenant skill alone. Guided by his system, his future ascension would far surpass that of any bound creature. If this blood demon eventually yielded and swore fealty, so much the better. But should he remain defiant to the end, his fate would serve as a grim exemplar. A stark warning to every vampire present that Arlen spoke not in jest. Still reeling from the blow, the blood demon barely registered Arlen's voice ringing in his ears once more. Well, still refusing. You can forget. Crack. Before the blood demon could finish, Arlen lashed out again, this time igniting the demon's wrath beyond all restraint. Wretched whelp, I'll tear you limb from limb. With a roar, he threw himself violently against his bonds, straining to break free. The iron chains shrieked under his convulsive force. Yet though mighty, the blood demon stood only at the apex of leader-tier strength, powerless against these enchanted restraints. All he could do now was rage impotently. Arlen stood barely 20 centimeters away, yet utterly untouchable. In the next breath, Arlen drove his boot hard into the blood demon's face. The blow dealt little injury, but profound humiliation. That single kick pushed the blood demon's fury past its breaking point. Arlen silently withdrew his foot. His right leg now tingled with numbness. Clearly the gulf between them remained vast. Unarmed, he could not even pierce the demon's defenses. 2 hours later, the blood demon's body was crisscrossed with wheels. Observing his still unbroken spirit, Arlen ceased his assault and remarked coolly, truly thick-skinned. You've worn me out, yet still refuse to yield. Then there remains but one course. Hearing those words, a flicker of clarity lit the blood demon's eyes. He believed in that instant that his unyielding resolve had finally cowed Arlen. Steward, come assist me. My blows seem ineffective. First break his limbs, make him easier to handle. Before the blood demon could react, the steward approached with resigned weariness, and with 3 sharp, sickening cracks shattered his arms and legs. A guttural roar tore from the blood demon's throat, but it changed nothing. His limbs were severed. Our resistance was impossible. Arlen continued calmly, there. We've broken his limbs. I've no patience left for debate. Killing you would anger my father, and punishment would be inconvenient. So choose, swear yourself to me as my familiar, or let me saw off your limbs one by one. At the icy calm of Arlen's voice, the blood demon was jolted back to reality. In that instant, he grasped the truth, that his stoicism meant nothing to this cold, ruthless soul. If he delayed further, the boy would indeed sever his limbs without hesitation. He had heard tales of high-tier blood lords regenerating lost limbs through blood absorption, but such mastery belonged solely to lord-tier beings. He remained leagues beneath that threshold. Though fiercely confident by nature, he now felt a tremor of genuine fear. Seeing the blood demon hesitate, Arlen turned to his steward. Does he possess any ranged abilities? If I approach now, will he still be able to harm me? The steward answered immediately. Rest assured, young master. The magical chains suppress all his abilities. Now he retains only brute strength. No technique, no spell, no innate power remains accessible. The steward fell silent. Arlen nodded. Then I'm at ease. By the way, do you have a blade? Yes. And with that, the steward produced a small dagger. At this sight, Eileen took the dagger from the butler and approached the blood demon. The blood demon gazed upon the slender youth before him. Though fury still burned in his eyes, a sliver of fear had already taken root in his heart, for this very youth now held absolute dominion over his life and death. This time was different. Without uttering a single question, Eileen seized the dagger and drove it deep into the blood demon's thigh. As the blade pierced flesh, it wrenched at his prior wounds, intensifying his agony. In the next instant, Eileen felt the unyielding hardness of the demon's femur. Clearly, the dagger could not sever the limb in one stroke. Then, with cold precision, Eileen began sawing, back and forth, across the demon's thigh, gradually cleaving through bone. If continued, the limb would indeed be severed. Witnessing this, the blood demon erupted into panicked screams. He could not afford to lose his limbs. To do so would mean utter ruin. Eileen, however, acted as though deaf to his cries, persisting in his grim labor for over 10 seconds. Then, pausing briefly, he looked up, irritation sharpening his voice. One last chance. Choose wisely. Hesitation flickered across the blood demon's face. The thought of bowing before this callow youth ignited a searing wave of resentment within him. It seems the leg must be sawn after all, Eileen declared after 3 silent seconds. Butler, you take over. I'm growing weary. The blood demon recoiled in terror. The butler's strength was leagues beyond his own, who under those hands his thigh would vanish in moments. "Stop! I'll become your bound beast," he shrieked, raw and desperate. Fear had finally shattered his resolve. Faced with a terror that eclipsed even mortality, dignity, once sacred, suddenly seemed hollow and irrelevant. The butler watched, startled. He had not expected Eileen to subdue such a formidable blood demon, though the method employed struck him as faintly distasteful. Hearing the demon's surrender, Eileen yanked the dagger free from the thigh and then gently patted the demon's shoulder. "I knew you were pragmatic. Excellent choice. Trust me, you've just secured yourself a radiant future." Eileen's sudden warmth stood in jarring contrast to his earlier ruthlessness, so stark that the blood demon momentarily doubted his own senses. Stunned and incensed, the blood demon had no recourse left but to submit, to forge the binding pact with Eileen. Yet 15 minutes later, after the third failed blue vein pact, the color drained from Eileen's face, darkening visibly with each passing second. Seeing Eileen's glowering expression, the blood demon grew frantic. "I told you, it must be wholehearted." Eileen said nothing further. How could the demon possibly consent willingly? Eileen sighed deeply, then murmured, "No choice remains. It appears the leg must be sawn." As he spoke, Eileen drew the dagger once more. "Wait, just one more try, one more attempt, and it will succeed." The blood demon cried out in sheer terror. Eileen frowned. "We've already tried thrice. Your heart is not sincere. You harbor no true desire to serve me. What else can I do but sever your limb?" Hearing Eileen's tone, so resigned, so utterly without alternative, the blood demon's mind teetered on collapse. Couldn't he simply spare me? How then might I save my leg? Truly, just once more. Grant me this final chance. Within his mind, the blood demon began coercing himself into belief, conjuring visions of Eileen's benevolence, imagining a life of ease and triumph bound to this master. Seeing the demon's wretched state, Eileen granted him one final opportunity, impatient yet decisive. Indeed, when pushed to the precipice of annihilation, life reveals astonishing reserves of will. So it was now. The blood demon succeeded in deceiving even himself. On the fourth attempt, the blue vein pact took hold. Yet the ritual consumed 5 full hours. By its end, dawn was already bleeding across the horizon. The blood demon's grievous wounds, once near fatal, began healing at an astonishing pace. Simultaneously, intricate cobalt traceries bloomed across his flesh like living tattoos. Eileen noticed too that his system interface now displayed the blood demon's profile. Name: Amo. Race: feral blood demon. Level 4040. Tier: leader class. Skills: Iron Body, Titan Strength, Blood Frenzy. Innate talent: Siphon Blood, Azure Vein. Physique: 30 boost to all attributes. Passive. Studying these stats, Eileen raised an eyebrow in quiet astonishment. No wonder the blood eye had flared crimson upon viewing him. The demon had reached the apex of leader class. Truly extraordinary. By this measure, Eileen's power, bolstered by his new bound beast, now rivaled that of his second elder brother. Yet he had no intention of confronting Ram yet. The magic crystals remained unrecovered. Better to wait. Let his dear elder brother deliver them first, then sever ties at leisure. Beside him, the butler stood utterly dumbfounded. Actual success was nothing short of miraculous. Unbeknownst to Eileen, his unorthodox method would soon redefine standards across the Verges family. Thereafter, captured bloodkin received markedly harsher treatment. Why waste effort courting loyalty when coercion proved so brutally efficient? After all, they were demons. After the blue vein pact, Amo's gaze upon Eileen softened, genuine instinctive approval replacing the former storm of wrath. This shift arose from the azure vein's insidious integration. As the azure filaments rewove his physiology, Amo's perception warped. Eileen now triggered the same primal attraction as nectar to bees or carrion to flies. Dislike became biologically impossible. In truth, from crown to toe, Eileen now embodied the ideal master in Amo's very marrow. With a faint, satisfied curve of his lips, Eileen said, "Amo, come with me." "Yes, master." The butler promptly unshackled Amo. Eileen then led him away, still recovering, still limping. Even for a leader-class entity, having limbs shattered demanded time to mend. However, on his way back, Eileen once again saw a familiar face, his elder brother Kalu. At this moment, Kalu was looking at him with a face full of disbelief. Evidently, the previous old man had informed Kalu about Eileen's betrayal, which was why he had come to question him. Kalu initially wanted to confront Eileen, but he soon calmed down. After taking a deep breath, he said, "Eileen, there are no people from Ram here, so tell me, what exactly do you want to do?" Even now, Kalu could not believe that Eileen had truly betrayed him, which was why he spoke those words. Seeing Kalu's incredulous expression, Eileen merely sighed, and then said, "I want to kill Ergo. Can you help me with this to go?" After Eileen spoke, Kalu was momentarily stunned. Although he had been in a constant struggle against Ram, Kalu placed great importance on blood relations. Rom had been raised by him, so despite being rivals, Keilu had never considered killing Rom. Hearing AI Lin's intention to kill Rom from his own mouth left him somewhat dazed. Then why did you choose to join him and make it known to everyone? Keilu asked, puzzled. I have my own plans. Everything I can say I have already told to go. In short, it's best if you don't get involved in my matters from now on. This is between me and Rom. After saying this, without waiting for Keilu to respond, he took Amo and entered his room. Keilu wanted to say something when he saw this, but ultimately kept silent. He still chose to trust AI Lin. Regarding the matter between AI Lin and Rom, he hesitated for a long time, but decided not to interfere any longer. After all, AI Lin had nearly lost his life at Rom's hands, and he found it hard to believe that AI Lin harbored no resentment. After bringing Amo back to his room, AI Lin quickly had someone send healing supplies to further assist Amo with his wounds. Now that Amo had become one of his own, AI Lin would certainly do his best to treat him well enough to make him forget what had happened before. Meanwhile, the news of AI Lin's return to Night Demon City was spreading, and other forces in Night Demon City were planning to visit AI Lin after some time. In the blink of an eye, the night passed, and during the day, AI Lin slept quietly inside a coffin. Following the agreement from yesterday, AI Lin met again at the same place where he had met Rom, but this time Amo was following behind him. After a day of rest and replenishing blood, Amos' injuries had healed significantly, allowing him to engage in short battles. Seeing Amo following AI Lin, Rom was taken aback. Although he had heard that AI Lin had chosen a contract partner yesterday, he never expected that AI Lin would manage to contract such a powerful blood demon. He could sense that the strength exuded by this blood demon was not much weaker than his own. Currently, he was at the peak of the leader level, and with one more step, he could advance to the chief level. It seemed that this blood demon was of similar strength. So, Ergo, you have what we agreed upon. Upon hearing AI Lin's words, Rom slowly took out a wooden box, then opened it to reveal 500 magic crystals of different colors lying within the box. After seeing this, AI Lin's eyes lit up. With so many magic crystals, he could conduct several simulations. Noticing the greed flashing in AI Lin's eyes, Rom said, once you collect these, help me with something. Hearing Rom's words, AI Lin looked at him in confusion. Noticing the look in AI Lin's eyes, Rom added, what's the matter? You want help with such a small task? Ergo, if I remember correctly, I said 1,000 second-tier crystals was the amount I would require to forgive you and cooperate with you. Now you're only offering 500 and expect me to help you. What kind of joke is this? After AI Lin finished speaking, Rom became somewhat angry. 500 second-tier magic crystals, and this guy was unwilling to help him with anything. But after glancing at Amo behind AI Lin, he calmed down a bit. AI Lin's strength had changed dramatically, and his relationships with the other siblings were poor. If he could win AI Lin over, it would greatly benefit him. After hesitating for a long time, Rom took out a ring and said this ring will serve as payment for this task. Upon hearing Rom's words, AI Lin focused his gaze on the ring that Rom handed over. It was a bat-shaped ring entirely black, emanating a strange aura. This is the Ring of Vane, a magical accessory forged by Master Vane. There are a total of 3 of them. When the 3 rings are gathered together, they can unleash the power of an epic item. This magical ring can summon 4 elite-level vampires to assist in battle and can withstand 1 attack from a leader-level opponent. In this world, the levels of equipment are classified as ordinary, fine, magical, epic, glorious, legendary, immortal, holy, artifact. For AI Lin, a magical item is already very practical. After all, the necklace he had previously found on that old guard was merely fine-level equipment. What do you want me to do? Upon hearing AI Lin's question, Rom replied, without hesitation, the day after tomorrow, the guest steward will go out to help the Gu transport a batch of goods. I hope you can help me seize this batch of goods. If it's really not possible, just help me destroy them. Hearing Rom's words, AI Lin's face darkened, and he said coldly, are you asking me to go to my death? Rom replied calmly, I'm not asking you to go to your death. Keilu's batch of goods is only escorted by a dozen elite vampires, and I will also send people to assist you. This mission carries no danger at all. After Rom finished speaking, AI Lin understood what this guy meant. He simply wanted to pull him completely onto his ship. Once he took action against Keilu's people, there would be no possibility of reconciliation between him and Keilu. At that point, he would be forced to board Rom's ship. Alright, I agree. AI Lin nodded without hesitation. He would first take the 500 second-tier magic crystals and then conduct another simulation. His strength would increase significantly. Who knows who would be listening to whom at that time? Seeing AI Lin agree so readily, Rom was surprised but nonetheless breathed a sigh of relief. He then pushed the wooden box in his arms forward, saying, once this task is completed, I will immediately give you the remaining 500 second-tier magic crystals. Good. Having secured the magic crystals, Arlen conferred briefly with Rom before returning to his room, without delay, bearing the Ring of Vane and 500 magic crystals. This time his journey back unfolded uneventfully. He could hardly wait to exchange those crystals for source power. Almost immediately, system notifications resonated repeatedly within Arlen's mind. Consuming 1 Tier 2 magic crystal yields 16 source power. Consuming 1 Tier 2 magic crystal yields 15 source power. Consuming 1 Tier 2 magic crystal yields 20 source power. Each Tier 2 magic crystal granted approximately 15 points of source power. In the blink of an eye, all 500 were consumed, and Arlen's accumulated source power soared to a staggering 8 1-to-1 points. Having rested well over the preceding days, Arlen now found himself in peak mental condition, and without hesitation, he initiated the simulation. Simulation commencing. Please select difficulty level. Available difficulty levels 1, 2, 3, 4. Selecting level 4. Please choose one race for this simulation. Option 1, Thistlebloom. And Option 2, Man-Eating Tree. Arlen frowned. Only 2 options appeared this time. Was it due to the heightened difficulty? Worse still, both were plant-based. He was deeply dissatisfied. Yet after brief reflection, Arlen swiftly made his decision. Selecting Man-Eating Tree. Selection confirmed. As your previous simulation score was 4989 points, you were granted 2 standard talent draw attempts prior to commencement. Congratulations. You have drawn 2 standard talents, Savage Growth and Tenacious Vitality, both applicable exclusively to this simulation. Simulation begins. Your birthplace is the Death Forest. Year 1, you are a man-eating tree seed on the periphery of the Death Forest. Fortune does not favor you. You lie within 1 meter of 10 other identical seeds. Clearly, such proximity cannot sustain so many seeds. Only one among you shall survive. Fortunately, your talent, Savage Growth, accelerates your growth far beyond that of ordinary man-eating tree seeds. 1 day later, you sprout. 1 week later, you have become a sapling, while your kin remain dormant seeds. You become a ravenous predator, relentlessly siphoning nutrients from your surroundings. Though the soil of the Death Forest is infertile, slowing your growth, you surge far ahead of your kin. Half a year later, you stand 2 meters tall, and a single controllable vine has emerged from your trunk. You have now ascended to the rank of ordinary fauna and gained the capacity to hunt. Without hesitation, you command your vine to uproot every neighboring man-eating tree sapling, then snap them in 2. From this moment onward, you alone shall absorb all nutrients here. 3 days after completing this act, a wild dog appears before you, utterly failing to recognize you as a man-eating tree. It lifts its hind leg to mark its territory, and you had intended to bide your time, waiting until stronger before hunting, but the instant that leg rises, you flare with indignation. Though its action may technically fertilize you, it stirs profound resentment. In seizing the moment it marks its territory, you lash out with your vine, striking its reproductive organ. The wild dog unleashes a shriek of unbearable agony. Before it can react, your vine coils tightly around its body. You intend to hoist it aloft, then slam it down with crushing force. But your vine lacks sufficient strength. Instead, you constrict with all your might, attempting to strangle it. Still, your power proves inadequate. The dog wrenches free and flees. Though disappointed by the prey's escape, you accept it with quiet resignation and resume your silent, steady growth. Year 2, fueled by Savage Growth, you now tower 3 meters high, and your rank ascends to Tier 3. With this advancement comes a new ability, Paralytic Toxin. Your vines now secrete numbing venom. That night, a leopard emerges, its jaws clamped around a wild hare. Mistaking you for an ordinary tree, it climbs onto your trunk, intending to rest. Yet upon seeing the leopard, you do not immediately attack. Your gaze locks instead upon the hare clutched in its jaws. Once the leopard settles upon your trunk, you stir your vines deliberately, producing faint, intriguing sounds. Its attention snaps toward the noise, and before it can react, the hare vanishes from its mouth. Stunned, the leopard stares blankly, convinced for a fleeting moment that it has hallucinated. Seizing its daze, you drag the hare underground, where your roots eagerly drink its blood and devour its flesh. At this low tier, you can only absorb nutrients through your branches. Naft along, searching and finding nothing, the leopard departs bewildered. The leopard leaves without being attacked, for you sense its formidable rank and instinct tells you it would overpower you. As the hare's flesh and blood nourish you, your growth surges visibly. For a man-eating tree, carnivorous sustenance delivers astonishing exponential advancement. Having tasted blood, you quickly become addicted to its vitality, yet retain enough prudence to avoid powerful beasts. You hunt only the weak. Year 3, sporadic consumption of flesh propels you to 5 meters in height and elevates your rank to Tier 6. A second vine unfurls, and you master a new ability, man-eating tree fruit. Man-eating tree fruit is exceptionally nutrient-dense, conferring great benefits upon any beast that consumes it, and emits a peculiar alluring fragrance to draw prey. In just a week's time, you have condensed the fruit of the man-eating tree, and soon a magical beast is drawn near by the fragrance of the fruit. Upon seeing the magical beast approaching you, immediately plan to act, for the creature drawn to you is a spotted deer. As soon as the opponent enters your attack range, you strike. Your vines move like lightning, instantly hitting the enemy, injecting paralyzing toxin upon contact. Though your toxin isn't particularly strong, the spotted deer has weak resistance, allowing your toxin to take effect quickly. Ultimately, you successfully strangle it with your vines. However, this spotted deer is just the beginning. Less than an hour after killing it, more magical beasts are drawn to the fruit. Originally, you planned to act again, but soon a second and third magical beast are attracted. Watching the increasing number of magical beasts gathering, you feel a surge of excitement, for there is a high chance they will fight over the ownership of the fruit of the man-eating tree, and you might just profit from it. Of course, you are also aware that these magical beasts present an opportunity, but they are equally dangerous. If you are not careful, you could be unintentionally harmed by them. Fortunately, your luck holds. Although the magical beasts are fiercely battling, you remain unharmed and successfully acquire the corpses of 4 magical beasts. Of course, the fruit of the man-eating tree you condensed was ultimately snatched away by a brown bear. 1 fruit traded for 4 magical beast corpses feels like quite the bargain. Thanks to the fruit of the man-eating tree, your level-up speed has accelerated once more. In the 4th year, your body length has reached 10 meters, and you have grown 4 vines. Your level has also risen to level 12, and now you only need a day to condense another fruit of the man-eating tree. In addition to your original abilities, you have evolved a new ability. No longer are your roots the only means to absorb the flesh and blood of magical beasts. Now, every part of your body can absorb them, greatly increasing your feeding speed. In the 5th year, despite your wild growth, your size has become somewhat too large, and your body length has only grown to 12 meters, while your level has increased to level 15. Now, the number of magical beasts you can capture has significantly decreased, as it has not rained in this area for a year and a half. The prolonged drought has caused many plants around you to wither away, leading to a substantial decrease in herbivores and consequently carnivores that prey on them. Fortunately, your vitality is exceptionally resilient, and with the fruit of the man-eating tree, you still possess a robust life force. In the 6th year, your length has reached 15 meters, and your level has risen to 17. The death forest remains dry, and nearly all the surrounding plants have withered, leaving you as the solitary tree standing awkwardly. You find yourself powerless against this situation. With the surrounding plants dead, the prey you can capture has dwindled, slowing your growth. In your heart, you can only silently pray for a heavy rain to improve your living environment. In the 7th year, your length has reached 16 meters, but your level has not increased. The ongoing drought has slowed your progression, and your surface has become much drier. In the 8th year, in the 9th year, in the 14th year, this marks the 10th year without rain. Your length has reached 20 meters, and your level has reached 20, with the number of tentacles you can control now at 12. Although your power continues to increase slowly, you are now on the verge of death. If it does not rain soon, even your resilient life force will not withstand. Fortunately, at the end of the year, the death forest, which had not seen rain for 10 years, experienced a torrential downpour lasting 3 days and nights, reviving the parched earth with new life. During this heavy rain, you too undergo evolution. A month later, your level has reached 21, and your length has increased to 21 meters. You have evolved into an elite-level creature, a large man-eating tree. Due to your advancement to an elite-level creature, the number of tentacles you can control has increased to 16, and the power of each tentacle has significantly strengthened. Additionally, the fruits of the man-eating tree you now produce carry paralyzing toxins. Moreover, due to the rain, life in the death forest has once again increased, and you gradually return to your previous way of life. In the 15th year, your level reaches 23, but your length has not increased. You begin to slowly increase your girth, developing laterally. In the 16th year, your level rises to 25, and during this time you comprehend skills such as camouflage and hard outer skin. In the 17th year, several humans appear in the death forest. It is the first time you have seen humans in 17 years, but from a distance you can sense their formidable power, causing you to refrain from provoking them. Although you do not provoke this human, they slowly approach you, possibly intrigued by your larger size compared to the surrounding trees. Fortunately, this human only observes you for a while and does not attack. You initially thought you'd escaped this human's attention, but an hour later a black bear crashes through 6 trees and charges at you. The moment it collides with you, you feel your bark is about to crack. Just as you are curious about this black bear's sudden appearance, the human you encountered earlier appears before you once more. Clearly, the previous scene was orchestrated by this human. Though injured, you dare not act recklessly and continue to pretend to be an ordinary large tree. However, after disposing of the black bear, the human stares at you in astonishment, seemingly fascinated by the fact that you are not broken. Just as you attempt to strike, the human has already climbed onto you, trying to break your branches. Yet this human gently bent one of your branches, only to find it refused to snap. Her astonishment deepened while her action ignited a fierce, smoldering fury within you. Still you held your ground, refraining from striking back. The next moment she increased her pressure slightly and snapped the branch clean in two. Remarkable for your outer shell had grown extraordinarily rigid, even your own vines required considerable time and effort to break your branches. Yet this human broke it effortlessly, evidence unmistakable that her strength far surpassed yours. Fortunately, after snapping your branch, she made no further move against you. Instead, she knelt before you and roasted the black bear, whose reckless charge had just slammed into your trunk, on a skewer fashioned from that very branch. You seethed, but dared not utter a word. You watched helpless as she roasted and devoured the bear. What enraged you even more was her casual consumption of your precious man-eating fruit, the very fruit you had painstakingly nurtured and laced with potent paralytic toxin. Yet the toxin proved utterly ineffective against her. Thankfully, you endured this trial. After resting beside you for a single night, she departed, leaving you unharmed without inflicting further injury. In silence, you etched her visage into your memory, vowing inwardly that should fortune ever elevate you to greatness, you would exact retribution upon that woman the moment you met her again. Yet scarcely had you sworn that oath when she reappeared before you, so suddenly that you nearly uprooted yourself in shock. She did not harm you. Instead, she placed the corpse of a leader-tier beast at your base. Clearly, she had discerned your true nature as a man-eating tree, and found it intriguing that you refrained from attacking humans. Her earlier provocations, it seemed, had been deliberate, a test of curiosity, not cruelty. Gazing upon the carcass of the leader-tier beast, you, who had always scorned charity, reluctantly accepted the offering. Your pride yielded to pragmatism, better to accept this gift than endure such humiliation again. You had assumed you would never see that formidable woman again, yet you were mistaken. She appeared to have taken up permanent residence within the death forest. Soon you encountered her almost daily, so often that you ceased hunting altogether, fearful of her presence. Yet each day she unfailingly tossed you one or two high-rank beast corpses. After a week, it dawned on you she regarded you not as a wild entity, but as a potted plant, tended, observed, cherished. Realizing this, you felt neither joy nor exasperation, only quiet bewilderment. Fortunately, your adaptability was profound. You soon embraced this new reality, accepting her offerings not as gifts from a human, but as bounties bestowed by nature itself. With time, her presence grew less jarring. Her features, once intimidating, now softened in your perception. Occasionally, she shared fragments of her past, stories whispered beneath the rustling canopy. Learning of her sorrowful history stirred no surprise within you. After all, one does not venture into the desolate death forest without bearing some profound tragedy, especially one possessing her extraordinary prowess. Moved, not by pity but by a quiet solidarity, you extended a tendril and gently massaged her head, the first gesture of comfort you had ever offered. She stared at you, stunned. She had believed your restraint stemmed only from instinctive self-preservation, never imagining your intellect ran so deep, so keen, so unexpectedly sentient. Thereafter, she began teaching you the world's script. You feigned earnest study and mastered it swiftly. The script was not complex. Soon you could inscribe words with your vines, conversing with her in quiet, deliberate strokes. You carefully projected the intellect of a 4 or 5-year-old child, yet even this modest display left her deeply astonished. By the 18th year, nourished steadily by her hand, you had soared to 35 meters in height and ascended to level 30, reaching the apex of elite-tier beasts. Owing to your botanical nature, your true combat power already eclipsed that of most leader-tier beasts. Sensing you had reached a plateau, she intensified your nourishment. 3 months later, you shattered through the barrier, evolving into a giant man-eating tree, rising to 40 meters, with 50 fully controllable vines now coiling from your massive trunk. By then, you and she had become steadfast companions. In the 19th year, you awaited her customary offering. Yet unlike every day before, she did not appear, not even by nightfall. A chilling realization settled over you. Something had befallen her. Anxiety surged, but lingered helplessly. For you were rooted in a mobile man-eating tree, bound to earth and silence. 3 days passed, with no sign of her. At last you surrendered to the truth. Grief washed over you, then receded, leaving quiet acceptance. Within a month you regained equilibrium, yet her absence remained etched in your awareness. Should fate grant another meeting, you vowed to ask, gently, patiently, why she had vanished. By the 20th year, you stood 50 meters tall. There your growth halted, as if time itself had paused your ascent. Your level rose to 39, hovering just shy of the threshold to leader-tier ascension. Since meeting her, you had encountered no other humans. It seemed mankind shunned the death forest, its reputation too grim, its perils too great. You found this solitude satisfying. Where humans gather, chaos thrives. Here you could evolve undisturbed. By year's end, you had attained level 40. Your man-eating fruits now emitted an irresistible fragrance, so potent that beasts with keen olfaction could detect it from 100 li away. Thus hunger became a memory, your sustenance abundant and unwavering. In the 25th year you ascended to level 41 and evolved into a man-eating tree spirit. Beyond enhanced attributes, you gained a unique ability shapeshift into Treant, a skill usable once per day lasting precisely half an hour. Yet this ability remains tightly bound, one use per day duration strictly limited to 30 minutes. Although the time you can transform into a Treant is very short, you are still quite satisfied for now. You possess the ability to move, and perhaps one day you will be able to maintain the Treant form permanently. Soon you attempted the skill of transforming into a Trent, and in the blink of an eye you rose from the ground, becoming a massive Treant. After the transformation, your height did not change. Your appearance resembles that of Groot from Marvel, but unlike normal eyes, yours are two orbs of green light, appearing exceedingly strange. Furthermore, your body is covered with vines, each equipped with barbs that when they pierce will infect others with your paralysis toxin. After clearly observing your form, you decided to test your strength, and thus you struck the ground with your fist. As your fist struck down, a tremendous pit appeared on the ground. Clearly your power far exceeds that of an ordinary leader-level creature, but correspondingly your speed is also quite slow, significantly lacking compared to typical leader-level beings. However, you do not feel frustrated about your slow speed, for after your evolution, you can now utilize paralysis powder. Even if you cannot strike your opponent directly during combat, the spread of the paralysis powder can still restrict their movements. Once you got somewhat accustomed to your Treant form, you reverted to being the man-eating tree demon, continuing your previous life. Although you could leave this place now, life in the Death Forest remains quite comfortable, and you plan to grow for a while before departing. In the 26th year, your level increased to 43, and you comprehended a new skill, Life Drain, which allows you to absorb a small amount of life force from enemies when your tendrils breach their defenses to heal your wounds or enhance your own vitality. In the 27th year, In the 35th year, your level reached level 50, having ascended to the pinnacle of leader-level beings. Perhaps due to your nature as a tree, you sensed that breaking through to the Lord level would take a long time. However, you are not anxious, as you understand that even in your current formidable state, you are still no match for that woman from the past. Thus, you plan to continue consolidating your strength here. In the 36th year, you lived a life much like before. In the 37th year, drought struck your location again, prompting you to leave your current spot in search of a more fertile place to live. Though the Death Forest is perilous, your current position is merely on the outskirts, allowing for a smooth journey. The strongest foe encountered was only a leader-level beast, which you easily defeated. Soon you arrived at a relatively bountiful area. After observing for a while, you decided to settle here for some time. It can be said that this place truly lives up to its reputation of being bountiful. Now the number of prey you hunt daily is about 3 times that of before, thus accelerating your growth rate. Although you are continuously growing stronger, your height and level have not increased, and you remain unperturbed about it. However, you still plan to stay for a while before seeking a territory with denser monster activity, as you have now tasted the benefits, and for your own development, finding a better territory is preferable. In the 43rd year, the land you inhabit began to turn desolate due to your excessive hunting. Without hesitation, you transformed into a Treant and left, for your increased strength now allows you to maintain the Treant form for an hour and a half each day. In the 44th year, you spent the year searching for a new territory. Although you found some fertile places, you were still not satisfied. This time, you aimed to find a location that could facilitate rapid growth in your strength. In the 4th to 5th year, you arrived at the central region of the Death Forest, where the density of monsters is significantly higher than at the outskirts, and their strength is much greater. You understand that more dangers await you here, yet you choose to remain. The territory you selected is also unprecedentedly rich. On the first day of settling, you encountered an attack from another leader-level being. Like you, it was at the peak of leader level, but it was no match for you. After being paralyzed by your powder, you easily smashed it into pulp. Afterward, you encountered several more leader-level beings, but none posed a threat to you. In the 50th year, you still have not broken through to become a Lord-level being, yet your strength continues to grow stronger. In the middle of the year, you encountered a Lord-level being for the first time in the Death Forest. Though it was merely a freshly advanced Lord-level creature, upon seeing it, you immediately sensed its power. Thus, you did not provoke this Lord-level beast. It had no intention of killing you either. After devouring the fruits of your man-eating tree, it swaggered away unaffected by your paralysis toxin. In the 54th year, your level finally broke through to 51, advancing to a Lord level, being the man-eating tree demon. Your height grew to 70 meters, and now your ability to transform into a Treant has extended to 24 hours. However, after 24 hours, you must rest for the same amount of time before transforming again. Additionally, upon advancing to a Lord-level monster, you acquired a unique skill exclusive to Lord-level beings' domain. Your domain is the Tree Demon domain. Within the range of your domain, your enemy's life force will continuously drain and be absorbed by you, while the effects of your paralysis toxin are doubled, with the specific effects varying based on the strength of the enemy. After evolving into a man-eating tree demon, you did not become overly arrogant. Instead, you continued living much like before. The difference is that your hunting efficiency has greatly improved, and your man-eating tree fruits now frequently attract powerful Lord-level monsters. In most cases against these formidable Lord-level monsters, you refrain from attacking, allowing them to consume the fruits you have condensed, only striking fiercely when you ascertain that they are not your match. In the 55th year, your level did not increase, but for the first time you engaged a Lord-level beast. The target you chose to attack was a Lord-level Great Strength Magic Bear, which had only recently ascended to Lord-level status. Unlike you, this bear became exceedingly arrogant upon its promotion, considering itself invincible. Thus, the Great Strength Magic Bear was quite complacent and failed to recognize that you were its equal. When it approached you, although surprised by your massive size, it never imagined you were a terrifying man-eating tree. Originally, you intended to observe before striking, but as the Great Strength Magic Bear planned to hollow you out and settle down, you decided to send it into eternal slumber. Before the Great Strength Magic Bear could react, your domain was already unleashed, and a vast quantity of paralysis powder spread around. After evolving into a Lord-level creature, your paralysis toxin had become exceedingly potent. Even a slight inhalation could instantly incapacitate a leader-level beast, and a significant dose would overwhelm a Lord-level creature. Due to its overconfidence, the Great Strength Magic Bear did not notice in time and inhaled a large amount of paralysis powder, causing its movements to slow dramatically. Then you rose from the ground. To be fair, while the Great Strength Magic Bear was quite large, standing at about 10 meters after your transformation into a tree person, it seemed no bigger than a house cat before you. Despite the significant size difference, the bear was renowned for its formidable strength. Thus, even with such a size disparity, the Great Strength Magic Bear was not completely incapable of resistance in terms of strength. Observing the Great Strength Magic Bear desperately trying to defend itself against your single hand, you estimated its strength to be about 30% of yours. The disparity arose partly because your strength was exceedingly extraordinary, and partly because the bear had only recently become a Lord-level creature and had not yet fully mastered its own power. Therefore, your battle with the Great Strength Magic Bear was essentially a one-sided domination on your part. However, you could sense that as the battle progressed, the bear was rapidly enhancing its strength. You realized it was merely adapting to its true power. To avoid complications, you chose to end the fight swiftly, giving the Great Strength Magic Bear no chance to catch its breath. 2 hours later, you crushed the bear's skull, successfully killing a Lord-level beast for the first time. Without hesitation, you began to absorb its flesh and blood. Feeling the continuous surge of power, you were exhilarated, reflecting on how the strength provided by a Lord-level creature was indeed extraordinary. 3 months later, you had completely absorbed the Great Strength Magic Bear's flesh and blood. Meanwhile, your level finally rose to level 52, and you gained a new skill, Earth Power, effectively doubling your strength. You could sense that as time passed and you mastered Earth Power, your strength would grow even more formidable. In the 56th year, in the 57th year, in the 79th year, your level had risen to 54, and your height had reached 80 meters. Although you had devoured more than one Lord-level creature over the years, your leveling speed remained quite slow. You felt this was due to your innate talent. Your barbaric growth was indeed a decent talent, but ultimately just an ordinary one with limited potential. If you wish to enhance your strength as rapidly as before, you would need exceptionally greater opportunities. However, perhaps due to your plant nature, you were not particularly fond of moving. You only relocated when the local ecology was affected, leaving you no choice but to abandon your original dwelling. As was the case now, the environmental destruction surrounding you was not due to your actions, but rather because numerous undead creatures had appeared near your territory, their dense death aura polluting the environment. The plants affected by this intense death aura either died or underwent bizarre mutations. Not wanting to become one of those grotesque creatures, you chose to leave. However, as you ventured deeper into the death forest, you noticed that the surrounding environment was increasingly contaminated by the undead creature's presence. Reluctantly, you had to decide to leave the death forest and abandon your birthplace. You began advancing in the opposite direction. Due to your great height, the surrounding trees had no effect on your field of vision, so you never lost your way. This allowed you to exit the death forest at a remarkably swift pace. Correspondingly, you also witnessed the devastation within the death forest. Most plants there were toxic, resulting in the beasts living in that area being far from normal. Originally, they should have had considerable resistance to toxins. Yet now you could see many trees had withered while others had turned into undead, frantically attacking everything around them. Not wanting to join them, you quickened your pace. However, the death forest was far larger than you had imagined. Even you took a full 3 months to finally exit. After leaving, you glanced back at the boundless death forest, feeling a deep sense of melancholy, as this had been your home for 79 years. However, you understood that the undead creatures would soon spread to the outskirts of the death forest, so you only took a few glances before leaving. On the way, you thought that the death forest might be obliterated, becoming a distant, unattainable white moonlight for you. Although you could maintain your tree-person state for 36 consecutive hours, you always rested for a period after 20 hours of the tree-person mode to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Your journey was not very smooth, as after leaving the death forest you frequently encountered humans. You did not wish to conflict with these humans, so you tried your best to conceal yourself. In the 81st year, while searching for new lands suitable for your survival, you encountered a clash between two human armies, each numbering approximately 10,000 soldiers. You keenly perceived that both army commanders had attained the Lord-tier level of strength, each accompanied by 10 chief-tier warriors. The rank-and-file soldiers were likewise evenly matched. Clearly, the two forces stood in perfect equilibrium. Upon realizing this, you felt profound astonishment, for such evenly matched warfare was exceedingly rare. After all, war under normal circumstances was waged for gain. Thus, conflicts typically unfolded as strong nations subjugating weak ones. When parity prevailed, the outcome almost invariably devolved into mutual ruin. As this thought crossed your mind, you suddenly recognized the battle as an opportunity. Given the army's exhaustion and attrition, you could surge in at the climax to feast upon their fallen flesh and blood. Yet your actions diverged from your plan. While the battlefield still raged, you struck early, extending all your tendrils deep beneath the earth, stealthily creeping toward the front lines and beginning to absorb the blood seeping silently into the soil. As anticipated, the battle remained balanced, but neither side pressed to annihilation. On the first day, they exchanged only probing skirmishes before retreating to their temporary encampments, clearly preparing for a protracted campaign. Witnessing this, you felt no urgency, for as a sentient plant, patience was the one virtue you possessed in boundless measure. Humans, however, lacked such forbearance. 1 week later, one army launched a full-scale assault. The carnage was staggering. The slaughter stretched from dawn until the afternoon of the third day, prolonged by the soldiers' rudimentary martial techniques. In the final moments, one army was all but eradicated, its commander alone surviving, while his opponent, though grievously weakened, retained barely over 1,000 troops. Yet even in that state, he claimed victory. The defeated commander chose death over surrender, slaying 400 soldiers before collapsing from utter exhaustion. The victors did not rejoice. Exhausted beyond endurance, they craved only sleep. Sensing this, you hesitated not. Shifting instantly into your triumph form, you surged forward, though even you felt a pang of self-reproach, whispering inwardly that such opportunism bordered on treachery, before resuming your advance without pause. Just as the weary army prepared to return to camp and rest, the earth trembled violently beneath them. Their commander was the first to detect you, and even he in that instant recoiled with raw terror. Soon others saw you too. Though drained to the point of collapse, most soldiers still raised their weapons and stood ready to fight. Witnessing their discipline moved you deeply. You admired their training and resolve. Even as you resolved to slaughter them without mercy, for having seen your true form, they could not be allowed to live. Battle erupted swiftly. Your colossal size rendered their attacks nearly impossible to miss, yet their blows failed utterly to pierce your defenses. With each casual strike, you felled several, sometimes even a dozen soldiers. Watching his men butchered without resistance, the commander erupted into blind fury. "Beast!" he roared. He charged toward you while barking orders, yet his army, already spent, collapsed within a single hour. You then began absorbing their flesh and blood. Like high-tier monsters, elite humans harbored immense latent energy within their bodies. Consuming human flesh did more than augment raw power. It sharpened your control over magic and even subtly elevated your innate talents. Indeed, human flesh conferred far greater benefits than monster flesh, enhancing not just strength or vitality, but even refining your fundamental aptitudes. Only after devouring countless humans did you discover this truth. Yet the revelation brought swift clarity. You were the man-eating tree. Humans were, by nature, your supreme sustenance. This realization filled you with exhilaration, yet also sobering certainty. Henceforth, humanity would be your eternal adversary. Over the next 2 months, you fully consumed the corpses of the entire 10th Sandstrong army. Upon completion, your cultivation level surged 2 tiers, to level 56, and residual power still lingered within you, awaiting gradual absorption in the days ahead. After this event, you briefly contemplated launching assaults against human nations, yet ultimately suppressed the impulse, knowing full well that any human realm might conceal a peerless master capable of ending you. Though digestion required 2 months, you had long since vacated the battlefield, leaving no trace for others to uncover. Nonetheless, the unexplained disappearance of 2 10th Sandstrong armies drew the attention of 2 human principalities. They launched investigations. Yet you had erased even your colossal footprints, leaving them with no trail to follow. In the 82nd year, you finally found a land suited to your existence, the outer reaches of the monster forest, a region teeming with prey and frequented by adventurers where humans occasionally wandered in as supplemental fare. You deemed it ideal, likely your permanent abode should fortune hold. In early winter, you advanced from the forest's periphery into its midream, leveraging the unique properties of your domain to forge a territory perfectly attuned to your survival. No longer reliant solely on paralytic toxins, you now wielded a far more insidious venom, Mystic Time Toxin, a hallucinogenic agent that lured victims into blissful, inescapable illusions, drawing them helplessly toward you. Its addictive nature ensured that once afflicted, none could ever fully escape its haunting grip. You wielded this toxin to effortlessly subjugate the majority of beasts within your territory. Thereafter, your existence unfolded with remarkable ease, until the 90th year, when your cultivation level ascended to level 57, and an adversary emerged within your domain whom you could not possibly resist. The intruder was the mightiest knight of the Polaris Kingdom. He had entered the Beastwood Forest to hunt a sovereign-tier beast, to claim its core and rare materials as a wedding gift for the princess. The moment he crossed into your territory, you ceased dispersing the muddled will toxin. Having lived so long, your instinct for peril was preternaturally acute. Yet fate proved unkind despite your desperate concealment, even assuming the form of a treant. To evade his pursuit, the knight still found you. With a single glance, the knight instantly recognized your identity as a man-eating tree, and without hesitation launched a devastating assault. His strength surpassed even the sovereign tier. You stood utterly powerless before him. In short order, every one of your vines was severed. You attempted to overwhelm him with brute force. True, your raw strength far exceeded that of ordinary lord-tier beasts, nearly rivaling the sovereign tier, but speed remained your fatal weakness, and your toxins proved wholly ineffective against him. In the end, your trunk was shattered into splinters by his spear. He seized your verdant heart and departed. For Flora, the verdant heart functions as a beast's core. Under normal circumstances, its removal guarantees certain death. Yet you were no ordinary plant. Your vitality was tenacious beyond measure. Even with your verdant heart stolen and your body torn asunder, you clung to life, though barely, and your power regressed drastically. You lost most of your abilities. Your strength plummeted once more to elite tier, near the nadir of your existence. Despair weighed heavily upon you, yet you were still alive. After a long, hollow silence, you gathered your resolve and retreated deep into the Beastwood Forest to begin anew. In the 130th year, you cultivated a new verdant heart, and your strength returned to leader tier. Owing to the grievous trauma you had endured, your innate talent diminished markedly, and your recovery slowed considerably. By the 191st year, your strength had risen again to chieftain tier. Your ascent was agonizingly slow, but your heart remained profoundly still, having already died once you understood that nothing mattered more than survival. In the 220th year, you suffered another catastrophic blow, not at human hands this time, but from a beast, a lord-tier moose who mistook you for prey and nearly devoured your roots entirely. With no choice, you began again from nothing. Perhaps having twice brushed death, fortune finally turned in your favor. That very winter, year 223, just as your strength had barely recovered to elite tier, a formidable human appeared standing astride a crimson dragon and locked in mortal combat. Clearly superior, he swiftly wounded the dragon. 3 drops of its blood fell upon you. Though only 3 droplets, the dragon was a sovereign-tier beast. Its blood for you was the ultimate elixir. Yet for any other plant, such blood would be instant poison. Only a being of unparalleled vitality, once a lord-tier entity like yourself, could endure it. Immediately, your power surged at an astonishing pace. You soon regained chieftain-tier strength and underwent a profound evolution. Your resistance to fire soared dramatically, while other resistances improved modestly. In year 241, after slaying a lord-tier ghost centipede and devouring its flesh, you reclaimed lord-tier strength. This rebirth transformed your spirit. Your current power now eclipsed even your former peak. This transcendence stemmed not solely from dragon blood, but from enduring both abyssal despair and soaring triumph refined over centuries of hard-won experience. In year 242, you escaped a deadly ambush by 3 lord-tier beasts, killing one and claiming its corpse. Perhaps shaped by 2 prior deaths, you abandoned silent cultivation, instead staking everything, burning every reserve, exhausting every means to ascend. By year 263, your level reached 57, the pinnacle of your past self. Now your strength was fully restored and multiplied several-fold beyond what it once was. Consequently, your name had grown infamous among humankind. Many elite knights from powerful kingdoms sought to slay you, craving renown. Yet you had evolved into a far more complete being, and your evasion skills had become peerless. Even sovereignty masters now struggled to lay a hand on you. In year 269, facing yet another human challenger, fury seethed within you. For years such duels had been relentless. Each left you wounded, each convalescence delaying your cultivation. Resentment burned deep. Staring at the sovereignty human before you, you roared in wrath, "If you fail to kill me this time, I swear your kingdom shall pay the price." He dismissed your threat, deeming your strength negligible, believing escape impossible. Yet you slipped through his grasp, battered, bleeding, but undeniably free. Within half a month your wounds healed completely, and you resolved to honor your vow. You would raise the cities of his kingdom, delivering a lesson carved in fire and ruin. You swiftly departed the beastwood forest. Over the years you had slain countless humans within its depths, and looted their possessions, including detailed maps. Though you knew not the entire continent, the locations of neighboring kingdoms surrounding the forest were etched clearly in your mind. The sovereignty human who had assaulted you hailed from one of those kingdoms. With your target confirmed, you set forth without delay. Relying on your vast experience, you swiftly located the kingdom you intended to strike. Having threatened that human before, you knew full well he would likely prepare in advance. Thus you bypassed the city nearest to the beastwood forest, and instead used your innate abilities to slip past it undetected. Within just 4 days you arrived at Luoxing City of the Jixing Kingdom. Though you had reached your destination, you refrained from launching a reckless assault, instead observing the city from afar. Your vision was extraordinary. Even from great distance you could discern details within the city walls. Soon you recognized it as a fiercely martial city. Nearly every citizen bore arms. 5 lords patrolled its streets, nearly 100 captains commanded its forces, and countless others of lesser rank filled its ranks. Luoxing City's strength far exceeded your expectations. Yet fortune favored you. No sovereign-class cultivator was present. You judged your chances of striking and withdrawing unscathed at 95%. Under cover of night you burrowed underground and stealthily approached the city, evading patrolling soldiers beneath the veil of darkness until you slipped silently into its heart. Then, as its citizens slumbered, you struck without warning, a monstrous 80-meter beast erupting into existence. Before they could stir, the sleeping populace sank into eternal slumber. The commotion drew Luoxing City's military forces instantly. Yet against their encirclement you unleashed your might, shattering their formations with contemptuous ease while weaving your tendrils to absorb the life essence of fallen humans. Soon 3 lords converged upon the battlefield simultaneously, surrounding you from 3 directions and coordinating their assault. Yet you remained effortlessly poised, for mortals of equal rank were inherently weaker than beasts of the same tier. After all, physical disparity was innate, but humanity compensated with intellect. Regrettably, these 3 lords were unaware that your intellect surpassed most humans, and your raw power stood peerless among beasts of your rank. Thus, despite their 3 ginstone advantage, they gained no ground, and soon found themselves subtly overpowered. Realizing the imbalance, they urgently summoned reinforcements to bolster their assault. Yet you met them without fear. For each soldier you felled replenished your strength with stolen vitality. The battle raged until dawn. By then your vines hung heavy with corpses, and one of the 3 lords lay grievously wounded. You knew if pressed further they would fall utterly before you. Yet you understood messengers had already fled the carnage the previous night. Reinforcements would arrive imminently. If you delayed, entrapment loomed. So before their very eyes you turned and fled. Though they hurled themselves desperately to detain you, you escaped unscathed. A day later, the Jixing Kingdom's knight learned of Luoxing City's devastation. Recalling your earlier warning, he realized this was retribution and fulfillment of your vow. Fury ignited within him. He swore to slay you with his own hands. Yet within a week you struck another Jixing city and vanished once more. This second assault inflamed the knight's wrath anew, and word reached the capital. At first the court dismissed the matter, confident the sovereign-class knight could resolve it. But after your 3rd and 4th assaults upon Jixing cities, the kingdom grasped the gravity of the threat and dispatched 3 additional sovereigns to eradicate you. Yet after the 4th strike, you sensed the moment had passed. With no further assaults planned, you withdrew to a secluded place to quietly assimilate your recent gains. After your escape, Jixing's elite scoured the realm for your trace, but 2 months of relentless pursuit yielded not a single clue. Only then did they concede you had likely left the kingdom entirely. This realization ignited deeper fury. The kingdom felt humiliated, mocked, its sovereign dignity defiled. Now Jixing vowed to eliminate you at any cost. In early autumn, you fully absorbed the human flesh consumed during those prior raids, and ascended to level 58. By the 275th year, Jixing Kingdom still hunted you without respite. In that time you had also provoked several other human nations, enmity now boiling to its apex. Thus, under Jixing's leadership, the coalition deployed its sole imperial-class cultivator to personally exterminate you. Such an extreme measure was taken not merely to restore face, but because your repeated assaults had measurably eroded Jixing's national strength, a degradation no sovereign state could tolerate. Meanwhile, your relentless predation had elevated you to level 60, just one step shy of sovereignty or ascension. Alas, this time, they sent an Imperial-class foe. Though you might evade sovereigns, facing an Imperial meant certain death. Unaware of this terrifying deployment, you plotted your next raid, convinced that consuming but a little more human essence would crown you sovereigntier. 2 months later, standing before that familiar human rage seethed within you. This man was the very knight who slew you 2 centuries ago, now ascended to Imperial rank and seemingly poised to end you once more. Yet you refused surrender, and chose instead to fight to your last breath. Soon you engaged in battle, the power of the royal-level strongman exceeding your comprehension. Before your opponent, you had no ability to resist. This fight was in every sense a one-sided slaughter. This time you were truly defeated without leaving a trace, so you did not revive. Being defeated twice in a row by the same person left you helpless, but there was nothing you could do after all your talent was limited. Simulation ended. Simulation score 41,039. This simulation had a difficulty rating of 4, and the host could choose to spend 5,000 points for a high-level draw or 100 points for a regular draw. Hearing the system's prompt, AI Lin breathed a sigh of relief. He could finally conduct a high-level draw now. System use 8 high-level draws and 10 regular draws. High-level draw begins. Acquired blue skill rapid recovery. Acquired blue skill rapid recovery. Acquired purple skill demon summoning. Acquired blue skill mana absorption. Acquired blue skill rapid recovery. Acquired blue skill mana absorption. Acquired purple item blood demon staff. Acquired ordinary talent elder strength. Regular draw begins. Acquired white talent. In the blink of an eye, the 10 regular draws were over. Out of the 10 regular draws, he ended up with 4 white magic skins, 4 white throwing skills, and 2 white paralysis toxins. All 10 were white skills, which could be considered somewhat unlucky. However, he drew 2 purples from the high-level draw and also gained a talent, so AI Lin did not mind the poor luck in the regular draws. The remaining 39 points converted into experience were negligible and hardly provided any significant help. As for the skills, he obtained the 3 blue rapid recoveries combined into a purple quality rapid recovery, while the demon summoning allowed AI Lin to summon 4 demons, with levels 10 higher than his own, to aid him in battle. The maximum level limit for the summoned demons is level 70. Mana absorption requires AI Lin to bite the enemy or to insert his claws into the enemy's body to absorb their mana. This skill has its pros and cons. The drawback is that he can only absorb mana if he damages the opponent in close combat. But the advantage is that the efficiency of absorption is very high if AI Lin faces opponents of equal level. If he uses his teeth to bite the opponent, it only takes 3 seconds to drain the opponent's mana. If he uses his claws, it takes 9 seconds. This is only for the blue level mana absorption. If it were a higher level, the effects would be even more powerful. Then there is the Blood Demon Staff, which, as the name suggests, is a weapon that can only be used by vampires. It inherently possesses 2 blood magic spells, Blood Demon Shield and Blood Demon Spike. In total, there are just 2 spells. Although they are quite simple, they are both powerful blood magic. Additionally, after equipping the Blood Demon Staff, all blood magic below purple level has its power increased by 30%, while purple magic increases by 10%. Blood magic above purple level sees a power increase of 5 to 10%, and the casting speed of blood magic is increased by 50%. Overall, AI Lin is very satisfied with this weapon. Finally, there is the new talent Elder Strength. In AI Lin's view, this talent is quite good. Its effect ensures that even when AI Lin enters old age, his strength will not decline due to aging remaining at its peak. However, vampires have very long lifespans, so by the time AI Lin reaches old age, it will be at least several hundred years or even thousands of years later. After the draw ended, AI Lin's attributes also underwent significant changes. Name Wei Gusi AI Lin. Race Blue Striped Vampire. Level 1330. Template Elite. Skills: Anti-Magic Skin 2 green, Throwing Skill 2 green, Paralysis Toxin green, Rapid Recovery, Purple Demon Summoning, Purple Mana Absorption 2 blue. Talent: Bloodsucking Knight Legend Blue Striped Contract Longevity Elder Strength. Equipment: Blood Demon Staff purple. Source Power 7421. Upon seeing his new attributes, AI Lin let out a long sigh of relief. Now he just needed to raise his level, not by much, just above level 20, and Rum should no longer be his opponent, especially since his attributes had become quite high due to skill bonuses. After this simulation, the cost for the next simulation skyrocketed to 3,400. Considering AI Lin's current source power, it was only enough for one simulation. After improving his strength, the next simulation would definitely not be sufficient. Now he had no intention of continuing the simulation, as AI Lin felt somewhat fatigued after this round. If possible, he preferred to rest for a day or a few days before proceeding with the next simulation. In the blink of an eye, night fell, the time when Night Demon City was most lively. AI Lin planned to take this opportunity to stroll around Night Demon City and see what it was like, especially since the original host had left Night Demon City for 3 whole years and there should be some changes. Then AI Lin left the room and spoke to Amo, who had been waiting at the door. Amo, we are going out today. As you wish, my lord. Hearing the title from the other party, AI Lin thought for a moment and said, just call me young master outside, but sounds more comfortable. Yes, young master. Upon hearing this, AI Lin nodded in satisfaction and then left the Blood Demon Fortress with Amo, intending to stroll through Blood Demon City. The news of his departure was quickly discovered by the spies of several other young masters. Not long after Amo spoke, young master, there are a few groups following us secretly. Should we eliminate them? AI Lin shook his head and quietly said, no need. If they want to follow, let them follow. After all, we are not going to do anything shameful. Yes, young master. As AI Lin spoke, he recalled in his mind the memories of Night Demon City from the original host. In the original host's memories, aside from the Wei Gusi family, Night Demon City had 3 other powerful vampire families, and they were all in a competitive relationship. However, the Wei Gusi family was the strongest, so the other 3 families outwardly showed great respect for the Wei Gusi family and paid a certain fee to them each month. As for the original host, he seemed to have a crush on the young lady of the Allah family among the other 3 families, Alabela, and had an engagement with her. However, it appeared that the young lady did not favor the original host. The reason for not breaking off the engagement was mainly because the Wei Gusi family was too powerful. After recalling this, AI Lin felt a bit worried. The original owner couldn't be a sycophant, right? However, after carefully recalling the original owner's memories, he set aside his concerns. The original owner was not a sycophant, but rather a super average guy, the kind that was fantastically average, proud in front of the person he liked, as if Bella was the only one for him. Thinking of this, AI Lin couldn't help but sigh, feeling embarrassed. Why was the average one the male lead, yet he was the one feeling ashamed now? No wonder Bella didn't like the original owner. If it were him, he wouldn't like him either. On the other side, within the Aura family, the patriarch had already heard the news of AI Lin's return and learned that the other party had just stepped out, so he called his daughter to him and said, Bella, your fiancé has returned. Given your relationship, you should take the initiative to meet him. Hearing her father's words, Bella's expression became somewhat awkward. She said, Father, I don't like that guy. Can I cancel the engagement? After Bella finished speaking, Akro frowned deeply and immediately shouted, Bella, what nonsense are you talking about? What about Wegus? AI Lin is unworthy of you. He has exceptional looks, outstanding talent, and is the 3rd young master of the Wegus family. Moreover, our family is a vassal of the Wegus family. You still want to annul your engagement with AI Lin? Do you want to anger the Wegus family? Akro's words were almost shouted out. He couldn't understand why his daughter didn't like AI Lin. Hearing Akro's roar, Bella fell silent. She was actually a very sensible daughter, understanding the impact of annulling the engagement on the family. However, just thinking of AI Lin made her feel disgusted, because in her eyes, AI Lin was utterly useless aside from his looks. If it weren't for AI Lin being born into the Wegus family, she wouldn't even glance at him. Unfortunately, fate was unfair. Although her talent and strength far surpassed AI Lin's, she had to submit to such a pampered, uneducated young man. After a while, Bella seemed to resign herself and said to Akro, I understand, father. I will go find AI Lin. Seeing Bella relent, Akro's expression finally softened a bit. Then, with a hint of warning, he said to Bella, it's good that you understand. You better not mention annulling the engagement again. Stay by AI Lin's side properly. Hearing her father's words, although Bella felt extremely sorrowful inside, she still maintained her composure and said, yes, I understand, father. That's good. Now tidy yourself up and go meet AI Lin. On the other side, AI Lin wandered around Night Demon City, according to his memories. So far, Night Demon City did not differ much from his recollection. It was still as dreary as before. The number of vampires on the streets wasn't small, but everyone wore a heavy expression as if their lives were not going well. The streets were quite clean, with no situation of filth everywhere, and public urination was not allowed. After all, vampires have very sensitive noses, so people were arranged to clean the streets every day. On this point, AI Lin was quite satisfied. At the same time, many passers-by stole glances at AI Lin because his attire was very extravagant, adorned with blue stripes, which was the symbol of the Wegus family. As the foremost noble in Night Demon City, the Wegus family had quite a reputation. Additionally, AI Lin himself was exceptionally handsome, one of the few striking young men among the vampires. Thus, many girls on the street couldn't take their eyes off him, staring as if they wanted to devour him. When Amore noticed this, he wanted to warn the surrounding ordinary vampires, but AI Lin stopped him. He did not feel uncomfortable in this situation. After all, before his transmigration, AI Lin was already an extraordinarily handsome guy, the kind that was hard to fathom. Now this situation was just a small scene. Soon AI Lin, accompanied by Amore, arrived in front of a massive structure known as the Blood Domain Slaughterhouse. This was a characteristic of Night Demon City. Though it was called a slaughterhouse, it was actually a special fighting arena where vampires battled magical beasts daily, and victorious vampires would earn substantial rewards. AI Lin's purpose for coming here was not only to witness such unique duels, but also to purchase some blood food, as the Blood Domain Slaughterhouse would often feature powerful magical beasts. While their blood and meat might not taste great, the power they contained was undoubtedly strong. By consuming more of these magical beasts' blood, the speed of his strength enhancement would surpass that of consuming human blood. Upon arriving at the Blood Domain Slaughterhouse, someone quickly noticed AI Lin's attire. The Blood Domain Slaughterhouse was considered a strong force in Night Demon City, so soon someone reported it. Not long after, the person in charge of the Blood Domain Slaughterhouse came before AI Lin. Looking at the middle-aged vampire in front of him, a look of confusion appeared in AI Lin's eyes. The middle-aged vampire, upon seeing AI Lin, was also extremely surprised. He had seen AI Lin before. Back then, AI Lin was just a clueless little brat, but his astonishing talent and outstanding appearance had left a deep impression on him. However, now seeing AI Lin again, although he could still see the shadow of that little guy in his appearance, his demeanor gave a completely different feeling. Then he took the initiative to speak. "Let me guess, you must be the legendary Wagus AI Lin, right? Long time no see, you are still so handsome. Allow me to introduce myself. Oh, I am Qiao Sida Mo, the person in charge of this Blood Domain Slaughterhouse." Hearing the other party's words, AI Lin felt puzzled. This person seemed to know him, but there was no memory of him in the original owner's recollections. However, many of the original owner's memories were vague, so it was normal to forget this person. "Hello, Mr. Duomo. I am Wagus AI Lin. I came here to purchase some magical beast blood. Can you help me arrange that? Of course, please accept this VIP card. It is a small token of my appreciation." As he spoke, Duomo took out a black card with two intertwined red axes printed on it, exuding an inexplicable sense of terror. With just a brief glance, AI Lin accepted the card. "Thank you for your kindness," she said politely. "As long as you are satisfied, I won't disturb you any further. Kelly, please come and attend to Lord AI Lin." As Duomo's words fell, a young Blood Clan member, seemingly around 20 years old, with fair skin, striking beauty, and a head of slightly curly white hair, approached AI Lin with vibrant green eyes. "Lord AI Lin, this is my adopted daughter Kelly. May she be the one to attend to you." Upon hearing Duomo's words, AI Lin nodded in agreement. AI Lin was well aware of Duomo's intentions. Firstly, he sought to leverage this adopted daughter to forge a closer bond with him. Secondly, he aimed for her to glean some information from him. Upon hearing AI Lin's agreement, Duomo's face displayed unmistakable excitement. Kelly began to observe AI Lin, noting him as a polite and handsome young nobleman. This was her first impression of AI Lin, which she considered quite good, although the blood demon behind him appeared somewhat intimidating. "Please follow me, young master AI Lin," Kelly invited. AI Lin nodded and followed her into a very secluded private room. Before entering, Kelly glanced back at Amo and asked, "Does he need to come in as well?" Hearing her question, AI Lin nodded and replied, "Yes, Amo will stay by my side." "All right then," Kelly said, and the three of them entered the private room together. "My Lord AI Lin, the duel will begin at midnight. Until then, please rest here. If you need anything, feel free to let me know." "All right," AI Lin replied, then closed his eyes to rest. Kelly sat nearby, observing AI Lin with great interest, as this was her first time encountering such a Blood Clan member. Although Blood Clan members are generally quite intelligent, compared to other demon races, they are ultimately more beastly than human. Thus, their personalities are often very pronounced. A quiet Blood Clan member like AI Lin is indeed quite rare. Despite AI Lin's favorable conditions, he asked for nothing. As she pondered, a knock came at the door. Kelly, somewhat displeased, walked over to open it. A maid appeared at the door, whispering something to Kelly, causing her expression to change. Kelly approached AI Lin and said, "Young master AI Lin, Miss Orabella is looking for you. Do you wish to see her?" "Yes, let her come in." Listening to AI Lin's natural tone, Kelly sensed a hint of intimacy and instinctively asked, "Young master AI Lin, may I inquire what your relationship with Miss Bela is?" Hearing Kelly's question, AI Lin silently sighed. Blood Clan members truly dared to ask anything. He then coldly replied, "She is my fiancée." Upon hearing the word fiancé, Kelly was very surprised. After all, Bela was quite famous in the Night Demon City, one of the city's 10 beauties. The fact that such a person was AI Lin's fiancé astonished her. Even though AI Lin belonged to the Wagus family, she didn't believe he deserved Bela. Clearly due to the fact that members of the Wagus family rarely acted, Kelly was unaware of just how formidable the Wagus family truly was, leading her to such an impression. Meanwhile, Bela was waiting in the reception room. The thought of meeting Lin soon made her feel uneasy. Before long, Kelly appeared in front of Bela. Initially, Kelly only intended to take a glance, but after a mere look, she found herself unable to look away. She had never imagined that a Blood Clan member could be so beautiful. She could find no flaw in Bela, as she had never dared to dream of being so beautiful, yet Bela simply was. It was truly incredible. After a moment, she regained her composure and said, "Esteemed Miss Bela, young master Lin is already waiting for you in the private room. Please follow me." Bela did not respond, merely nodding slightly. It was clear that the proud Bela looked down on Kelly. Kelly was not angered by Bela's arrogance, rather she felt it was only natural. Soon Bela arrived at the private room where Lin was located. After glancing at Lin at the door, Bela took a deep breath and walked in. Sensing something, Lin slowly turned his head and saw Bela approaching. The two locked eyes, and Lin was somewhat taken aback by Bela's beauty, comparable to that of his former girlfriends. The original owner did have a bit of taste. Upon seeing Lin, Bela also felt a bit lost. After all, the current Lin had changed significantly from 3 years ago. If Lin had been a reckless child 3 years prior, now he appeared as a melancholic beauty. For a moment, Bela suddenly felt less aversion towards Lin. However, it was only for a fleeting moment. She quickly regained her composure, recalling what kind of person he had been in the past. "Long time no see, Bela." The boy's voice carried a hint of youthfulness, yet was inexplicably steady. The person in front of her seemed to have changed quite a lot, Bela thought. "It's been a long time, Lin. I heard you returned. When my family learned you were nearby, they came looking for you. I didn't expect to find you here." "Oh, is that so? I came to observe the duel and planned to buy some monster blood to take back. Would you like to join me?" "Is that allowed, Oi?" "Of course you are my fiancé." As a seasoned player in the realm of romance, Lin keenly sensed that Bela seemed less hostile towards him. After all, the soul of this body had already changed. He was no longer just a shell without substance. Coupled with the power of the Wagus family, even if Bela disliked him, she likely wouldn't show it. With this thought, Lin felt considerably better. After all, acquiring such a beautiful woman without effort was hard to feel bad about. As he mused, Lin touched his money pouch. Unlike his brothers, he wasn't particularly wealthy, possessing only 2,000 gold coins, which was his entire fortune, limiting his purchasing power. In the demon realm, both gold coins and magic crystals could serve as currency, but gold coins were more widely used due to the variety of ores produced, including gold mines. After hearing the word fiancé, Bela's mood soured once more, memories flooding back, causing any goodwill she had previously felt to vanish completely. Eileen keenly noticed the emotional changes in Bela. It seems that the term fiancé reminded Bela of what the original owner was like, who just mentioning those 3 words elicited such a reaction. It seems that transforming this fiancé's perspective will require some time. With this thought, Eileen said, "How have you been these past 3 years?" "Still the same as before." Hearing Eileen's words, Bela pondered for a moment, then nodded. Initially, she did not wish to speak much with Eileen, but considering her family, she endured and spoke. "Indeed, it's still the same, just practicing daily and hunting. However, during these 3 years, my strength has increased significantly. Now I have reached level 35. Eileen was taken aback upon hearing Bela's words. He had thought there would be some gap in strength between the original owner and Bela, but he didn't expect it to be this vast. If he hadn't replaced the original owner, the latter might never have caught up to Bela in this lifetime. "That's impressive. I remember that 3 years ago you hadn't even broken through to the leader level. My elder brother's rate of advancement isn't as fast as yours. You will surely surpass him in the future." Initially, Bela felt some happiness at Eileen's praise, but soon after she was astonished. If it had been the Eileen from 3 years ago, he would likely have said something dismissive like "not bad," or stubbornly defended himself, never genuinely praising anyone. It seems that Eileen's character has indeed undergone a significant change during these 3 years outside. "Thank you. What about you?" Bela asked curiously. "As for me, my level has just recently reached 11. I'm still far behind you." Upon hearing that Eileen had surpassed level 10, Bela's eyes lit up. After all, vampires grow slowly in strength before reaching adulthood, but now Eileen had already broken through level 10 before even reaching 20, which is indeed quite a remarkable talent. "What was the first creature you formed a contract with? Can you tell me about it? It's right behind you." As Eileen spoke, he pointed to Ammo beside him. Upon seeing Ammo, Bela was completely stunned. She knew very well that Eileen's blue-patterned contract required the other party to genuinely desire the contract for it to succeed. Given Eileen's current strength, managing to tame such a powerful blood demon was simply impossible. After a moment of silence, Bela slowly said, "You've changed a lot over the years. You're even more outstanding than before." "Thank you." Under Eileen's guidance, their conversation flowed surprisingly smoothly, and Balos' impression of Eileen changed significantly. In the blink of an eye, it was midnight, and the duel at the Blood Domain slaughterhouse had already begun. Eileen and Bela watched the duel while chatting. The first duel of the day featured a tall, middle-aged blood demon battling a scorpion-tailed beast. This scorpion-tailed beast was large and appeared to be a high-level elite magical beast, but it had broken 2 legs, making its movements noticeably sluggish. On the other side, the middle-aged blood demon showed no obvious external injuries. After witnessing this scene, Eileen suddenly thought of something and said to Bela, "So, Bela, how about making a bet?" "What kind of bet?" Bela asked, curious. "Which of these 2 contenders will achieve the final victory?" Hearing Eileen's words, Bela nodded and said, "Sure, but what will you bet?" "I don't know what you want to bet, Miss Bela." Bela hesitated for a moment. In truth, if possible, she wanted to use their marriage contract as the wager, because although her impression of Eileen had slightly improved, she still did not like him. To her, Eileen was still just a child. In fact, Bela did not like anyone because she was too beautiful, or she believed that no one in the entire Night Demon City was worthy of her. Seeing Balos' conflicted expression, Eileen vaguely guessed what she was thinking, so he said, "Any wager is fine, Miss Bela, feel free to say whatever you want." "Really, anything?" Bela asked, a bit excited. "Of course. But I'm still afraid that if I say what I want, it will make you angry." "How could that be?" "I will keep any promises I make. Just tell me what you want to use as a wager." Looking at Eileen's confident demeanor, Bela hesitated for a moment, but immediately said, "All right, I want to use our marriage contract as the wager. Is that okay?" After Bela finished speaking, you were stunned. It took a long time for you to finally react, saying, "If I understood correctly, you want to dissolve our marriage contract, right?" Seeing your expression, Bela was very nervous, but still bravely nodded, saying, "Yes, you understood correctly." Taking a deep breath at Balos' confirmation, you said, "All right, I agree, and regardless of whether you win or lose, I can dissolve our marriage contract. However, if you lose, I need you to give me 500 third-tier magic crystals. Do you dare?" Hearing Eileen's words, Bela didn't react immediately. A few seconds later, a surge of joy filled her heart. She couldn't believe it. Eileen actually agreed to dissolve their marriage contract, and whether he won or lost, it could be completely dissolved. Although losing would come at a high cost, she thought that if she gathered all her savings, she should be able to scrape together those 500 third-tier magic crystals. But if she won, she wouldn't need to give up anything and could dissolve the contract without any cost. Really, can I propose an additional condition?" "You can say it. I hope you can actively dissolve our marriage contract and publicly claim that you fell in love with someone else, which is why you want to dissolve the contract with me." Hearing Balos' words, Eileen frowned. Bela seemed to want to completely wash her hands of this matter, not wanting to bear any risk. Eileen nodded, as since she didn't want to be with him, he had no intention of forcing her. However, if Bela regretted it in the future, it wouldn't be so easy for her to return. "That's fine, but only under the condition that you win the bet. If you lose, I will dissolve the marriage contract in my own way." "All right," Bela said decisively. She knew that at the moment she proposed to dissolve the contract, Eileen must have felt very displeased, so it was understandable for him to bring up these conditions. However, what Bela didn't know was that Eileen possessed a skill called Blood Eye, and she was unaware of how exaggerated the value of 500 third-tier magic crystals was for Eileen. "Can I choose first?" Eileen spoke up. "Sure." In Balos' view, the blood demon and the scorpion-tailed beast were of similar strength, making it uncertain who would emerge victorious. Thus, betting on either seemed equally plausible, relying heavily on luck. However, after receiving Balos' affirmative response, Eileen activated his blood eye to assess the strength of the 2 creatures. Soon he discovered that the red glow emanating from the scorpion-tailed beast was significantly brighter than that of the blood demon. This did not imply that the scorpion-tailed beast was exceptionally powerful, but rather that the blood demon's glow was overly dim, indicating its weakness. Its imposing size seemed merely for show. With this in mind, Eileen casually remarked, "I bet the scorpion-tailed beast will defeat its opponent within 3 minutes. Then I will bet on the blood demon." In truth, even if Bela had chosen first, she would have opted for the blood demon, considering the scorpion-tailed beast had already lost 2 legs, affecting its mobility. Betting on the blood demon felt safer. "Great, miss, the bet is established." As she spoke, both creatures had their bindings released and charged at each other simultaneously. To everyone's surprise, during the very first collision, the blood demon was sent flying. It should be noted that the blood demon is known for its strength among the blood clan. Yet the blood demon was knocked away after a single impact, clearly losing in terms of strength. The more knowledgeable spectators realized the outcome after that move. At that moment, Eileen also smiled at Bela, knowing he had secured 500 magic crystals. Bela's expression turned grim, as it seemed she was truly about to lose 500 third-tier magic crystals to Eileen. The thought of parting with all her wealth made her anxious. Following the initial attack, the scorpion-tailed beast pursued, and the blood demon, still regaining its footing, was caught off guard when the scorpion-tailed beast's tail plunged into its body. Subsequently, the scorpion-tailed beast swung the blood demon through the air. With toxins injected, the blood demon began to struggle frantically. In the next moment, the scorpion-tailed beast flung the blood demon away, its body crashing heavily to the ground. The scorpion-tailed beast rushed over immediately, its massive pincers piercing into the blood demon's body, ripping it apart. After witnessing this scene, Eileen smiled at Bela and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Bela, it seems I have won. I hope you will honor your promise." Upon hearing Aylin's words, Bela felt utterly defeated. Gritting her teeth, she produced a flawless blue gem. Then Bela spoke. "This is a premium blue crystal valued at approximately 200 third-tier magic crystals. This will serve as a deposit. I will quickly gather the remaining 300 third-tier magic crystals." All right. Eileen was very pleased as he accepted the premium blue crystal from Bela's hands. Even without using the blood, he could tell it was a valuable item. The moment he acquired the premium blue crystal, a strange, icy sensation radiated from it, bringing an unusual comfort, and Eileen even felt the flow of his magical power accelerating. Bela continued, "All you need to do is wear this premium blue crystal. If worn long-term, it will gradually enhance your cultivation speed and improve your physique." "Okay, thank you." As the two conversed, the duel arena was cleared. Soon the scorpion-tailed beast would face its second opponent. The rules of the Blood Domain Slaughterhouse were harsh. Only by achieving 10 consecutive victories could one earn the chance to live, while beasts achieving such a feat would be sold at a high price or kept by the Blood Domain Slaughterhouse. The scorpion-tailed beast's second opponent was a purple snake monster. Observing with the blood eye revealed that the red glow emitted by both monsters was roughly similar, making it uncertain who would win. Thus, despite initially wanting to bet with Bela again, Eileen chose to remain silent. After watching a few battles, Bela lost interest and politely bid farewell to Eileen. Today's events had resolved a lingering wish. The duel concluded before sunrise. Eileen ultimately spent 600 gold coins to purchase the blood of 7 elite-level beasts and 1 leader-level beast. The price for blood alone without buying magic crystals was indeed much cheaper than Eileen had anticipated. Before the sun rose, Eileen returned to the Night Demon Castle. After sending Amo back to his room, Eileen found a rope and tied the newly acquired premium blue crystal, crafting a simple necklace to wear around his neck. He then lay down once more in his oversized, luxurious coffin, preparing to commence the simulation. Simulation starting. Please select the difficulty level. Current selectable difficulty levels 1, 2, 3, 0, 4, 5. Selecting difficulty 5. Please choose a race for this simulation from the following options. Option 1, Human Commoner. Option 2, Corpse Demon. After seeing these two options, Eileen was taken aback. He had not expected that humans would be among the simulation choices. This made the decision straightforward. During the last simulation, he had earned substantial points, and choosing human might grant him a decent talent. Choosing Human Commoner. Selection successful. As the previous simulation score was detected to be 41,039 points, the host may conduct 2 advanced talent draws before this simulation starts. Congratulations to the host for drawing the advanced talent Ice Bloodline Tenfold Physique. This talent can only be used for this simulation. Simulation starting. Your birthplace is the Beaching Duchy Barrier City Goat Village. In your first year, you are the child of an ordinary farming couple in Goat Village. However, after your birth, it was revealed that your mother had an affair with the neighboring blacksmith. Although you were not the blacksmith's child, your father abandoned you right after your birth, and your mother and the blacksmith were executed. As a newborn, you became a helpless orphan. Not long after being abandoned, your father found you again, but instead of taking you back to raise, he sold you for 10 copper coins to a place called the Springflower Tavern. Gazing upon this wretched beginning, Eileen felt utterly unmoored. His mind reeled at the thought of what his simulated self might become. Upon arriving at the Yin Shun Tavern, you were entrusted to a middle-aged woman who would raise you from that day forward. By the age of 5 or 6, you would begin assisting with daily affairs. You were also given a human name and a single character, yet a true name at last. Alongside you, over a dozen infants had been sold to the Yin Shun Tavern. Unlike the other children, by your second year, you walked with remarkable grace and spoke fluently with adults. The tavern's proprietress sensed your exceptional nature and took you under her personal care, raising you herself. Your life underwent a radical transformation. Once starved and shivering, you now lived in modest comfort. Never feasting, yet always fed and warmly clothed. That same year, you displayed an intense fascination with the scant few books kept at the Yin Shun Tavern. Observing this, the proprietress taught you the basics for 2 days, and within that time you mastered reading and writing. Witnessing your precocity, she grew even more convinced of your uniqueness. She severed your ties with the other children entirely and devoted herself to your cultivation. Your life improved dramatically, luxurious beyond measure. Childless, the proprietress treated you as her own flesh and blood. By your third year, though still only 3, you stood as tall as an ordinary child of 5 or 6. while the other tavern children remained frail and stunted. You offered no aid to those others, knowing full well that at present you held neither standing nor authority to intervene. In your 4th year, your stature matched that of a 7 or 80-year-old. You understood your rapid growth stemmed not only from balanced nourishment, but also from your tenfold physique, granting you far greater strength than any ordinary child. Yet you concealed this truth carefully. Though still very young, your appearance was strikingly charming: fair skin, crimson hair, and warm brown eyes, clear omens of future handsomeness. The proprietress, however, frowned slightly at your ever-lengthening crimson hair, for in the sky blue principality, such hue symbolized low-born lineage. Still, since over 90% of its populace shared this trait, her disapproval remained mild. In your 5th year, you informed the proprietress that your physical development had nearly reached its peak, and so you began daily physical training to strengthen your body. You performed these exercises openly without concealment. Yet you tempered your display. Your visible stamina appeared merely double that of a typical child your age. In secret, beyond all eyes, you trained relentlessly, advancing your power inch by careful inch. As your exertions intensified, your appetite grew accordingly, but remained within natural bounds which the proprietress readily accepted. Near year's end, a group of soldiers stormed the Yin Chun Tavern. Arrogant and lawless, they proved more vexing than even the most difficult patrons, and habitually refused to pay after their indulgences, igniting your simmering fury. The proprietress, aware of their dangerous status, dared not protest, instead forcing smiles as she escorted them out. That night you saw her weeping silently beneath her quilt. Witnessing her despair ignited a white-hot rage within you. Had you possessed strength, then you would have hunted those soldiers down and slain them all. Yet you swiftly calmed yourself. You knew Yangshan village lay on the fringes of the sky blue principality, and the sudden frequent presence of soldiers signaled impending war. But you were still only a child, powerless to act. All you could do was pray for the sky blue principality's victory. If it fell and enemy troops marched upon Yangshan village, the fate awaiting its people was too grim to fathom. In your 6th year, your hopes shattered. The sky blue principality proved pathetically weak, its armies undisciplined, its fortifications crumbling. Within a mere month, its outermost citadel fell, and enemy forces surged inward. You and the women of the Yin Chun Tavern were seized as captives. Captivity plunged you into hell. Starvation, alternated with meager meals and beatings, came without warning. Only your extraordinary constitution spared you death. You memorized every face that struck you, and vowed once grown to make each one pay in full. Soon all captives were sold to slave traders. Owing to your refined features, you fetched a relatively high price, though none of that coin ever touched your hands. After purchasing you, the slaver scrubbed you thoroughly, stripped you bare, and locked you in a chamber with other delicately formed boys, clearly intending to sell you to nobles with perverse tastes. Then he branded you himself. The searing iron nearly drove you unconscious, but you clenched your jaw, endured in absolute silence. The slaver, startled by your composure, isolated you in a separate cage. Days later, seated inside it, you sat deep in thought, plotting your escape. Around you, the other boys stared blankly from their cages. Hope extinguished, futures erased. That afternoon, a lavishly dressed middle-aged man arrived to inspect slaves. Your solitary confinement drew his immediate attention, and when your gaze met his, he noticed something absent in every other captive: the hollow, broken look of submission. Instantly intrigued, his interest sharpened further upon hearing from the slaver that you had borne the branding without uttering a sound. He approached your cage and asked, "What is your name?" And then you replied coolly, "And where are you from?" "Yangshan village. Yin Chun Tavern." "In Yin Chun Tavern? What manner of place is that?" "Na brothel." And the word struck him like a jolt. He faltered momentarily, then quickly recovered and continued questioning. "How old are you?" "In 5, nearly 6. Upon learning that you were not yet 6 years old, the middle-aged man was profoundly astonished. You appeared at least 10 or 11. "Are you lying?" "I am not lying, sir. I have always been taller and more robust than others my age," you replied without a trace of fear. Seeing no flicker of trepidation in your gaze, the man's curiosity deepened. He found you deeply unusual, born in squalor and degradation, yet utterly unruffled before a figure of his stature, an astonishing paradox. "Oh, and how, pray tell, am I to believe the word of one raised in an orphanage?" "Sir, I speak the truth. Though raised in an orphanage, I endured no corruption nor defilement. I can read and write, and my strength far surpasses that of ordinary children my age." "You can read?" the man asked, visibly startled. "Yes, sir." Thereafter you demonstrated your literacy and confirmed your true age of 6. The man grew increasingly convinced of your exceptional nature and purchased you outright. After acquiring you, he outfitted you in resplendent new garments. Upon seeing you clad in them, he nodded in quiet satisfaction. For you now bore the refined bearing of a pampered young noble, elegant, poised, and eminently presentable. Nonetheless, your appearance pleases me greatly. Henceforth you shall serve as personal attendant to Miss Kenneth Viano. You are to remain at her side at all times, except when she rests. During those hours you will train under me in martial arts and other disciplines. Do you understand? Hearing this, you inwardly thrilled. This was precisely what you sought. Mastery of martial arts would grant you everything you desired. Yes, sir. You were then led before a grand, imposing castle, and there within its hallowed halls you met Kenneth Viano herself, a doll-like child of barely 4 or 5, exquisitely delicate, yet imperious and willful by nature. You held no affection for her, but you understood fully your future rested entirely upon her. Thus you concealed every trace of discontent beneath a mask of dutiful composure. Viano, upon first laying eyes on you, took an immediate liking. Eager to command your attention, she persistently provoked you, staging mischief, engineering embarrassment, thereby drawing punishment upon you. To minimize reprimands, you complied with her whims, however vexing. You never attempted to seduce or manipulate her. You knew well the Kenneth family was no collection of fools. Should anything untoward befall Vianney's, suspicion would fall instantly and irreversibly upon all involved. 7th year, you had now dwelt within the Kenneth household for 1 full year. No longer did Viano's caprices draw automatic censure. Your conduct over that time had irrefutably proven you no mere ornament. You were in truth a prodigy. While most children after a year's training might gain only modest increases in strength and agility, you had already grasped the fundamentals of battle chi, attaining formal rank. Though still only rank 1, such mastery at your age was staggering. Your name would one day echo across the entire kingdom. 8th year, under the Kenneth family's tutelage, your rank ascended to 6, though you deliberately concealed your true capability, revealing only rank 4. Even so, their perception of you transformed utterly. They recognized your rare genius and formally adopted you into the Kenneth lineage. With the Kenneth sigil, a black wolf's head, branded upon your chest, your former slave mark was erased forever. Though only 8, you stood already at 1.6 meters tall. Save for the lingering softness of youth upon your features, nothing betrayed your tender years. Perhaps owing to your precocious maturity, Viano grew ever more dependent upon you, entrusting even trivial matters to your care. You accommodated her willingly. This was precisely what the Kenneth family wished to see, a loyal, obedient hound bound inseparably to their heiress. 9th year, your rank reached 10. In that astonishingly brief span, you had mastered every foundational technique and even advanced martial forms. Your physical power eclipsed that of warriors at your rank. The Kenneth family's approval swelled, and the same middle-aged steward who first acquired you declared you his adopted son. He devoted himself wholly to instructing you, yet his own battle chi bore no affinity for ice. Thus your progress plateaued, not for lack of effort, but of resonance. You resolved to seek an ice-aligned cultivation art once your strength matured sufficiently. 10th year, you attained rank 14, and delicately broached your desire for ice-aligned battle chi with your adoptive father. He paused, puzzled, yet recalled your unwavering composure and discernment and withheld doubt. He cautioned only that the Kenneth family possessed no peerless ice-aligned arts. A forced practice would yield suboptimal results. You remained resolute, your decision unshaken. Seeing your unwavering resolve, he ceased opposition, and instead procured for you the finest ice-aligned battle chi art within the Kenneth vaults, granting you full autonomy in its cultivation. Indeed, upon commencing its practice, your advancement accelerated beyond measure, progressing at a pace bordering on the miraculous. Yet as ever you revealed only a fraction of your true strength to the world. To your eyes, the world meant everyone, save yourself. 11th year, perhaps due to your ice-aligned cultivation, the frost blood lineage, destined to awaken only at 18, began stirring prematurely within you. Your hair, once fiery crimson, now shimmered in shifting hues of sapphire and scarlet. Your eyes followed suit. When every strand of hair turned pure radiant blue, your frost blood lineage would awaken in its full sovereign glory. Such a transformation could not go unnoticed. The Kenneth family questioned you closely. You explained simply, since beginning ice-aligned cultivation, your body had undergone this metamorphosis, and your progress had become meteoric. Upon hearing your words, the powerful Kenneth family did not regard you as a freak, but rather recognized that you possessed a unique constitution. They realized that your rapid growth was likely due to your special bloodline. However, your adoptive father still had doubts about you. Why did you insist on studying ice attribute combat skills? Do you know that you have an ice attribute constitution? Well, I had this suspicion because since I was very young, I have never feared the cold. Even when I was bare in a heavy snowfall, I did not feel the slightest chill. From that moment on, I sensed I was quite peculiar. A year ago, I stumbled upon a book that informed me about the existence of special constitutions in the world. Since I am unafraid of the cold, and even enjoy it, I deduced that I must have an ice-related constitution. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I wanted to keep it hidden. Why hide it? because I felt that exposing everything would not be beneficial for my situation. Seeing your calm demeanor, your adoptive father furrowed his brows and coldly said to you, "From now on, do not conceal anything from me. Is there anything else you are hiding?" Upon hearing his words, you hesitated for a moment, then looked up and said, "Actually, I am already at level 12. This statement was of course a lie. After awakening your ice bloodline, your cultivation advanced rapidly. Within a year, you had reached the level 20 threshold. Just one more level up, and you would advance to the elite warrior rank. Upon hearing you claim that your level was 12, your adoptive father gasped. You had publicly stated that you were only at level 9. He suspected you were withholding something, but never imagined you had concealed 3 whole levels. However, this also indirectly indicated your tremendous talent and deep cunning. He realized that you were a very dangerous individual, and everything might just be a facade. Nevertheless, he did not take action against you, as all of this was merely his conjecture. After all, you had never committed any acts of betrayal against the family over the years, and if he hadn't rescued you from the hands of a slave trader, you might not have lived to this day. Thus, he felt that his concerns were somewhat unnecessary, but still offered you a warning. From now on, you are not allowed to keep anything from me. Yes, father. All right, you can go now and rest well. I will report this matter to the family. You should receive more cultivation resources in the future. Remember, everything you have today is thanks to the family. You must never betray them. I understand, father. I am loyal to the family, and even more so to Miss Wayana. I believe that fully exposing my strength would be an extremely foolish thing to do. Then why tell me now? Because lying to you is meaningless. I understand your sincerity. After you said this, your adoptive father looked deeply into your eyes. Upon discovering the determination in your gaze, he casually said, "You may leave now." Okay. After saying this, you left and continued to focus on your cultivation. In the 12th year, you had not broken through, but your swordsmanship had improved significantly. You felt that within a year, you would be able to break through. Additionally, the blue hair on your body had increased, and perhaps due to your ice attribute, your appearance had grown increasingly ethereal. Like a beautiful ice mountain untouched by the mundane world, many people within the family had noticed your outstanding appearance, but due to your affiliation with Wayana, they did not dare to approach you. Correspondingly, as your strength grew stronger and your appearance became more remarkable, Wayana became increasingly attached to you. Her personality did not mature with age, instead, she became more willful, especially in front of you, for she knew that no matter what she did, you would never be angry. At this moment, you were in Wayana's room, watching the furious girl with no expression on your face. And why did you look at that wretched Lanny today? Just because she is more well-endowed than you fancy her? Of course not, Miss Wayana. I simply happened to make eye contact with her and did not intentionally look at her. After all, I must ensure your safety and see if these individuals pose any danger. Hearing your explanation, Wayana felt very pleased, for you said it was to protect her, but she still had to be unreasonable. That is still not allowed in. I tell you, in the future, you are not to look at any opposite sex. Understood, Miss Wayana. Just as Wayana was about to say something more, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the knocking sound from outside, Wayana frowned. Who is it? She shouted in anger. Miss Wayana, it's me. The lady requests that Lord and come for a visit. Upon hearing the voice outside, Wayana was momentarily stunned, not understanding why her mother wanted to summon you. However, Wayana's mother dotes on her greatly, so she trusts her mother absolutely, and thus nodded, saying, "Understood. You going?" "Yes." After you said this, you left Wayana's room and followed the maid towards Lady Janice' room. Long ago, you had sensed that Lady Janice's gaze towards you was peculiar. This time, calling you over might not be for anything good. Soon you arrived at Lady Janice's door. The maid knocked on the door. "Lady Lorden has arrived." Come in." A gentle and graceful voice came from inside. "Yes." After saying this, you were led inside. Once inside, you saw a beautiful woman in her 30s, still retaining her charm, smiling warmly at you. "You all may leave. I have some questions for him." "Yes, my lady." After this, all the surrounding maidens retreated, leaving just you and Lady Jenny in the room. Then Lady Jenny stood up and walked towards you. It was apparent that her gaze towards you was very fervent, as if she wanted to devour you. Soon Lady Jenny stood right in front of you. With a bright smile, she said, "What's wrong, Anne? You seem very nervous upon seeing me, not saying a word, and even forgetting to greet me." "I apologize, my lady. Good afternoon. It's fine, I forgive you." As she spoke, she placed her hand on your face, gently caressing it. You instinctively took a step back. Seeing your action, Jenny frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Am I that terrifying?" "No. How could you be frightening, madam?" "Then why are you stepping back?" "I'm not. It's simply my first time standing this close to a woman other than Miss Vienna, so I'm a little nervous." "Oh, I see. Still, you needn't feel so tense in my presence." As Lady Jenny spoke, she placed her hands gently upon your shoulders and guided you toward the chair. "Please sit. Here there's no need for formalities." You felt the soft warmth of Lady Jenny's palms against your shoulders, and your temperature rose, your cheeks flushing visibly. Lady Jenny of course noticed the change. A faint knowing smile curved her lips just as she'd imagined you were sweet and delicate, yet still very much a child. You sat down as instructed. She then asked only about Vienna's daily life, nothing awkward or intrusive. Perhaps because of your youth she refrained from anything overly bold, merely brushing lightly over your pectorals, a trivial gesture. Though indifferent yourself, you feigned bashfulness. An hour passed before Lady Jenny finally dismissed you. The moment you crossed the threshold, her gaze shimmered with quiet excitement. She grew ever more eager for the day you came of age. Had her husband not still been alive, she would have already transferred you to her personal service. Afterward, you resumed your ordinary life. Though now occasionally love letters arrived or noble women cast admiring glances your way, you declined them all without exception. After all, even the slightest encouragement would send Vienna into a 3-day frenzy. You had no desire to face that version of her. By the 13th year, your level had risen to 23, reaching elite rank. Moreover, your ice blood lineage had awakened nearly in full. Most of your hair had turned azure blue, and your features had grown strikingly serene and handsome, so refined in fact that many maidens paled beside you. You had become the dream lover of countless noble daughters. Some precocious young ladies even fantasized about you intimately. That year, Lady Jenny summoned you with increasing frequency, nearly every 2 days. You sensed her intentions drawing near and redoubled your cultivation efforts accordingly. After all, you were still underage. Yielding to desire before maturity would undoubtedly harm your foundation. By the 14th year, your level reached 26. Your cultivation pace had slowed slightly owing to the mediocrity of your martial chi technique, a source of quiet frustration. You longed for a superior ice affinity cultivation art. Yet the Kennis family possessed no higher-tier ice affinity manuals. Acquiring one externally was out of the question. The Kennises would never expend resources on someone bearing no Kennis bloodline. One summer afternoon, Lady Jenny summoned you as usual, but today her movements carried unmistakable intent. You sensed it instantly and stepped back sharply. She did not grow angry at your retreat, merely assuming it stemmed from nervousness. It's all right, Erin. After today, you will truly become a man. I beg your pardon, Lady Jenny. I belong to Miss Vienna. Nothing may pass between us. Her surprise was palpable. Your tone suggested you understood precisely what she intended. You were far from ignorant of such matters. Where did you learn such things? Lady Jenny asked, coldly, irritation flickering in her voice. She felt unsettled. Perhaps you were less innocent than she'd assumed. Perhaps you had already matured. Lady Jenny, I was born in a brothel and lived there for nearly 6 years. Growing up in such a place, how could I remain oblivious? In truth, I despise such affairs. Lady Jenny paused, stunned. She knew only that you'd been purchased from a slaver, not your origins. She hadn't imagined your birth so lowly. Yet if you'd been only 6 at the time, you likely remained untouched, still a boy then. But the revelation left her repelled. With a stony expression, she dismissed you, granting you yet another narrow escape. By the 15th year, your level surged to 30, accelerated by the full awakening of your ice blood lineage. Your talent, strength, and appearance had all undergone a profound transformation. You were now the city's foremost prodigy, your innate gifts unmatched. Even with an inferior cultivation art, your ice blood lineage empowered you to challenge foes far above your level. As for your appearance, no noblewoman with conventional inclinations could resist you. Even Lady Jenny, who once scorned your humble origins, now watched you with fervent interest. Only your extraordinary value to the family and your unwavering resistance had thus far restrained her. Vienna, who had shared your days and nights, now burned with overwhelming desire for nothing less than your tears, your humiliation, your utter surrender. Yet at 14, Vienna had grown sharper and wiser. She understood restraint. She could not act openly. So she devised a plan, clandestine and scrupulous. She acquired the strongest aphrodisiac available, intending to administer it to you. She craved the vision of you consumed by lust, kneeling before her in desperate supplication. Merely imagining it sent shivers through her body and flushed her cheeks with feverish heat. You had long known of Vienna's purchase and her intention to use it on you. You chose not to expose her, yet neither would you wait passively. Though you harbored no aversion to such matters, adulthood must come first. After all, you cultivated no esoteric art that could safeguard your foundation. Indulgence now would irreparably damage it. Soon the Kennis family hosted a grand banquet to celebrate the triumphant return of its patriarch from campaign. Every prominent house in Firewolf City attended, and Vienna of course brought you along. The moment Miss Vienna entered, every man and woman at the banquet turned toward the entrance. Yet most of their gazes did not linger upon her, but fell instead upon you. You are now Firewolf City's undisputed beauty, the object of countless nobles' desire. Aristocratic ladies at the banquet cast furtive glances your way, but you ignore them all, walking silently in Vienna's wake. Yet your aloof demeanor does not dampen the nobles' ardor, rather it stokes their hunger to conquer. Human nature is such the more elusive something appears the more fiercely it is pursued. After paying her respects to her father, Vianu took your hand and led you idly about the hall, until before long you arrived before the banquet table. She casually picked up 2 goblets of wine, then with practiced subtlety slipped a dose into one. You noticed her gesture. The next instant she offered you the drugged goblet, her hand steady, her smile serene. You accepted it without hesitation. Just as you turned to drink, your wrist brushed against a passing servant. The goblet slipped from your grasp and shattered on the marble floor with a sharp crystalline chime. Viano's face darkened instantly. Heads swiveled across the hall. All eyes converged upon the source of the commotion. Upon seeing the trembling servant who had caused the accident, every noble present wore an expression of keen fascination, while the servant himself stood frozen in terror, already envisioning his own demise. Such a blunder at so pivotal a gathering could only end in ruin. "Forgive me, my lord. I'll wipe it clean at once," he stammered. A thunderous slap echoed through the hall as Viano's palm struck his cheek, her fury now at its boiling point. Just as she opened her mouth to speak again, you stepped forward swiftly, gently restraining her arm and murmuring softly, "Miss, this is your father's homecoming banquet. We must not overstep." At your words, Viana exhaled sharply and regained her composure. Seizing the moment, you added, "Let me handle this servant. I'll return shortly. Please enjoy the rest of the evening." "Very well, do hurry back." "As you command." With a courteous bow to the assembled nobles, you led the weeping servant away, not to execution, but to quiet dismissal. You gave him coin and instructed him to vanish far beyond Firewolf City's borders. Grateful beyond words, he departed at once, and thus the crisis dissolved as seamlessly as mist beneath morning sun. In the days that followed, however, Vianu repeatedly sought to undermine you, only to have each scheme deftly undone. In your 16th year, your rank ascended to level 31, officially earning you the title of leader-class warrior. Yet publicly you claimed only recent promotion to elite class, a modesty that nonetheless earned you an audience with Lord Kenneth himself. When the patriarch first laid eyes upon you, astonishment flared across his features. Though you had attended prior banquets, he had never truly observed you. So despite having heard your name often, he had never met you in person. Now, however, your accomplishments were simply too extraordinary to ignore, sparking in him an intense, almost magnetic curiosity. At just 16, you stood at 183 centimeters, your proportions flawless, your countenance legendary. You had already captivated nearly every woman in Firewolf City, a testament to the sheer, devastating power of your appearance. And you impress me greatly. I've heard much of your deeds, and for years you've guarded my daughter with unwavering devotion. Tell me, what reward would you wish? Hesitating only a breath, you replied with quiet sincerity, "Lord, my current cultivation technique is of modest rank. If possible, I humbly request a higher tier ice elemental chi art." The patriarch had expected feigned reluctance, perhaps polite refusal followed by careful negotiation. Instead, you spoke plainly, boldly, unflinchingly. And precisely that candor deepened his admiration. "Excellent. I admire young men who ask directly for what they desire. This Frostwolf manual stands among the finest ice elemental chi arts in existence, a trophy Lord Kenneth brought home from distant campaigns. Since you seek excellence, it is yours. My deepest gratitude, Lord." You bowed, low voice reverent, though inwardly elation surged like a tidal wave. This was the very art you had longed for, dreamed of, and patiently awaited. The patriarch continued, "And Vianu has come of age. I intend to send her to the imperial capital for her studies, and I wish you to accompany her, safeguarding her every step of the way. It is my solemn duty, Lord, and I accept without reservation." The thought of leaving Firewolf City sent a thrill through your veins, nearly impossible to suppress. Lately, your adversary's schemes had grown increasingly vile. No one could predict what further treachery might unfold if you remained. Jenny, overhearing the news, went pale, her expression hardening into cold fury. She had not yet succeeded. How dare you depart before her plans bore fruit? Viano, by contrast, reacted with quiet delight, not surprise but subtle joy. To travel to the imperial capital beside you. That to her was nothing short of a honeymoon. Before departure, Jenny dared not act while the patriarch remained in residence. 3 days later, you packed all your belongings and set out with Viana, riding together inside a luxuriously appointed carriage rather than astride horses, for your striking appearance drew far too much attention. Once underway, Viana sat opposite you, her gaze fixed upon you, unwavering, unblinking, as if memorizing every line of your face. Each time she attempted to make her move, some uncanny coincidence intervened, yet Viana was no fool. She understood those interruptions were no accidents. They were your quiet, elegant rejections. Now beyond Firewolf City's walls, she held dominion here, free to act without restraint. "And do you despise me?" "Of course I do." But that truth remained locked within your heart. Aloud you said only, "Not at all." "Then, you love me." "Yes, I do. I mean love, the kind between man and woman. You fell silent. Then Viana rose, stepped before you, and asked, "And what am I to you?" "You are my master." The words emerged hoarse, strained, as though torn from deep within. Hearing them, Viano's smile bloomed radiant and satisfied. "So you understand your place perfectly. No further instruction is needed. You know precisely what I require." "Yes, I understand, but we're still too young. At the very least, we must wait until we come of age." "Why must we wait until then?" "Because doing so before adulthood would harm the body. I refuse to let such a thing happen." "It doesn't matter. I'm not afraid of bodily harm." "I am." At your words, Viana froze, momentarily stunned, unable to grasp their meaning. "Miss Viana, you are well aware of my origins. Frankly, beyond my own strength, I feel no security in anything around me. I will never risk injury to my body, so I must respectfully decline your request." Upon hearing this, Viana stared in disbelief. She had never imagined her repeated rejections stemmed from such an absurd reason, and found it utterly unacceptable. Such reasoning is laughable. "What if I forced you? Could you even resist?" "Miss, I certainly could resist, though I would harm you in no way. I would only act to prevent any unwanted advance." Her fury flared at your reply, yet she also knew with chilling clarity that you were right. She truly had no power over you. After a long silence, she finally spoke again. "Then, would it be permissible after we come of age?" "Yes. Once you reach adulthood, you will be formally betrothed to a spouse of equal standing, and only then may you freely pursue what you wish." At your words, Viana lost all composure and lunged toward you. "No, I won't marry anyone else. Only you." But your body reacted instinctively. You evaded her. Witnessing this, Viana fell silent. If he truly cherished her, how could he recoil so fiercely? "You despise me, don't you?" Viana asked once more. "Of course not." That of course was a lie. You genuinely disliked Viana, not only because she bore none of the qualities you found appealing, but also because she had repeatedly dragged you into trouble and possessed a spoiled, imperious temperament. How could you possibly love such a person? Yet uttering even a single word of hatred would bring Lord Kenneth himself to your door the next day, with a blade in hand. Hearing your answer, Viana exhaled in relief. So long as she wasn't hated, that at least was bearable. Adulthood, after all, was not far off. Though that particular situation had been averted, Viana continued to initiate small intimacies, holding your hand, embracing you. Yet your heart remained unmoved. Viana was simply too slender, everywhere thin, clearly not your type. While not entirely unmoved, the soft warmth of a girl's skin still stirred something potent within you, as it inevitably would for a boy your age. During the journey ahead, you encountered several bands of brigands, but they were effortlessly subdued by the escort guard. You never drew your weapon. It took 6 weeks before you finally arrived at the royal capital. After passing inspection at the city gates, you chose to rest within the city for a few days before enrolling at the academy. Upon dismounting from the carriage, however, you immediately drew attention. Fortunately, your guard detail proved reliable enough to deter any harassment. The following day, you stood before the gates of the Royal Capital Academy. The moment you entered, the noble heiress Viana attracted little notice, while you unexpectedly became the center of many curious glances. To the students, you resembled a young master, and Viana his personal attendant. Since carriages were forbidden within the academy grounds, you handed your letter of introduction to the gate sentry and proceeded on foot with Viana. Viana gazed about with wide-eyed curiosity. She knew the Royal Capital Academy gathered over half the kingdom's most gifted youths, and she longed to see them for herself. After only a brief survey, however, her excitement surged. The academy teemed with strikingly handsome and beautiful students. A mere glance sent her happiness soaring, though thus far no one had surpassed, or even quite matched, your own appearance. Only a handful approached your level of refinement. Even so, this ardent aesthete felt as though she'd stepped into paradise. Noticing Viana's demeanor, you breathed easier. Though you held no affection for her, neither did you harbor ill will. After all, without the Kenneth family's patronage, you would never have reached this point. Seeing her now indulge in harmless girlish whims brought quiet relief. Before long, a young woman approached, her long golden hair cascading like liquid sunlight, her features delicate, her figure near perfect. With radiant warmth, she greeted you. "Hello. I am Claro Aisha of House Claro Baroness. Are you a new student? I don't believe we've met before." Since neither you nor Viana wore the academy uniform, it was easy to deduce you were fresh arrivals. You glanced briefly at Viana. Sensing danger, Viana clung tightly to your arm. When she offered no reply, you stepped forward. "Yes, greetings, Lady Claro Aisha. This is Lady Kenneth Viana, and I am her attendant, and we begin our studies at the Royal Capital Academy today. Might you guide us to Professor Gyps?" "Of course. I know precisely where his arcane spire stands." "Thank you." As she spoke, Lady Aisha studied you with renewed fascination. She hadn't expected the elegant young man beside Viana to be merely her attendant. Such poise was rare among servants. And yet, this changed everything. Her excitement intensified. Earlier she'd feared she might fall short of your standards, but now learning your humble origins, she realized it was you who fell short of hers. That made her intentions all the easier to execute. You saw through her thoughts instantly. Years in Firewolf City had sharpened your perception of aristocratic hypocrisy. Their polished exteriors masked rotting cores. Soon under Lady Aisha's guidance you arrived at Professor Gyps's arcane spire. After reviewing your letters, the professor regarded you with mild surprise, then assigned you to the intermediate class while placing Vienna in the novice class. After learning that you and she were not in the same class, Anna was very unhappy, so she asked Professor Japussy to put her in the same class as you. However, upon hearing Anna's words, Professor Japussy sternly criticized her, explaining that given your current strength you were an outstanding presence even in the intermediate class, and placing you in the beginner class would only waste your talent. After being reprimanded by Professor Japussy, Anna dared not say anything more. She simply asked you to visit her in the beginner department more often. Although you agreed on the surface, deep down you had already figured out how to deal with this annoying girl. Soon you settled into the Academy's dormitory. Although it was called a dormitory, the luxury of the Royal Academy of the capital was quite extravagant. A whole building housed only 32 students, and each student had their own separate room. The higher the students ranked, the better the living conditions and resources they enjoyed. The next day you and Anna reported to the beginner and intermediate classes respectively. Anna found this situation very uncomfortable, as she had always had you by her side in everything she did. Now that you were not beside her, she had to go to class alone, and she felt very uneasy. After shaking off the burden of Anna, you felt completely refreshed and quickly arrived at the intermediate class for swordsmen. The class division at the Royal Academy of the capital was very detailed, with separate classes for warriors, mages, and knights. Among warriors, various subclasses emerged due to the use of different weapons. Since the majority of nobles used swords, there were quite a few students in your class, totaling 60. Upon your arrival, all the students in the class looked at you with serious expressions as you appeared formidable. Upon seeing you arrive, your class teacher said, "Given that today is your first day in class, I need to assess your strength." Doran stepped forward to test Anna's abilities. "Yes, teacher." With that, a young man with golden hair looking slightly older than you stepped out from the crowd. This young man named Doran was the strongest among the students, reaching level 26, while although your actual level was 32, you only displayed strength at level 23. Soon you and Doran began to spar, and the other students seemed to envision you being easily overwhelmed by him. However, contrary to their expectations, as the battle commenced, you and Doran exchanged blows, and after just a few moves you began to overpower him. Most of the students present had some skill in swordsmanship, and they could see that your swordplay was exceptionally fierce, devoid of any unnecessary movements. With each strike aimed to kill, just watching you filled them with immense pressure, and they could hardly imagine how they would fare in your place. Before long, the teacher intervened to stop the fight. It was clear that your strength surpassed Doran's. To prevent him from losing face in front of everyone, she halted the battle. While her gaze towards you radiated admiration, it was evident that your displayed abilities had left her utterly stunned. In the time that followed, the class teacher frequently provided you with additional guidance. The exquisite sword techniques you learned greatly benefited you, and your swordsmanship improved by leaps and bounds. Within just a month you advanced from the intermediate class to the advanced class, and upon promotion you enjoyed even more lavish resources. In the 17th year, you had already spent a year at the Royal Academy of the capital. With access to superior resources, your level rose to 35. Throughout that year, thanks to your remarkable talent, you squeezed into the top 10 of the academy. In reality, your true strength surpassed that of the top-ranked student, even though he had reached level 36. Due to your strength and appearance, you had already gained considerable notoriety within the Royal Academy of the capital. Many girls regarded you as their dream lover, while male students looked down on your background, often discussing you behind your back. Among those was the Kenneth family, as their eldest son was also studying at the academy. He frequently humiliated you due to his status, but in your eyes his tricks were merely childish games, and you found them utterly beneath your notice. At this moment you were surrounded by 6 boys and 2 girls, their gazes towards you filled with amusement, mockery, and a hint of barely concealed jealousy. The 2 girls looked at you with even more desire. Everyone knew you were a noble who maintained your integrity, which was rare in the Royal Academy of the capital. They all wanted to claim the first kill with you. Faced with these unruly second-generation heirs, you felt quite a headache. After all, while you had the Kenneth family backing you, in reality, they were nothing compared to these nobles. If they used any underhanded tactics against you, in most situations you would have to swallow that hidden loss. Fortunately, these people only wanted to humiliate you, not actually kill you. You looked at them expressionlessly, but it was precisely this emotionless demeanor that angered the boy standing in front of you. He was the 3rd son of a duke's family whose influence was far beyond that of the Kenneth family, not to mention that the eldest son of the Kenneth family also looked down on you. Before long, the boy stood before you glaring in anger and said, "You better not let this pretty face more beautiful than a woman's appear in front of me again, or the next time I see you, I'll hit you." With that, he threw a punch at you which you easily blocked without retaliating. If it were just him here, you would have beaten him to the point where he wouldn't dare provoke you again, but with 8 people present despite your strength, you couldn't possibly take them all on, so you refrained from striking. Seeing you block his attack, the boy became furious and continued to throw punches at you, all of which you managed to deflect. As time passed, an angelic girl appeared before you. "Stop, Rocco." Upon hearing this voice, several of them simultaneously halted and turned to look behind them. Upon seeing the girl, a hint of unwillingness appeared in the boy's eyes, and then he whispered, only audible to you two, "Lucky you, your wild dog's master always shows up just in time to save your life." Then the girl approached angrily and said, "Did I not warn you not to bully in anymore? How dare you not listen to me?" Hearing the girl's voice, the others dared not retort, for the girl before them was the 7th princess of the kingdom, the most beloved daughter of the current king. Only the 3rd young master of the duke's family walked over with a smile. "We did not bully in. How could we bully in? Your Highness, we were just joking with an we are good friends. Since you are here now, you can play with an. We will take our leave." With that, they turned around with a dark expression, leading their subordinates away without looking back, regardless of how Princess Lily called out to them. "Thank you, Princess Lily. I always trouble you." After hearing your voice, Lily turned to look at you, and with a hint of reproach in her tone said, "You too. Your strength is clearly above theirs. Why don't you know to resist?" Hearing the reproach from the girl before you, you merely lowered your head and fell silent. Seeing your demeanor, the princess didn't continue, as she was one of the few who knew your background, not from you telling her, but from her efforts to investigate. Recalling your background, the princess' reproach toward you lessened somewhat. It truly was not easy to climb from such a hell to where you are now. "All right, let's not talk about you anymore. You should go back now. But next time you see them, if you do not resist, don't get cornered in such an alley." "Thank you, your Highness." Looking at your obedient demeanor, Lily's breath hitched. In front of others, you were always cold and aloof, yet only in her presence did you show this relaxed expression. Heaven knows how powerful your expression was. At every time Lily saw it, her heart would race. She quickly turned away, avoiding your face. As a princess, her upbringing was naturally different from that of other nobles. She understood the vast disparity in status between you and her, knowing that she must not develop an overly intimate connection with you. "Don't thank me. I'm leaving. You should return quickly too." With that, Lily hurriedly fled, and watching her retreating figure, a slight smile appeared at the corners of your mouth. This princess had already entered your hunting grounds. Because there were simply too many people in the Royal Academy who wanted to deal with you, you urgently needed a strong protective umbrella, and just then Princess Lily appeared in your line of sight. Lily met all your requirements in various aspects, and like those noble young ladies, she was fond of your looks. You understood that with just a little manipulation you could ensnare this 19-year-old girl. However, you were not in a hurry to act. You were waiting for Lily to fall into the carefully designed trap you had set. After returning, you quickly saw Viano waiting at your dormitory door. Seeing this, you felt a bit annoyed. Over the years, Viano had often made things difficult for you because of her special status, and now she was coming over undoubtedly with something irritating to discuss. As expected, upon seeing you, Viano walked over with small steps, her face filled with anger as she questioned him. "Why haven't you come to find me during this time? Do you still consider me your master?" Hearing Viano's words, you simply replied, "I'm sorry, miss. I've been too busy lately. I wanted to come find you, but I really didn't have the time." After you spoke, Viano's face darkened completely. She disliked this feeling. In the past, no matter what she said, you would comply, but now you always seemed to brush her off. This feeling of not being able to control you was truly unpleasant. "Do you have anything else to say, miss?" you asked curiously. "Yes, I want you to accompany me tomorrow to buy a new wand." "I understand. Tomorrow morning, I will wait for you downstairs at your dormitory." "I'm good." After that, you escorted Viano back and spent the night practicing in the courtyard until deep into the night. Early the next morning, you arrived at Viano's dormitory, where many early rising female students had already seen you. Due to your personality, many were peeking at you from the windows, while a few students came openly from a distance to look at you. A very small number even came over to strike up a conversation. Even though they all knew you were waiting for Viano, it still didn't dampen their enthusiasm. Viano also woke up early. Upon seeing you waiting outside, she began to leisurely tidy herself up, showing no signs of urgency. She simply wanted to make you wait. Her reason was that as a young lady, she wanted to display her authority, giving you a lesson to prevent you from always being disobedient. You naturally understood Viano's intentions, and you were not in a hurry. Instead, you found a place to sit down and began to meditate quietly. You had some talent for magic, so you learned a bit of minor magic, but your purpose for learning was not to fight with magic. You discovered that occasionally meditating could sharpen your mind and serve to focus your thoughts. In any case, when you couldn't cultivate fighting spirit, you would generally meditate and would never waste a second. As for the minor magic you learned, it was naturally ice attribute magic given your ice bloodline. Soon you and Vianna left the academy planning to go to the auction house to buy a suitable magic wand. However, on the way you encountered Princess Lily, and upon seeing her you and Vianna greeted her. At the same time your expression visibly softened, and Vianna naturally noticed this change in your demeanor. Instantly she realized something and her fists clenched tightly. She truly did not expect that you would like Princess Lily. Thinking of this, she quickly pulled you away from Princess Lily, dragging you into a small alley, gripping your collar, and suppressing her anger, she whispered to you, How can you like Princess Lily? Hearing Vianna's voice, you who had always worn a cold expression showed a hint of panic on your face, as if a secret had been discovered. Vianna naturally caught that trace of panic and her anger surged. And behind you the recently arrived Lily had also heard your conversation, and upon hearing that you liked her, her cheeks flushed. Why are you silent? I don't know how to answer you. I dare not even entertain the thought of loving Princess Lily. Seeing that desolate expression on your face only makes me more agitated, Vianna snapped. Let me make this clear, and you belong to me. Should you ever betray me, I will ensure you pay a price beyond reckoning. Yes. You gave a slight nod, but anguish flickered across your face. Vianna's heart wrenched at the sight. After all these years together, she had never witnessed such volatility of emotion in you. That single name, Lily, was enough to stir your soul into restless longing. Yet no matter how deliberately Vianna poised herself before you, her allure could not stir even the faintest tremor in your heart. After a moment's hesitation, Vianna said, Return home. I'll purchase the wand myself. Yes. You replied, and fled flustered and unsteady. Watching your retreating figure, Vianna's face remained utterly impassive. Then she turned and entered an alchemical workshop where she purchased a rare and sinister poison. Anyone who ingested it, be they a master of battle chi or a grand sorcerer, would lose all magical energy and martial power within moments, forever stripped of the ability to cultivate again, reduced irrevocably to a broken shell. Not a ripple disturbed Vianna's gaze as she held the vial. She intended to use it on you. Perhaps she mused, if you were rendered powerless, you would have no choice but to obey her, forever. Unbeknownst to her, you watched her every move from the shadows. You knew Vianna too well, knew she was capable of extraordinary transgressions. Yet even for you, her intention to utterly cripple you ignited a rare, searing fury. For the strength you now possessed had been forged in relentless toil, sacrifices beyond counting. That Vianna would seek to obliterate everything you had bled and burned to achieve. Such a violation was unforgivable. Fortunately, Vianna did not act immediately after acquiring the poison. Instead, she resolved to wait until your coming of age, to see whether you would honor your long-ago vow before taking action. That delay was her final slender mercy. You remained unaware of Vianna's intentions, but in secret you accelerated matters between yourself and Lily. You deliberately leaked word that you would undertake a collegiate trial in autumn to earn academic credits. The rumor spread narrowly, reaching only a select few. Among them happened to be Princess Lily and Lord Duke's third son Darrow. Sensing her own exposure, Lily intuited that danger would follow in your wake. After prolonged hesitation, she dispatched trusted agents to shadow you covertly. Time slipped away like mist. Before long, early autumn arrived. You mounted a black steed and rode out from the capital toward the trial grounds. Not long after, a band of black-clad figures emerged behind you, stealthy, yet not stealthy enough to evade your notice. You did not confront them at once. Only after putting distance between yourselves did you halt and declare, Step forward. I've already sensed you. At your voice, 10 black-robed figures materialized before you. Facing them, not a trace of panic crossed your features. Who are you? You asked, then added almost dismissively, no need to answer. Your scent reeks of coin, bounty hunters then. A pack of jackals who sell their fangs for gold. Clever little beauty, remarked the woman who stepped forward from their ranks, studying you with amused curiosity. But knowing our identity changes nothing. Soon that silver tongue of yours will fall forever silent. You regarded the towering woman coldly, then drew your longsword, its steel whispering resolve. The 10 exchanged glances, then encircled you from all directions, watching with detached fascination. You assessed them swiftly, each ranked slightly above you, except the woman who led them. She radiated peril, a predator veiled in stillness. In the next breath, all 10 lunged. Frost bloomed along your limbs. 2 froze instantly, statues of ice. Your explosive power stunned them. Their earlier contempt dissolved. They readied themselves, not for prey, but for a true adversary. They fought with grim seriousness, and yet you neither yielded nor faltered, trading blows with lethal precision. Meanwhile, far away, Princess Lily spurred her guard onward, racing desperately along your path. An inexplicable dread coiled in her chest. Half an hour later she arrived. What met her eyes left her speechless, blood-slick earth-scattered corpses, and you standing rigid amid the carnage, 3 ghastly wounds rending your frame. She rushed to you. But you did not meet her gaze. Leaning heavily on your sword, motionless, your silence deepened her terror. No, it can't be. You cannot be gone. Yet you offered no reply, your posture unbroken, your breath barely stirring. In the next instant she seized you, and your body collapsed boneless to the ground. Ah! Her cry pierced the air. She signaled her guards to attend to you immediately. A guard knelt beside you. Your Highness, he lives, but his condition is grave. We must treat him without delay. Yes, take him now. Lily stammered, trembling. Then drawing forth a vial of crimson liquid, she poured it steadily into your mouth. Your body drank it instinctively. Before their eyes your pallor softened. This was the finest healing elixir, known potent enough to revive even those teetering on death's threshold. Princess Lily had intended to carry you straight back to the capital, until her guard intervened. Your Highness returning with him now would shatter your reputation. There's an inn just outside the city walls. The proprietress is a gifted healer. She can save him. Lily hesitated, then nodded, her decision sealed. Half an hour later you arrived at the tavern mentioned by the princess guard. Upon entering, the guard exchanged a few words with the person at the door, and you were then taken to the landlady. However, Lily insisted on accompanying you throughout the treatment. Upon hearing the princess' request, the landlady was initially reluctant, but after the guard explained that Lily was not someone she could afford to offend, she chose to comply and let Lily stay by your side. Then in front of Lily, the landlady began to gradually remove your clothing, revealing your body little by little. As you were exposed to their gaze, Lily's face began to turn red, while the landlady licked her lips, feeling somewhat annoyed. If it weren't for this girl insisting on staying, she would have taken the opportunity to steal a kiss from this stunningly handsome youth. Before long, as all your upper garments were removed, the ghastly wound on your body was revealed to both of them, contrasting sharply against your fair skin. The wound appeared particularly sinister, yet it bore an unusual allure. The landlady took a deep breath to calm herself, then began applying medicine to your wounds. After an hour, she finished treating your injuries, covered you with a blanket, and left. The landlady turned to Lily and said, "All right, I have treated all his wounds. Rest assured his condition is very stable, and he could wake up at any moment. There is absolutely no danger to his life." Upon hearing the landlady's words, Lily breathed a sigh of relief. Afterward, the landlady left, and Lily felt uncomfortable staying there where she could only watch but not act. After the landlady left, Lily approached the bedside and quietly gazed at you lying there. Perhaps due to boredom, she began to scrutinize your face. But upon looking, she became captivated, falling deeper into admiration and unable to extricate herself. With delicate brows, a high nose bridge, long eyelashes, slightly parted thin lips, and beautiful ice blue hair, every inch of your skin matched her aesthetic ideals. Lily couldn't understand how someone could be so good-looking. Unknowingly, she leaned closer now, just a fist's distance away from you. If she got any closer, their lips would touch. You were not truly unconscious, you were merely pretending. As Lily continued to gaze at you, a bold idea suddenly struck her. Since you were in a state of unconsciousness and there was no one around, would it be all right for her to kiss you? With that thought, she couldn't help but glance around, confirming that no one was watching. She then slowly leaned closer, her heart racing as she gazed at your face, which was so near. Then with determination, she pressed her lips against yours. The light contact ignited a storm of emotions within her, leaving her momentarily frozen, reluctant to pull away. You, of course, wouldn't wake up at such a moment. That would be too unromantic. However, there are always those who lack a sense of romance. Just a few seconds later, someone knocked on the door. Startled, Lily snapped back to reality and hurriedly exclaimed, "Who is it?" Soon the landlady's voice came from outside. "It's me. I brought hot water and towels to help clean him up." After hearing the landlady's words, Lily quickly opened the door and took the items from her hands, saying, "I'll help him clean up. From now on, I'll take care of him." Upon hearing Lily's words, the landlady felt a bit disappointed, but didn't dare to oppose her. After all, she had just learned from the guard that this girl seemed to be of noble birth, possibly above account, and she certainly did not want to offend someone of such stature. After taking the landlady's items, Lily looked at you lying on the bed and felt a wave of embarrassment. Helping you clean your body meant she would have to touch you all over. Once that thought crossed her mind, the young girl felt she might die of shyness, but then came a surge of excitement. So after a brief moment of hesitation, she hurried to your bedside and began to loosen your clothing. You continued to feign unconsciousness. For the next 2 days, Lily took care of you, but during that time, she often engaged in little acts such as touching your body or kissing your face. Now she had seen every part of you, but because of that, what Lily desired had grown even more. On the third day, while Lily was kissing you, you slowly opened your eyes and found her lying there with her eyes closed, a look of bliss on her face. Then, as if instinctively, you opened your mouth. Lily sensed something, her eyes snapping open to see your astonished expression. Instantly, Lily's heart sank, followed by an overwhelming sense of shame. "No, it's not what it looks like, and please let me explain." However, seeing Lily's panicked expression, you gradually calmed yourself and said, "Did you save me, Princess Lily?" Upon hearing your words, Lily forced herself to regain composure, then nodded and said, yes, when I found you, you were already unconscious. Today is the third day. I see. Since it was Princess Lily who saved my life, then my life is yours to command. You can do whatever you wish with me, even those things earlier. Your tone carried a hint of anticipation. Perhaps because your eagerness was too evident, Lily noticed the expectation on your face. In an instant, her heart, which had just calmed down, began to race again. While she was lost in thought, she suddenly noticed you. Although you were trying to maintain a cool expression, the twitching fingers and rising body temperature were too obvious, revealing your true anticipation. With that in mind, Lily pulled you in by the back of your head, then forcefully pressed your face down, followed by an overwhelming sensation of suffocation. You successfully captured your prey, but you did not go all the way, as you were still injured and not yet of age. As soon as Wayana arrived, she asked how you had returned so soon. You told Wayana about the ambush you had encountered and how you had been hiding from pursuers. Then you lifted your garment to show her the wounds still bandaged and far from healed. At the sight of you lifting your clothes to reveal those injuries, Wayana could not help swallowing you. It was her first time seeing your body, and it was even more alluring than she had imagined. You swiftly covered yourself with your clothing and said, Miss, this is what befell me these past few days, which is why I returned so quickly. You did not conceal that Lily had saved you. Such a truth could be easily uncovered. Yet you omitted the location where you had recuperated, instead saying perfunctorily that the princess had openly rescued and treated you. On hearing this, Wayana's expression soured, partly because you had nearly died in that assault, partly because your intimacy with Lily had deepened, which made her deeply uncomfortable. Yet she could not reproach Lily, for if not for her, you would already be dead. Miss, I would like to return to recuperate. Could you please give me some privacy? You asked. Wayana hesitated, her voice trembling slightly, as she replied, very well, then I shall look after you these days. Although Wayana ostensibly wished to tend to you, in truth, she intended to use this rare opportunity to drug you. If she could cripple your cultivation, she would control you utterly and bar you from approaching others ever again. The thought quickened her pulse. This was the very outcome she had long coveted. You studied Wayana and understood that desire had blinded her. She would not let this chance slip. After a moment's thought, you said, this is inappropriate. Miss, given your station, how could you be my caretaker? My injuries have improved greatly. With a few days' rest, I will recover. You should return to your studies. Wayana was slightly touched by your words, yet she fussed and insisted on caring for you. In the end, you feigned helplessness and acceded to her request. Your gaze nevertheless grew colder. You were grateful to the Kenneth family. Without them, you would not hold your present status. But Wayana's conduct over the years had become intolerable. You resolved to teach her a lesson, though when your strength surpassed the Kenneth family, you would still shelter them. Wayana, however, was an exception. Wayana soon moved into your quarters. As one of the Academy's top 10 prodigies, you lived in a small detached villa with more than one room. It could easily accommodate 10 people, let alone a single guest. Once inside, Wayana began choosing a room and immediately claimed yours, asking you to clear out your belongings so she could move in. You inwardly rolled your eyes. Wasn't she supposed to be looking after you? The moment she entered your home, she seized your room and bossed you about. A very considerate kind of caregiving. Still, you did not contradict her. You intended to lull Wayana into complacency, to make her believe you remained the boy who obeyed her in everything, so she would lower her guard. Before long, you had moved your few things out. There was little to take. You had been consumed with cultivation, so a change of bedding sufficed. Wayana settled in quickly, yet did nothing meaningful, spending her days studying recipes and cooking, a pretense meant to placate you. The meals she brought in the first days merely tasted unpleasant and were not poisoned. It was only on the 6th day that you discovered Wayana's small trick. She had laced a cup of juice with a toxin designed to make one's cultivation rapidly dissipate. After administering the poison into the beverages, she carried the food toward your room. At that sight, the reflective ice crystal placed in the corner to monitor Wayana shattered into glittering fragments. Soon she set the tray at your door. You glanced up at her and said, Miss, have you tried the food you prepared? As you picked up the cup of tainted juice. Wayana grew nervous, replying quickly, no. I always serve it as soon as it is ready. You suggested with a measured tone, Miss, I strongly recommend you taste your own cooking. Puzzled, Wayana eyed the exquisite dishes before her, speared a piece of beef with her fork, and took a bite. Her expression twisted at once. Seeing this, you moved with lightning speed, swapping the poisoned juice hidden under the table with the cup in your hand. When Wayana finally widened her eyes, she watched you take a measured sip from the glass. That sight softened the furious rebuke that was about to burst from her lips. She stifled her excitement and awkwardly admitted, I did not realize my food would taste so awful. You offered a wry smile. Miss, you should go back. I can take care of myself. Impossible. I said I would look after you. I cannot abandon you halfway. I will go buy you something to eat. You nodded in resignation. Not long after, Wayana returned with purchased food, only to find you collapsed on the floor, surrounded by spilled juice. A flicker of delight crossed Wayana's face. She realized the poison had taken hold, your cultivation would soon ebb away, and then she could do as she pleased. You would never again be free to leave her. You noticed that spark of joy in her face, and at that instant the last trace of softness in your heart vanished completely. Soon Wayana walked over, lifting you up with great force and placing you on the bed. Her intention was merely to render you powerless, not to take your life. However, as soon as you were laid on the bed, you suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and your complexion turned pale at a visible speed. Having never witnessed such a scene, Wayana was instantly petrified, unsure of what to do. After a long time, she finally thought to seek a healer. She hurriedly left the room to find a healer. Upon assessing your condition, the healer furrowed his brow and said, "How could this happen? How could he be poisoned like this?" Hearing the healer's words, Wayana felt a wave of anxiety, but she forced herself to remain calm and replied, "I don't know, he just suddenly became like this. Is his life in danger?" The healer shook his head and said he might last another 2 to 3 months, prepare for the worst. After saying this, the healer left without looking back. Hearing those words, Wayana felt as though she had been struck by lightning. How could this be? She only wanted to deprive you of your cultivation, not to take your life. In the following days, Wayana searched everywhere for a healer and even sought help from her family. Yet every healer who examined your condition could only shake their heads, sighing in resignation, all declaring that you wouldn't survive much longer. You looked at the healers with no surprise. You were merely using your ice bloodline to control your body. Now your pulse and heartbeat had weakened significantly due to the ice bloodline. In addition, you used a special herb called false yang grass to aid in faking your condition, which is why so many healers failed to detect the truth. A month later, Lilith, who hadn't seen you for a long time, sensed something was off and came to look for you. However, it was not you who opened the door, but Wayana. Upon seeing her, Lilith was very puzzled as to why Wayana was the one to answer the door instead of you. Wayana, upon hearing Lilith's question, coldly replied, "And has returned to the family and won't be back for another month. You can leave now." Feeling strange at Wayana's words, Lilith was met with the door being shut in her face, leaving no chance for her to respond. With no other option, Lilith had to return and ask her subordinates to investigate what had happened. That night, the head of the Kenneth family personally came to the academy to check on your condition. You were currently the most talented individual of the Kenneth family, and the head was very concerned. Upon hearing that you were dying in a letter, he was extremely anxious. After assessing your condition, the head's expression turned grim. Noticing the change in his demeanor, Wayana asked anxiously, "What is it, father? Is there any hope for him?" The head shook his head and replied, "Unless there are royal-grade detoxification materials, otherwise there's no saving it." Upon hearing the head's words, Wayana felt as though she was on the verge of collapse. She knew very well the price of royal-grade detoxification materials. Her family could afford them, but it would cost a significant portion of their wealth, and the head wouldn't be willing to squander so much for you. Sensing that Wayana's expression was off, the head inquired how you had come to be in such a state. In response, Wayana told a lie, but it was quickly exposed. Seeing the head's displeased expression, Wayana had no choice but to stammer out the truth. Upon hearing it, the head looked at her in disbelief. He knew his daughter was very headstrong, but he never expected her to be this reckless. Realizing this, he angrily slapped Wayana. She was left dazed, unable to retort. However, as her head turned away from the slap, she noticed you looking at her with an expression of disbelief. At some point, you had woken up and overheard their entire conversation. No, it's not like that, and let me explain. However, upon hearing Wayana's words, you simply closed your eyes in pain, offering no response. After witnessing this scene, the head no longer wished to say anything. He cast a cold glance at Wayana, contemplating that the family must never be entrusted to such a foolish person, and then left. Meanwhile, Wayana was utterly despondent, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. In the next moment, she heard the sound of something heavy dropping. When she looked toward you, she found you had fallen from the bed. She wanted to rush over to help you, but you coldly said, "Don't touch me." Staring into your icy gaze, Wayana froze. She could see the unmistakable hatred in your eyes. Your animosity toward her was palpable. That evening, Lilith's subordinates informed her of your current situation. Upon hearing the news from her subordinates, Lilith was shocked and hurriedly sought someone to bring you to the palace for treatment. Subsequently, Lilith's subordinates seized you right in front of Wayana, and no matter how much she called out, it was futile. Realizing she was about to lose you forever, Wayana felt her heart tearing apart. However, Lilith did not have time to care about Wayana. Upon seeing you, she was saddened by your weak appearance and wanted to find someone to help you, but you stopped her calmly, saying, "Princess, I'm fine. He'll recover in a few days." Hearing your words, Lilith thought you were merely putting on a brave face. However, after your insistence, she ultimately refrained from seeking treatment for you. Just as you said, after resting for a few days, your complexion visibly improved, and seeing this, Lilith sighed in relief. Inquiring about your future plans, you told Lilith that you no longer intended to return to the academy or the Kenneth family, you just wanted to stay with her. Hearing this, Lilith felt her heart racing with excitement at the thought of living together. Yet she also understood that keeping you by her side was a very dangerous matter. If someone with ulterior motives found out, they would surely exploit it. The final plan was that whenever you were with the princess, you would wear armor that covered your entire body, pretending to be a knight hired by the princess. Of course, in order to be officially hired by the princess, you decided to first go to the Adventurers Guild and register as an adventurer. Once your level increased to a certain extent, it would be only natural for the princess to hire a high-level adventurer like you. A week later, a man clad in blue ice-colored armor appeared in the Adventurers Association. Upon seeing this man, the adventurers in the association turned their gazes toward him. They could tell that this armored figure was not to be trifled with, as his armor was far from cheap. However, when this man announced that he was there to register as an adventurer, some immature individuals began to mock you for your disguise. Yet you did not respond to their jeers. Instead, you took note of their faces, planning to take revenge when you encountered them again outside. After successfully registering, you became a low-level iron-ranked adventurer. For the next few months, due to your location in the royal capital, which was quite far from the beast-infested forest, you did not take on any hunting missions. Most of the tasks you undertook were escort missions, and you also obtained some bounty notices for criminals from the Adventurers Association. In the 18th year, your level rose to 39, and your adventurer rank had also increased to rank. You had gained a bit of notoriety in the royal capital, and the adventurers who once mocked you were all taken down by you during their missions. That same year, Princess Lily sought you out, and following your plan, appointed you as her bodyguard, facilitating your meetings. After that, your life stabilized considerably. With the substantial salary provided by Lily, you purchased a large quantity of cultivation resources every month, accelerating your training. By the end of the year, you had reached level 40, now just a step away from breaking through. However, you did not become arrogant. After becoming Lily's bodyguard, you encountered more talented humans, some of whom had already broken through to the Lord level at a similar age. Although such individuals were rare in the kingdom, there were only 2, which was still quite impressive. You could hardly imagine what kind of super talents would emerge in a more powerful empire if such prodigies could be born within the kingdom. Yet this revelation only shocked you for a while. You knew you were not lacking. The vast difference stemmed from your background compared to these individuals. In the 19th year, you successfully broke through to level 41, greatly enhancing your strength. Meanwhile, you and Lily had developed mutual feelings for each other, but both of you remained remarkably composed, understanding that with your current strength and status, being together was simply impossible. Thus, your relationship was doomed to remain hidden. As Lily aged, the king began searching for a suitable husband for her. However, given Lily's exceptional qualities, there were truly no suitable matches for her except for those 2 super talents in the kingdom. Fortunately, those 2 super talents who had broken through to the Lord level at 20 showed no interest in Lily and had no intention of marrying into the royal family. Furthermore, Lily herself harbored strong resistance against the idea of an arranged marriage, directly telling the king that she would never marry until she met someone she truly loved. Upon hearing Lily's words, the king flew into a rage, but when faced with his most cherished daughter, he ultimately could not bring himself to punish her. Because of the king's attitude, you and Lily saw a glimmer of hope. In your eyes, the king's affection for Lily far surpassed your expectations, and perhaps you truly had a chance to appear openly before everyone. With hope in your hearts, you both began to work towards this goal. In your 20th year, you had become an ranked adventurer, yet you still received ranked adventurer's gold coins while serving as Lily's bodyguard. Additionally, you used the money you earned during your free time to send Lily small gifts. These gifts varied in price, but it was clear that you put in great thought. It was evident that you had developed genuine feelings for Lily, no longer merely using her. At the end of summer, you and Lily were in the house you had purchased, laughing and chatting. The gazes you exchanged were filled with love. As usual, upon your return, you brought Lily a new gift, a peculiar and beautiful white flower, which was an everfrost flower you had found in the giant peak snow mountain. According to legend, this flower could last for hundreds of years without wilting once plucked. If refined into a potion, it could help women delay aging and maintain their youth for an extended period. However, this flower was extremely rare, and you were fortunate to have discovered one. Upon seeing the beautiful everfrost flower, a blush appeared on Lily's face. She then approached you, sat on your lap, and gently lifted your chin with her hand. After a deep gaze into each other's eyes, you could no longer suppress your feelings, and your relationship evolved into something more intimate. Following this event, your meetings became increasingly frequent. However, due to your position as the princess bodyguard and your carefulness, no one discovered the nature of your relationship. In your 21st year, your level rose to 43. After all, you had to cultivate while earning your own resources, so your training speed could not be compared to those wealthy young masters. However, on your 21st birthday, Lily gifted you a precious present, an ancient ice marrow. Although it was only the size of a goose egg, it was incredibly valuable, as ancient ice marrow was something rarely encountered, especially since you also possessed a freezing bloodline. With the enhancement of the ancient ice marrow, your strength skyrocketed. In your 22nd year, your level rose to 47, and due to the ancient ice marrow, your freezing bloodline seemed to become even stronger. That same year, you came across a particularly special mission in the Adventurers Association. It was not that the mission was extraordinary, but rather that it was related to the Kenneth family. The Kenneth family was currently seeking to gather a group of adventurers to hunt down a Lord-level eerie corpse wolf. The reward offered for this bounty was exceptionally high, and members of the Kenneth family would assist in completing it. After much hesitation, you decided to accept this task primarily because of the generous reward and your desire to help the Kenneth family. After accepting this task, you rode on your mount, the giant frost wolf, and arrived at the Kenneth family within a week. Returning to this familiar place, you felt a long-lost sense of familiarity. Before long, your adoptive father, the old steward, approached you. Although you were entirely wrapped up by the steward, he was taken aback for a moment when he saw you. He looked at you with an inexplicable sense of familiarity, forgetting to attend to you for a brief moment. After a while, he finally regained his composure and quickly said, "You must be the Ice Knight. Please follow me. The servants will take care of your mount." You nodded slightly without replying. However, as the servants went to lead your mount, your frost giant wolf began to resist fiercely. "Be obedient, Ice Fawn." After you spoke, the frost giant wolf became much more compliant. However, upon hearing your voice, the steward trembled slightly. Seeing this scene, you sighed inwardly, realizing that the old steward had recognized you. Yet you had no intention of acknowledging him, and he did not confront you about it. You then settled in the Kenneth family, quietly waiting for the arrival of other adventurers. Soon all 20 adventurers arrived, and all of them were leader-level adventurers. Most people here recognized you, and you recognized them as well, so the atmosphere was not particularly awkward. While having a meal together, you chatted and laughed, but unlike others, you did not take off your helmet while eating. After seeing this, those who had just met you felt a bit disappointed. They still wanted to see what the legendary Ice Knight looked like beneath the mask. The next day, you set off with a leader-level powerhouse from the Kenneth family, whom you also knew. He was the younger brother of the family head. Although they were born into the same family, the relationship between these two was very good, which is quite rare in noble families. You all headed towards the mysterious forest. Upon entering, you encountered many oblivious magical beasts along the way, all of which were easily dealt with by you, earning you some extra rewards for this task. Throughout this journey, you did not take action. This was partly because it was unnecessary and partly because you did not want to reveal your abilities too quickly in front of everyone. Clearly, you were not the only one with such thoughts. Several others were also trying to conserve their strength, while most still wanted to show off. On the 9th day, in the mysterious forest, you found the target creature. However, beside the mysterious corpse wolf, there were also 15 leader-level corpse wolves. You knew that these leader-level corpse wolves were your main targets. Due to the size of your team, the corpse wolves noticed your presence almost immediately, and you could only confront them hidden. Soon a battle ensued, and with your strength, you naturally faced one corpse wolf alone. Although you were merely a leader-level powerhouse, your equipment was exceptional. For example, the Silver Frost sword you held was a glorious grade weapon, which typically only a regular Lord-level powerhouse could afford. With the aid of your equipment, you easily defeated the corpse wolf in front of you without even using your frost bloodline. The overwhelming strength you displayed shocked several adventurers who had been secretly observing you, as typically only Lord-level powerhouses could exhibit such formidable abilities. Although you easily dealt with the corpse wolf, you could clearly sense that these corpse wolves were significantly stronger than normal leader-level magical beasts. Their speed and strength were exceptional, and they lacked pain, though their intelligence was much lower than that of ordinary magical beasts. After defeating this corpse wolf, you yanked its magic crystal out of its head and immediately went to assist an adventurer who was clearly struggling. However, just as you were about to collect the magic crystal after severing the corpse wolf's head, you were ambushed by the adventurer you had just saved. "What are you doing?" "This is my prey," the other party asserted vehemently. Upon hearing this, you frowned. Clearly, you had rescued a thankless person. In the next moment, right in front of him, you extracted the magic crystal from the corpse wolf, having severed his right hand with a single strike. "Oh." He let out a piercing scream, but you turned to leave, planning to hunt the next corpse wolf. You had already memorized his appearance and intended to deal with him later, but since there were many witnesses, you spared his life for now. Naturally, your actions did not go unnoticed. Those observing felt no surprise at your behavior. If it had been them, they would have certainly dealt with such an ungrateful person with a swift strike. Although all 15 corpse wolves were at the leader level, their strengths varied. Ultimately, you single-handedly killed 6 corpse wolves, while 3 of your companions were killed by the corpse wolves. After dealing with these corpse wolves, you immediately went to assist against the Lord-level corpse wolf. Clearly, the family head's younger brother had fallen into a disadvantageous position, being battered by the Lord-level corpse wolf. If you did not assist him, it would be difficult for him to hold on. However, as soon as you joined the battle, the Lord-level corpse wolf killed one adventurer in just a single encounter. An hour later, 4 adventurers had already died at the hands of this Lord-level corpse wolf, and the others were somewhat injured while you remained completely unscathed. The corpse wolf was now covered in ice crystals, moving much slower. Clearly this was your doing. Without your intervention, the adventurer team would have suffered even greater losses. Unlike other corpse wolves, the Lord-level corpse wolf exhibited a degree of intelligence. Its emotionless eyes were now fixed intently on you, clearly recognizing you as its greatest threat. It intended to eliminate you first, but you were more cunning than all your enemies. With the help of the other adventurers and the family head's younger brother, it was unable to lay a finger on you. Seizing an opportunity, you gathered a vast amount of frost power and instantly froze half of the Lord-level corpse wolf's body. Under your strong control, the corpse wolf ultimately fell, and the family head's younger brother retrieved the magic crystal in its heart. He then approached you and said, as we previously agreed, everything from this Lord-level mysterious corpse wolf belongs to the Kenneth family. I will provide you with other compensation. Oh, does that sound acceptable? Since your contribution this time was substantial, he did not wish to shortchange you. Hearing the other's words, you gave a faint nod, neither rejecting nor embracing the proposal, and at once discerned the Kenneth family's true intent. They had come for the heart of the mysterious corpse wolf lord. The mysterious corpse wolf's heart could neutralize corpse venom. It was highly likely that someone within the Kenneth family had contracted a lord-tier corpse venom, hence this perilous hunt. Afterward, you received a substantial fortune from the Kenneth family, and they extended an invitation for you to join their ranks, yet you declined. They merely sighed in quiet regret, fully aware that a cultivator of your caliber would never readily swear allegiance to another faction. On your way back, you secretly tailed the adventurer whose arm you had severed. Seizing his momentary lapse in vigilance, you cleaved him cleanly in two with a single stroke. Then you froze his corpse into an ice sculpture and shattered it into countless frost fragments, leaving no trace behind. As he too was a chief-tier expert, you looted considerable wealth from his remains. Upon returning to the capital, you rested thoroughly and devoted yourself entirely to refining your martial techniques. In the 22nd year, your cultivation level reached level 49, and you awakened a formidable ice affinity technique realm of frost and snow. In the 23rd year, you ascended to level 50, just one step shy of lord-tier breakthrough. In the 24th year, your breakthrough attempt failed, but your swordsmanship underwent a profound leap forward. In the 25th year, you broke through to level 51. Upon attaining lord-tier, you sensed that your frost wolf art had grown markedly insufficient. Continuing its practice would severely impede your progress. Fortunately, you now possessed both the strength and the resources to seek something greater. In mid-July, you acquired a profound cultivation manual, Polar Ice Chi, at the auction house. Far more refined than the frost wolf art, it consumed nearly half your fortune, but you deemed every coin well spent. In the 26th year, your level rose to 52. Meanwhile, the king, observing that Lily had nearly reached her 30th year, finally exhausted his patience. He formally announced her betrothal to Lord Duke's third son Zogorako, and decreed their wedding for 6 months hence. Upon learning the news, Lily fiercely opposed the arrangement, but her resistance proved futile. She was swiftly confined to her chambers under royal order. You did not learn of this until a full month later. At that time, you had just completed a mission. The news struck you with crushing despair. Yet you rallied swiftly, devising a plan to infiltrate the palace and rescue Lily. At last, an opportunity arose. 1 month later, the king announced a hunting expedition to the Grey Shadow Forest, the closest woodland to the capital. Its denizens posed little threat. Even its strongest beasts were mere elites, making it exceptionally safe. Having learned of the expedition, you entered the Grey Shadow Forest before the royal forces sealed it off. Along the way, you observed soldiers driving away local adventurers and evaded their patrols with effortless grace. You remained concealed deep within the forest. 2 days later, the king arrived with his royal guard, and at the height of the royal hunt, you appeared before him unbidden and untimely. The king's brow furrowed sharply upon seeing you. Clearly, he abhorred intrusion during his hunt, and by protocol, he could have you executed on the spot as an assassin. Fortunately, you made no further move after confronting him and his entourage. Even so, you now stood encircled, fully surrounded by the king's royal guard. The king studied you curiously, the figure wholly clad in armor, then asked, puzzled, "I ordered the entire Grey Shadow Forest sealed. How then did you slip through?" "My deepest apologies, your majesty. I was only gathering wineberry herbs and failed to notice the forest's closure." Your excuse was flimsy, yet sometimes truth wears the mask of absurdity. To the king, your claim might be genuine, or utterly fabricated. But in that moment it scarcely mattered. A sudden smile crossed the king's lips. I shall grant you one chance to live defeat 10 of my royal guards in succession, and your life is spared, as you command your majesty. In the next instant, a silver-armored guard stepped forward. To earn a place among the royal guard demanded at least chief tier strength, and this guard was indeed a chief tier cultivator. Clearly he stood no chance against you. As anticipated, in a single exchange you disarmed him, his sword flying from his grip, and pressed your blade against his throat. You withdrew your sword, claiming victory in silence. The king watched, instantly alert. Though he'd sensed your power, he had not imagined you capable of besting a royal guard so effortlessly. Soon your second opponent emerged, a squad captain. Every royal guard captain had attained lore-tier strength. Yet the battle lasted barely 10 moves. With a final sheathing of your blade, it was over. In the blink of an eye, you had won 8 consecutive duels. All present stood stunned, especially the Grand Captain of the Royal Guard, one of the kingdom's rare sovereign-tier masters. He perceived clearly, though you had reached lore-tier, your cultivation level remained comparatively low. Noticing the Grand Captain's expression, the king chuckled. What? Has this young man piqued your interest? Indeed, your majesty. He is a rare prodigy, perhaps worthy of induction into the Royal Guard. As they spoke, you barely prevailed against your 9th opponent, the strongest of all captains, a staggering level 58 cultivator. Upon victory, your battle chi dwindled to its final trembling thread. The moment that duel ended, the Grand Captain himself descended onto the field. You faced the white-haired elder and felt an overwhelming aura of peril. This man was terrifyingly powerful. Were 100 of you to stand before him, none would survive. Sensing your tension, the elder smiled warmly. No need to fear, child. You have already passed the trial. I merely wish to witness the limits of your strength. The trial concluded. Hearing the words of the other party, you let out a sigh of relief. Although they have assured you that they will not kill you, you still intend to fight with all your might in the upcoming battle, as only then can you demonstrate your value. Rest assured, little one, in this battle I will only use the same strength as you, and I will not employ any fighting spirit, merely relying on technique. Upon hearing this, you did not let your guard down. Instead, you felt curious about the extent of the power gap between you and the elderly figure before you. Then you began to engage in combat with the chief guard. Clang! In just 5 exchanges, your helmet was knocked off by the chief guard. Though only 5 exchanges had occurred, the chief guard was already sufficiently astonished. Your swordsmanship was even more exceptional than he had anticipated. However, now he could no longer focus on your swordsmanship, for after your helmet was knocked off, your youthful and stunning appearance was revealed to all. Even the king was momentarily captivated upon seeing you. But it was merely a fleeting moment. Once he regained his composure, the king said to you, "You are quite impressive. So what do you think? Would you like to join the Royal Guard?" Hearing the words Royal Guard, the chief guard furrowed his brow slightly. Unlike the regular guards, the Royal Guard, while also protecting the king, is indeed positioned much closer to him. The chief guard could see that the king had taken a liking to the handsome young man before him. As the chief guard of the king, he was aware of many of the dirty deeds that kings had committed and knew that this seemingly glamorous king was in reality quite extravagant and corrupt. This was a common ailment among nobles. At least up to this point, he had not encountered many clean nobles. Looking at the king's kind smile, you felt a wave of disgust within. Clearly, you had seen the desire in the king's eyes. However, for the sake of Lily, you accepted the king's offer. In the blink of an eye, you became the captain of the Royal Guard, wielding great power with a promising future. After accepting you, the king insisted that you never wear that helmet which concealed your appearance in his presence. Additionally, he could not wait to conclude this hunting expedition and took you back to the palace. As soon as he brought you back, he eagerly bestowed upon you numerous rewards, including upgrading all your armor and equipment, providing you with ample cultivation resources and a considerable amount of gold, silver, and jewels. Faced with such favor, many nobles were astonished, yet upon seeing you they understood why His Majesty had acted this way. If it were them who had obtained you, they surely would have lavished you with affection. However, after infiltrating the palace, you began wandering around, hoping to find out where Lily resided and to see how to exit the palace more conveniently. But on your very first day in the palace, you were spotted. Looking at the powerful woman before you, you felt a bit nervous. You could sense that this young woman was not any weaker than the chief guard. She was likely a royal-level powerhouse as well. As it turned out, your intuition was correct. The woman before you was indeed a royal powerhouse, and she was one of the only 2 royal-level powerhouses in the entire kingdom. Moreover, she held another identity, the current king's mother, the so-called Queen Dowager. Unlike typical Queen Dowagers, this one was extremely passionate about martial arts and possessed exceptional talent, which resulted in her formidable strength. The reason she appeared so youthful was due to both her power and her excellent self-care. Now this Queen Dowager had taken a profound interest in you. You are the little deer who got lost in the gray forest, aren't you? Yes, may I ask who you are? You don't need to know who I am. How did you end up here? Do you think the palace is a place you can roam freely? Of course not, my lady. I am now the captain of the royal guard, and I believe it is essential to familiarize myself with the palace routes. Otherwise, if something happens in the future, I won't even be able to come to aid. Oh, is that so? The Queen Dowager approached you staring into your eyes and asked. Yes, my lady. You intentionally let a hint of panic flash in your gaze, clearly lying. Lying is not the hallmark of a good child, the Queen Dowager said with a smile. You could sense that this woman simply wanted to tease you, as she seemed to find it amusing, so you decided to play along, hoping for some unexpected gain. After pretending to hesitate for a moment, you took out a flask of wine from your pocket. Seeing this flask, the Queen Dowager was momentarily taken aback, unsure of your intentions. Then, gathering your courage, you spoke. I wanted to find a secluded place to drink wine in secret, you murmured. Upon hearing your words, the Queen Dowager was both amused and puzzled. She had not expected that your wandering around the palace was for this reason. Then the Queen Dowager feigned anger and said, How dare you drink wine in the palace? Do you know that is a capital offense? However, after she finished speaking, you calmly replied, Are you going to report me, my lady? You truly are a clever little rascal. You are quite smart. I certainly won't report you, and I happen to know a place fitting for your needs. So how do you plan to repay me? What kind of repayment do you desire, my lady? I fear that the repayment I seek you might not dare to give. Rest assured, my lady, my courage is quite substantial. Indeed, you dare to find a place to drink wine while on patrol. Your boldness is quite remarkable. It seems you are indeed capable of accepting the reward I require. Come with me then. As she spoke, she led you to a very secluded building. You asked in confusion, What is this place? This is the Cold Palace. Since very few people pass by here, it is difficult to be discovered while drinking secretly. How does this place suit you? Yes, it is indeed quite nice. Thank you, my lady. So now I can claim my reward. Of course, I promise to satisfy you. As you spoke, you took out a roasted chicken and another flask of wine from your robe. The Queen Dowager looked at this scene with a touch of exasperation. This can't possibly be the reward you mentioned. Who would have thought you would seriously nod and say yes? I wonder if my lady is interested in sharing a few drinks with me. Upon hearing your words, the Queen Dowager felt it was absurd, yet strangely she indeed sat down patiently to drink with you and enjoy the roasted chicken. As she drank, she observed you savoring the fine wine and suddenly felt that this was not so bad after all. Before long, as you kept swallowing the strong wine, a visible flush rose to your cheeks. You grew drowsy and intoxicated, toppled forward. You were not pretending. The jug you held was potent, and you had not used your combat chi to blunt the alcohol's effects, so your head truly spun. Watching you slump before her, Empress Dowager Wang was momentarily at a loss. She had never seen you like this. Resigned, she waited, resting your face upon her thigh to see when you would wake. She had expected you to stir after a short while, yet unexpectedly an entire shurchen had passed, and you showed no sign of waking, even rolling over to seek a more comfortable position. Seeing that you would not wake, Empress Dowager Wang pinched your nose in exasperation, and only then did you groggily open your eyes. After a yawn, you asked calmly, My lady, how long have I slept? Not long, just over an hour. In that case, it is time for me to return. The patrol is finished. Hearing you, Empress Dowager Wang let out an amused horse laugh. You are truly audacious to speak to me so. Are you not afraid I will report you? Or do you have some means to silence me? After she spoke, you sighed. If you decide to report me, there is indeed nothing I can do. You must understand, she said, as captain of the royal guard, such dereliction can be punished by death. What would you do then? I have no recourse. Let me die then. Seeing your indifferent attitude, Empress Dowager Wang was briefly bewildered, unsure what you meant. What I cannot bear above all is the loss of freedom. I should have died back in Huiyan Forest. Since then, each extra day has been a gift. With that, you left. Empress Dowager Wang did not call you back. She watched you with curious interest. She knew her son well and understood the true reason the king had placed you among the royal guard. Thereafter, you often shirked duty and frequently encountered the Empress Dowager. In half a month, a close friendship formed between you. You told her you were weary of the same surroundings and asked to be shown other parts of the palace. Wang agreed. You spent days drinking together in different places. Her favor toward you deepened, and she came to believe you returned her affection. Convinced that mutual affection had blossomed between you, she was exceedingly happy. During this time, you at last discovered Lily's lodgings. Thrilled by the discovery, you began to pick a suitable time to make your escape. 3 nights later, you seized the chance and slipped into Lily's chamber. Because Lily had fallen from favor, the highest-ranking guard nearby was only a single lord-ranked captain, so your intrusion went unnoticed. When you met Lily's face lit with surprise, she could hardly believe you had come into the palace to rescue her. You told her your plan. In a week, the wedding of Lily's sister, the 19th princess, would be held. The king would attend, and the palace's defenses would be at their weakest. On that day, you planned to take Lily away. Upon hearing your plan, Lily eagerly nodded her agreement. What you did not know was that Empress Dowager Wang had been watching you in secret and had discovered your visit. Upon learning of your intimacy with Lily, she realized something: your earlier affections had been a ruse to use her to rescue Lily. Anger surged through Empress Dowager Wang. She had intended to confront you at once, but quickly regained her composure. How dare you deceive her? She vowed to make you regret it. A week later, during the feast, the king named you among the guards assigned to the banquet. Having heard this, you could only join the guard and patrol through the wedding. When the banquet began, many nobles noticed the handsome guard you were, yet none tried to approach you. It was clear they knew you were favored by the king, and that courting you would be unwise. Because you had become a focus of attention, slipping away proved difficult, and for a moment you felt trapped. Then Empress Dowager Wang entered. At the sight of that familiar woman, a flash of alarm crossed your eyes. You had never imagined that the woman you had befriended was the legendary Empress Dowager. She walked straight to you and surveyed you with keen interest. The king's face grew very dark at the sight. He dared not protest. Though he held the title of king, his cultivation, power, and prestige all fell far short of the Empress Dowager's. If his mother took a fancy to you, he was helpless. Wang whispered something into the king's ear, and he ordered you to attend to the Empress Dowager. Once given that command, you understood your chance to leave had diminished. Of course, you could still gamble, rely on the rapport you had with her, and beg for release. Then you noticed something startling. Lily had followed Empress Dowager Wang into the hall and was attending the banquet as well. She was the first to spot you upon entering. Wang then had you serve at her side. You could not refuse and had to comply. Until the banquet ended, you found no opportunity, and afterward the Empress Dowager arranged for you, the princess and herself, to ride back in the same carriage. Looking at the two of you, Wang smiled and said, "And you are truly audacious. I always assumed you entered the palace under compulsion. Who would have thought you had other designs?" Hearing her words, you realized she had perceived something, but you remained silent, waiting for her to continue. "I am generally a gentle person, but there is one sort I detest: liars. To those who deceive me, I mete out the harshest punishment. So tell me, what punishment do you deserve, little liar?" Her gaze had turned ice cold. Watching Empress Dowager Wang's steely eyes, your mind raced. "Better yet, let your little lover punish you herself. What do you say, Lily? If you kill this man, I will persuade your father not to marry you off." As she spoke, you noticed a flicker of profoundly complicated emotion in Empress Dowager Wang's eyes. Upon hearing the words of the other party, Lily cried out for your mercy, yet the Queen Mother showed no compassion. Her gaze towards you both was filled with hatred. Then the Queen Mother said to you with a smile, "Since Lily cannot make a choice, let him make one instead. I once thought you had feelings for me, but it appears you are merely a despicable liar. Now I present you with two choices. One is to be my secret lover, and I will spare you, but Lily must die. The second is for Lily to gain her freedom, but you must take your own life. Choose one." Upon hearing this choice, you fell into a dilemma, and just as you aimed your sword at yourself, the Queen Mother stopped you and ordered you and Lily to leave, as she never wanted to see either of you again. At the last moment, however, she softened her heart, refraining from harming her granddaughter and lover, and let you both go. As you left, you cast a deep glance at the Queen Mother, your eyes filled with gratitude and guilt, but she turned her head away, not looking at you. You vaguely noticed the corners of her eyes were slightly moist. Afterwards, you and Lily quickly departed from the kingdom. It did not take long for you to reach the neighboring country, but you did not linger there for long, knowing that the kingdom might have spies in the vicinity. In the 26th year, your level rose to level 53, and you arrived at one of the three great empires of humanity, the Holy Empire. The Holy Empire values peace, but this peace only exists among the nobles who place the highest importance on bloodlines. Here, becoming a noble is the most difficult. Fortunately, both you and Lily have had enough of noble life and only wish for a peaceful existence. However, both of you are exceptionally attractive, and from the moment you arrived in the Holy Empire, suitors began to flock to you. Even after you informed them that you already had a wife, you only managed to deter a small fraction of them. Some sought to have you annul your marriage, while others expressed willingness to be your lovers, as they were merely enamored with your appearance. On Lily's side, she received significantly less harassment, but it was still quite bothersome. However, you had long since grown accustomed to such a life. You understood that as long as you lived among people, you would receive similar treatment, so you accepted this matter with tranquility. Later in the precious Holy Empire, you spent a fortune to purchase a commercial shop, and with your wisdom, you established a brothel that became immensely popular among the noble women. You and Lily were raking in wealth hand over fist. In the 28th year, your level rose to 54, and though you were now 28, your appearance still resembled that of an 18-year-old. It seemed you would never age. By the end of the year, two significant figures visited your establishment: the 6th princess of the Holy Empire and the eldest daughter of a prince. While receiving these prominent guests, you maintained a high level of confidentiality, but today was different. They specifically requested you to attend to them personally. Upon hearing their request, you did not refuse, as you had long since become accustomed to such scenarios and were able to navigate them with ease, although sometimes you might let them gain a slight advantage. As you entered the private room, both of them lit up with excitement. The other young men in the vicinity suddenly seemed less appealing to them. The sixth princess, Eileen, quickly patted the seat beside her, indicating for you to sit next to her. You complied, but as she placed her hand on your waist, you reminded her that you were a married man and that this was inappropriate. However, you were willing to chat with both of them and offer them a discount. Upon hearing your words, their excitement only grew. It was evident that they seemed to possess a certain reckless attribute. Then you produced 2 blue pills and placed them in their glasses in front of them. When they asked what they were, you informed them that they were substances to enhance the mood. Upon hearing your explanation, the 2 eagerly drank them down, and soon after they fell into a stupor. They would have pleasant dreams, and you quietly left. This was one of your methods for dealing with these nobles. In the 29th year, aside from the business of your brothel, you also opened a tavern and an inn, and with your forward-thinking mind, you earned more than ever before. With this wealth, you purchased even higher quality cultivation resources. In the 30th year, your level broke through to 56, and that same year, you met many formidable adventurers, including legendary Shrank adventurers whose strengths reached the king level, even emperor level. With their protection, your business became exceedingly stable. That same year, you and Lily welcomed your first child, a boy whom you named Nato with no particular meaning. It was simply a random choice. In the 31st year, you were granted the title of Baron by the royal family of the Holy Empire. You did not resist this promotion, as it was something you had anticipated. In the 32nd year, your level rose to 57, possibly due to the lack of actual combat. For a long time, your cultivation speed gradually slowed down. However, you did not feel anxious. You planned to take some time to consolidate. That same year, your second child was born, this time a girl whom you named Shansa. In the 41st year, your level reached 60, yet you felt that a breakthrough to king level remained distant. Additionally, your title had been upgraded to Viscount, which made many tasks considerably more convenient. However, that year, your wife Lily was poisoned and killed. Upon seeing her lifeless body, you felt as though the entire world had shattered. You mourned for a long time before regaining your senses, determined to find the murderer who took Lily's life. After burying Lily, you looked at your 2 children weeping at the funeral, resolved to take good care of them, not allowing hatred to overshadow their feelings. Yet as you began to search for the murderer, you felt that far too many people had motives for the crime. Everyone seemed to be a suspect. Your admirers, enemies in the business world, and those nobles wishing to see you submit all appeared to have motives, but their acting skills were exceptional, making it impossible for you to identify the true culprit in a short time. In the 43rd year, you felt that breaking through to king level was still a distant goal, and you still had not found the murderer. You felt utterly useless, sinking deep into self-doubt. In the 45th year, you sensed your cultivation had reached the peak of the lord rank, on the very cusp of breaking through to the king rank. Simultaneously, your investigation into Lily's death had begun to yield concrete leads. You had long known she had been poisoned by a rare toxin known as bone-eroding grass. This poison was exceedingly scarce, and its procurement channels nearly impossible to trace. Yet you uncovered precisely who had purchased it that year. Ultimately, your suspicion narrowed to a rival in commerce, and soon thereafter you confirmed beyond doubt that he had orchestrated Lily's poisoning. Leveraging your formidable commercial acumen, you swiftly absorbed his enterprise. Then, through covert means, you eliminated every member of his bloodline. Now the mastermind behind Lily's murder knelt before you, battered, humbled, and utterly broken, having already confessed to the crime. His motive: he had observed your profound love for Lily, and reasoned that her death might shatter your will, leaving you vulnerable and defeated. Yet his calculation proved grievously flawed. Rather than collapsing, you rose with astonishing speed, leaving him no opening to eliminate you, his most dangerous competitor. Upon learning the full truth, you chose not to execute him. Instead, you ordered your subordinates to torment him daily, ensuring he remained alive, fully conscious, to endure the agonies of a living hell. Once Lily's affair was laid to rest, you returned to your disciplined cultivation routine. Though love held deep significance, it was never the sole axis of your existence. You still bore responsibilities to your kin. Thereafter, you seemed to seal away emotion and affection, devoting yourself wholly to cultivation. You entrusted the family's commercial affairs to your children, and perhaps due to this singular focus, your strength surged forward at an extraordinary pace. In the 50th year, your level ascended to 61, elevating you to the king rank. As a mark of recognition, you were granted the title of count, but you received the honor with quiet indifference, returning immediately to seclusion after the investiture ceremony. In the 51st year, you awakened the ice attribute technique, Frost Domain, propelling your power to unprecedented heights. In the 52nd year, you welcomed a granddaughter and a grandson. In the 53rd year, you acquired vast quantities of ice spirit stones to aid your cultivation, yet your level remained unchanged. In the 54th year, you resumed deep seclusion. In the 61st year, your level advanced to 62. In the 62nd year, your descendants grew unruly in the imperial capital. Yet having withdrawn from familial governance, you took no action, allowing their conduct to unfold unchecked. By the 63rd year, you found such continuity increasingly hollow, and resolved to embrace a new chapter. You began granting yourself intermittent reprieves, occasionally venturing beyond the imperial capital's walls. Thanks to your profound cultivation, your appearance remained unaltered by time, youthful, ageless, untouched by the decades. In the 64th year, fate brought you face-to-face with a female sword saint of the imperial capital, a sovereign-rank cultivator. This marked your first encounter with a sovereigntier being, yet outwardly no visible chasm separated her aura from yours. Eager to learn, you humbly sought her guidance in swordsmanship, only to be dismissed on grounds of mediocre talent deemed unworthy of discipleship. Her words ignited a rare fury within you. For the first time in decades, someone had dared question your innate aptitude. You keenly sensed her lack of aversion toward you, and emboldened pressed your entreaties with unwavering persistence. At last your tenacity moved her. She consented to demonstrate a single technique, the first sovereign-rank strike you ever witnessed. With one effortless slash, she cleaved a colossal mountain range into a feat transcending mortal capability. Yet even as the dust settled, a bead of sweat glistened upon her brow, proof that such overwhelming power exacted a steep toll even upon a sovereign. One could only wonder how many legions it would take to exhaust such a being. From that cataclysmic display, inspiration struck. In the days that followed, you distilled profound insight and forged your own signature sword art, 10,000 Li of frozen silence. After perfecting the technique, you sent lavish tokens of gratitude, but each was declined. Rather than persist in pursuit, you withdrew to refine your art in solitude. In the 65th year, while immersed in sword art research at home, the very sword saint who had once guided you appeared unannounced within your ancestral estate. Startled by her presence, you stood speechless, yet she regarded you with unmistakable reproach. "Why did you stop coming to see me?" Her voice carried quiet accusation. Her question revealed latent sentiment, yet your sole aspiration remained cultivation. Unwilling to provoke her ire, you explained that your recent epiphany had drawn you inward, away from external instruction. Your explanation softened her demeanor, if only slightly. The next day, you journeyed to her abode, and once again sought her tutelage in swordsmanship. This time, however, she accepted without hesitation, demonstrating techniques, personally guiding your blade with her own hand. In the 66th year, under her mentorship, your level ascended to 63, and your sword mastery soared. Today, among ordinary emperor-rank cultivators, your sword skill stands equal, neither inferior nor superior. Yet her guidance bore no altruistic intent. She demanded you become her clandestine lover. When you heard the proposition, astonishment gave way to cold clarity. This was no tender affection, but a shallow, transactional attraction. You requested 3 days to consider her offer, and she granted them without protest. On the third day, gazing upon her breathtaking visage, you asked softly, "If I become your lover, will you continue taking others as well?" Sword Saint Shaga paused for but a heartbeat, then nodded unflinching. Her candor was so absolute, so disarming, that for a moment words failed you entirely. "Then if you may seek other lovers, I may do the same." "Absolutely not," she replied, voice laced with indignation, as though the very notion offended her sovereignty. "Once you are mine, your heart belongs solely to me." A faint, icy smile touched your lips. "Excellent. Dealing with such women was, after all, your greatest expertise." "Very well. I understand, Lady Shajia." And upon hearing your words, Shajia's face lit up with delight. "Oh, so you agree then?" "Of course, Lady Shajia. You are truly exquisite. How could anyone fail to admire you?" You replied insincerely, all the while calculating how best to deflect her advances. Hearing your praise, Shajia's expression softened further. Clearly your flattery had struck its mark. Yet Shajia made no move to act upon you herself. In her mind, since you claimed to cherish her, it was only fitting that you take the initiative. You sensed her waiting, and chose complete inaction. So you let the silence linger. After all, you held no genuine affection for this arrogant, self-assured woman. Without such demands, coexistence might have remained serene, but now that peace was irrevocably broken. When you continued to stand motionless, Shajia's patience frayed. "Return home." And yes, and without a backward glance, you turned and walked away. Seeing you truly depart, Shajia seized you abruptly and pinned you to the ground. So you intend to resort to force. "Lady Shajia, shall we make a wager?" And she remained silent. "And what say you?" Shajia still refused to answer. You writhed fiercely, but against a sovereigntier cultivator, such resistance was utterly futile. You knew full well your struggle was performative, a gesture meant only to signal your stance. You understood such sovereigns prized their pride above all. Unless utterly devoid of principle, they rarely resorted to coercion. Yet your defiance only deepened the storm gathering in her gaze. She realized at last that your declaration of affection had been a lie, and fury surged within her. And you deceived me just now. Yes, you admitted with a slow nod, your expression falling into quiet sorrow. Forgive me, Lady Shadja. My heart remains bound to another. I cannot feign love for you. If you truly desire me as your consort, then first make me love you. Gazing into your earnest eyes, Shadja hesitated, then gave a solemn nod. I will make you love me. She released you. You looked at her with feigned tenderness, though inwardly you scoffed. How theatrically sentimental. This delusional woman parading our charade as true devotion. Fortunately for her sovereignty, your cultivators possessed no mind-reading art. Your inner contempt remained forever beyond her reach. Later she allowed you to leave, informing you she would seek you out again the following day. The next morning Shadja arrived at your residence bearing a shard of glacial heart crystal. After accepting her gift, she invited you to stroll together, to savor delicacies, to share moments of ease. Her courtship methods were conventional, even cliched, yet you welcomed them wholeheartedly. Truly befitting a sovereignty master, even her most casual offerings were peerless treasures. By the 67th year sustained by Shadja's relentless nurturing, your cultivation rank had ascended 2 tiers, reaching level 65. Meanwhile Shadja, having pursued you unwaveringly for a full year, had seen her infatuation curdle into obsession, no longer mere admiration, but an all-consuming fixation. Throughout that year, whenever Shadja neared the brink of surrender, you deliberately rekindled proximity, offering just enough warmth to sustain her hope, whispering that persistence alone would yield victory. You wielded emotional entanglement with consummate mastery. You felt no remorse, not in the slightest. Even now her sole desire remained that you serve as her consort, thus your heart remained utterly unmoved. Yet even sovereigns possess finite patience. No one can endure perpetual self-sacrifice. Shadja was no exception. Now seated alone in her chamber, she questioned her very existence. How many times had she done so this past year? She could not fathom why, after such devoted pursuit, your heart remained untouched. Doubt gnawed at her confidence. She rose, approached the mirror, and studied her own flawless visage, long, unblinking, unyielding, until conviction returned. This is not my failing. Perhaps from the very beginning you had never intended to accept her. Having reached this clarity, she arrived the next day not with gifts, but with resolve. Seizing you without warning, she dragged you away. You recognized instantly she has finally seen through the veil. A silent sigh escaped you. You had not anticipated that a sovereignty or cultivator, so formidable, so revered, could remain so oblivious for an entire year. Have you felt nothing for me? Shadja demanded, her voice glacial. And you offered a faint, indifferent nod. And why? After all I've given you, why is it never enough? Because you sought only a consort, not a partner. From the outset your intentions were hollow. How could I ever surrender my heart? At times I did feel something. Yet the moment I recalled your singular aim, that fluttering pulse stilled cold and absolute. Shadja froze, stunned. She had never imagined your refusal stemmed from this truth. A wave of profound guilt washed over her, yet even guilt failed to stir any intention to change. Swiftly she subdued you with overwhelming might, pinning both wrists effortlessly in one hand. You're right. I never sought your heart with purity. It is only natural you withheld it. So I shall dispense with that step entirely. At once your voice vanished. Like a ravenous beast long denied, Shadja descended upon you, fierce, unrelenting, consuming. The onslaught sent shockwaves through your body. You thrashed wildly, but this time Shadja showed no mercy. Pain intensified, sharpening, searing. Though you savored it deeply, you masked your pleasure with convincing agony. The following dawn Shadja opened her eyes to find you still unconscious. A wry smile touched her lips. Your constitution, she mused, remained too frail to endure prolonged, intense exertion. Her gaze drifted downward, to your pale skin now marred with vivid, overlapping marks, her indelible signature from the night before. Recalling that transcendent union, she sighed with lingering euphoria. At last, she had claimed what she desired. You had not disappointed her. In the next breath your eyes snapped open, frost-chilled, glacial, utterly alien. Shadja's lips curled, just slightly. Rest here a while. I have matters to attend to. Return this afternoon. And she left without awaiting reply. In the days that followed, Shadja completely disregarded your wishes, acting as if she could do whatever she wanted, and you only offered a token resistance, ultimately letting her have her way. However, 3 months later news broke out that Shadja was engaged to another sword saint who offered countless top-tier resources as her betrothal gifts. This sword saint was much older than Shadja, appearing to be in middle age. After glancing at him twice, Shadja showed little interest and informed him that while she would accept the betrothal gifts, they would only be a nominal couple, with nothing happening between them privately. Upon hearing Shadja's words, he was taken aback, never expecting her to say such a thing. However, after much contemplation, he agreed, believing Shadja was too beautiful, and that with their comparable strengths they were a match made in heaven. He felt that if he worked hard enough he would eventually win her heart. Because you stayed at Shajia's house and did not go out, you were unaware of this news. In the 68th year, although Shajia only regarded you as a lover during this time, she never neglected your material needs, ensuring your cultivation resources remained uninterrupted. Now your level has risen to 66, and with Shajia's assistance, reaching the Emperor level in this lifetime should not be a problem. In the 71st year, your level increased to 67. Despite spending such a long time together, Shajia still did not feel bored of you. She believed she might never tire of you. The Sword Saint engaged to Shajia pursued her fervently, just as she had pursued you initially. For years had passed, and just like before, whenever he was about to give up, Shajia would dangle a sweet promise before him, reigniting his hope. Clearly Shajia learned this tactic from you. After all, she had nothing to lose by keeping him hanging, so she showed no intention of stopping. However, after 4 long years, even a clay figurine would have some anger. After being rejected once more, this male Sword Saint's heart was completely shattered. He felt that Shajia was merely toying with him. One night, he stealthily entered the castle where Shajia resided and was met with a shocking scene. His fiancée was entwined with a young pretty boy. Instantly, the Sword Saint was furious and attacked. Shajia was caught off guard, and in an instant you were cut in half. Although you had become a king-level powerhouse, you were still no match for a true Emperor-level expert, and you perished. Simulation ends. Simulation rating 111,021. After this simulation concluded, AI Lin looked at the outcome, feeling a mix of amusement and distress. Is this the fate of being a lover? Caught by the rightful partner and cut in half on the spot. Indeed, being a third party leads to no good end. However, AI Lin thought again, or it seemed that she had come first. She wondered how the Shajia in the simulation and her fiancé would fare, feeling it would lead to a confrontation. System: the characters in the simulation exist in reality, right? Yes, host, they mostly exist, but due to the difficulty of the simulated world, their choices in the simulation may differ from those in the real world. After receiving this answer, AI Lin was very satisfied. In this case, she could still gain useful information from the simulated world, such as identifying the powerful figures within each kingdom. Then AI Lin began to draw lots. This time, the simulation allowed for 22 high-level draws and 10 regular draws. High-level draw begins. Obtained blue skill enhancement technique. Obtained blue skill enhancement technique. Obtained green talent summoning enhancement. Obtained blue skill blood piercing. Obtained blue skill enhancement technique. Obtained purple equipment night robe. Regular draw begins. Obtained white skill. In the blink of an eye, all 22 high-level draws and 10 regular draws were used up. Upon seeing the results, AI Lin frowned slightly. From these 22 high-level talents, 9 enhancement techniques were drawn. However, these 9 enhancement techniques should have merged into a black skill according to common logic. But contrary to AI Lin's expectations, the 9 enhancement techniques ultimately merged into 3 purple enhancement techniques, failing to form a higher-level black skill. The reason was simple. The maximum potential of skills obtained in high-level draws capped at purple. Fortunately, stacking 3 purple enhancement techniques could still enhance skill power, albeit not as significantly as skill fusion would. In addition, there were 6 blood-piercing techniques, 5 mana drains, as well as the night robe and summoning enhancement. The white skills drawn were 5 instances of throwing technique, 3 instances of magic skin, and 2 instances of sharpened claws. Upon seeing the skills drawn this time, AI Lin frowned slightly. Because the advanced skills drawn this time, apart from blood piercing, were all auxiliary skills, and these auxiliary skills could only be used on others. For instance, the enhancement technique could comprehensively enhance a target's attributes by 40 to 100. The lower the target's level, the higher the enhancement ratio. As for the green talent summoning enhancement, AI Lin quite appreciated it. This skill allowed her to summon 1 additional creature when using summoning magic, and also raised all summoned creatures' levels by 3. One must admit that although this talent was just green, its practicality was remarkably strong. Blood piercing was straightforward. It used blood to form spikes that attacked the opponent, delivering massive damage that most people could hardly defend against. As for the night robe, this piece of equipment was exclusive to dark creatures, making it perfectly suitable for a vampire like you. Wearing the night robe would significantly mitigate the sun's weakening effects during the day, allowing you to retain 90 of your power. At night, the night robe would enhance certain attributes and exhibited strong resistance to magic. As for the remaining white skills, there was nothing much to say. The remaining 21 points of experience were converted into experience value and entered AI Lin's body. After absorbing these skills, AI Lin let out a long breath, clearly feeling her strength had grown significantly. Arlen then donned the cloak of night, drank several mouthfuls of beast blood, and sank once more into slumber, knowing full well it was still daytime. Though the cloak could mitigate most of the sun's adverse effects, he chose rest nonetheless. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Tonight was the very evening Arlen had promised Rom to ambush his elder brother's supply convoy. Without hesitation, Arlen Rose summoned Amo and moved ahead to the designated ambush site. He had no intention of engaging directly. According to Rom, the mercenaries he dispatched were more than sufficient to eliminate his brother's entourage. Lost in thought, Arlen soon stood before Rom's chamber door, then followed Rom's men to the ambush site, only to wait in vain until dawn broke the next day with no sign of their quarry. At first light, Arlen confronted Rom, fixing him with a cold, unblinking gaze. "Do you have any idea how foolishly I waited for you all night?" "I'm just as baffled," Rom retorted, returning the glare. "Only you, I, and my men knew of this ambush. Yet my men would never betray me. So it must have been you who leaked the information to Crow. And now you dare confront me with accusations." Hearing Rom's voice tightly coiled with suppressed fury, Arlen remained utterly unflinching. Indeed, the intelligence had been leaked by Arlen to Crow, but he would never admit it now. Nor would such an admission matter much. Only he and Rom stood within the chamber. Amo stood guard outside. Were they to fight, Arlen feared Rom not at all, yet he remained wary of hidden assets Rom might possess. Thus he withheld from fully severing their fragile alliance. Noticing the subtle shift in Rom's expression, Arlen sensed doubt stirring, perhaps even suspicion that one of Rom's own men had betrayed him rather than the man standing before him. Perceiving Rom's wavering certainty, Arlen pressed on, his voice edged with quiet menace. "You've played me well, and threatened me besides. You will regret it." Staring at the ferocity etched across Arlen's face, Rom faltered further, his conviction crumbling. Was it truly you who leaked the secret? Gazing upon his dim-witted elder brother, Arlen remained inwardly serene. It was undeniable, though vampires ranked among the more intelligent beings of the demon race, their intellect remained sharply limited. Their neural architecture too rudimentary to sustain anything beyond brute force and crude stratagems. After brief contemplation, Rom concluded he could not afford to alienate Arlen outright, not when his other siblings would never rally to his side. "Truly not you. Heh, so you accuse me without evidence. What choice did I have? Our partnership cannot end so abruptly. Still wish to continue our cooperation? Very well. Then hand me 200 grade 2 demon crystals, plus the 700 you already owe me. Don't push your luck. Heh, I merely seek fair recompense. Refuse, and our partnership ends here." Snap! Rom hurled his cup to the floor with a thunderous crash, then fixed Arlen with a glacial stare. Even a man of greater temperance would have reached his limit, let alone Rom, whose volatile nature flared easily, especially when provoked by Arlen's relentless audacity. The next instant, Amo burst through the chamber door and stepped squarely before Arlen. At the sight of him, Rom's rage receded slightly. Amo's presence rendered him temporarily powerless against Arlen. To attack outright would unleash chaos. Unacceptable, for though their father rarely intervened in their affairs, a violent commotion within the castle walls would inevitably draw his attention, and that consequence would be grave indeed. Hesitating, Rom ultimately withheld his hand and watched in silence as Arlen turned and walked away. Back in his chamber, Arlen surveyed his remaining source force, still insufficient to initiate another simulation. Due to the substantial power boost from his last simulation, each new run now demanded 4500 source force points. He possessed barely over 4000. With that in mind, Arlen ordered beast blood drawn from the ice vault, drank it down, and drifted into sleep. That same night, the steward appeared at Arlen's door. "Third young master, Miss Bela visited earlier. She left this for you as promised. Please inspect it." Arlen nodded. Once inside, he counted the crystals. 300 grade 3 demon crystals, not a single one missing. His mood lifted instantly. Without delay, he converted them all into source force. Consuming 1 grade 3 demon crystal yields 51 source force. Consuming 1 grade 3 demon crystal yields 48 source force. Consuming 1 grade 3 demon crystal yields 53 source force. In an instant, all 300 crystals were expended. Each yielded roughly 50 points of source force. Combined with his prior reserves, Arlen's total surged to 19044, a sum ample enough to fuel not one, but 2 successive simulations, even should the next yield extraordinary gains. Having accepted payment, Arlen wasted no time. After a light meal, he sought out his father to formally dissolve his engagement to Bela. A quarter-hour later, Vergus Moreland studied his third son with quiet perplexity. "You truly wish to annul your betrothal to Bela? I recall you held great affection for that girl." "My feelings have changed, father, and she, it seems, feels nothing for me. This marriage is best abandoned." Arlen finished speaking. Moreland glanced at Amo standing behind him, then gave a slow, deliberate nod. "If that is your wish, so be it." To Moreland, the fact that his son had tamed Amo spoke volumes. In these past 3 years, Arlen had matured profoundly, perhaps even nearing the strength of his eldest and second brothers. His decision to withdraw from the engagement must carry weighty rationale, thus Moreland granted him full autonomy. Having received his father's unequivocal assent, Arlen felt a flicker of surprise. The resolution had come far more smoothly than anticipated. He'd prepared elaborate justifications, yet none were needed. Without delay, he assembled his retinue and departed for the Orla family estate. The moment Aelin stepped out of his home, a new group trailed behind him. Yet these were unlike the earlier pursuers. Among them stood Aelin's second elder brother Vigisram. He had genuinely intended to ally with Aelin, but ever since their heated morning quarrel, he spent the entire day re-evaluating that decision. By dusk, he finally realized he had been deceived from the very beginning. Aelin never sought true partnership, only the theft of his magic crystals. Upon this revelation, Rum seethed with fury, and now seizing Aelin's departure as opportunity, moved to strike. Aelin showed no surprise upon recognizing Rum among his pursuers. After all, within the shadowed alleys of Night Demon City, even open murder carried little consequence for a family of the Rum lineage. Rum positioned himself as the hunter, unaware that Aelin was the true predator. Soon Aelin led Amo into an abandoned narrow alley, and waited in silence for Rom and his followers to appear. Yet minutes passed with no sign of them. Enough pretense, Rom. I sensed you long ago. At Aelin's voice, Rom finally emerged, not alone, but flanked by 6 formidable allies, each radiating menace, at least one bearing the unmistakable aura of a pack leader. Aelin's brow furrowed. This complication demanded caution, especially without knowing their true strength. Knowledge would have simplified everything. As Rom stepped forward, a cruel, jagged smile twisted across his face. He had brought 2 pack leaders and 4 elite-tier warriors, plus himself a peak-tier pack leader vampire. Against such overwhelming force, Aelin's survival seemed mathematically impossible. Yet in the next breath, Aelin's lips moved in rapid, hushed incantation, and before him bloomed a crimson sigil pulsing with terrifying power. Rom instantly recognized its magnitude, a spell far beyond his own mastery. Attack! Kill him now! With that roar, 7 monstrous vampires lunged forward, only for Amo to surge between them, and Aelin, his towering frame, shielding Aelin completely. Having consumed vast quantities of blood over recent days, Amo's wounds had largely healed, granting him more than enough strength to hold them off, if only for a time. Rom closed the distance in an instant and struck downward with a clawed hand aimed straight at Amo. Amo countered with a thunderous punch. The moment their hands collided, Rom's expression contorted, shock flashing across his features. He felt raw, overwhelming power surging from Amo, so immense it nearly shattered his own claws. Such disparity was expected. Blood demons possessed innate physical superiority over ordinary vampires. Yet Rom was no common vampire. He bore the sacred bloodline of the Blue Vein clan, and the talent he inherited dwarfed even the low-tier Blue Vein physique, a legacy of unparalleled potency. With a guttural bellow, Rom's body erupted outward, muscles swelling, black fur erupting across his skin, leathery wings unfurling from his back, his face twisting into a demonic visage as azure veins spread like wildfire across his flesh. Within seconds, he towered 5 meters tall, a grotesque bat-winged abomination. His presence was horrifying, so overwhelming that Amo's fierce aura dimmed beneath it. Yet Amo did not flinch. He charged headlong into the maelstrom, grappling with the beast. But astonishingly, even the legendary strength of a blood demon was now being overpowered by sheer brute force. The remaining vampires made no move to aid Rom. Instead, they surged toward Aelin. Just as Aelin completed his demonic summoning, 5 level 26 demons materialized before him, all rotting orcs. These abominations straddled the line between demon and undead, impervious to pain, monstrously strong and durable, though sluggish and mindless. Perfect living shields. The moment they appeared, they intercepted 5 of the vampires, but their lower level quickly told. Within seconds of engagement, they were already overwhelmed, and defeat loomed inevitable. One elite-tier vampire, however, broke free, racing directly toward Aelin. In that critical instant, Aelin remained utterly calm. With a sweep of the blood demon scepter, a shimmering barrier coalesced around him, woven from condensed blood energy. The vampire's claws scraped against it, leaving only faint scorch marks. Then Aelin activated another innate ability of the scepter, blood demon spike. 2 colossal crimson spears erupted, piercing the vampire's thighs with brutal precision. Agony flooded his nerves, paralyzing him instantly, his eyes wide with primal terror. Rom watched stunned. Aelin was far stronger than he'd imagined. First a high-tier summoning art, then devastating blood magic, each ability shattering his assumptions. Aelin did not pause. As the paralyzed vampire slumped, Aelin lunged forward and sank his fangs deep into the creature's throat. Magic absorption, now elevated to the rare rank of Purple 2, Blue 1, drained the vampire's magical reserves in a single second, flooding Aelin with potent energy. Yet he did not release his grip, for the once reviled blood of his kin now tasted inexplicably sweet, an effect of the forbidden power. When a vampire survives by feeding on kin blood, not only does strength surge, but an irreversible addiction takes root in obsessive, consuming craving for that same forbidden essence. Hence, any vampire caught drinking kin blood is hunted without mercy. 3 seconds later, the vampire lay desiccated. Aelin then cast strength amplification and bloodlust upon Amo, immediately draining 60% of his freshly replenished mana. Amplified by the enhancement art and the bloodthirsty art, Amo's physique swelled to match Rom's. Both now stood at identical scale. Meanwhile, the summoned beasts fared far worse. Eileen could clearly see the 2 rotting orcs locked in battle, with the chieftain tier vampire nearing annihilation. Witnessing this, Eileen invoked kin summoning once more, calling forth 3 blood wolves, each bearing his own rank. Yet rather than dispatch them into combat, he lunged forward and sank his fangs into one wolf, draining its magic and blood to replenish his waning reserves. As the wolf was bound to Eileen through blood-bonded summoning, it offered no resistance. In an instant, its magical essence was siphoned dry. Eileen's reserves, previously reduced to 40%, surged upward by 30%. He left the wolf's blood untouched. His appetite had long since been sated. Next, Eileen unleashed Blood Spike upon one of the chieftain tier vampires. Sensing imminent peril, the vampire jerked his head aside. The colossal crimson lance grazed his cheek, carving a grotesque wound across his left face and severing his left ear entirely. Agony flared from his severed ear, igniting blind fury. The already dying rotting orc crumpled beneath his hands, torn asunder in a single savage motion, before he charged Eileen like a maddened storm. Without hesitation, Eileen gathered his remaining magic and loosed another blood spike. The vampire's earlier evasion had been sheer chance. No mere purple tire technique could be dodged so effortlessly, especially not Eileen's blood spike, whose dual-ear damage defied conventional avoidance. This time the blood spike pierced unerringly through the chieftain tier vampire's chest. Stunned disbelief flickered across his face as he gazed down at the gaping skull's-eyed void, then collapsed slowly, life ebbing away. In the next breath, one of Eileen's blood wolves lunged forward, dragging the corpse before him. Eileen wasted no time, immediately drawing forth the residual magic still clinging to the fallen body. His inner reserves surged rapidly. Before the corpse's magic could be fully drained, Eileen felt his own power restored completely. Rum, observing this, erupted into frenzied attempts to break past Amo's blockade. In those fleeting moments, he had grasped the terrifying truth: so long as fresh corpses lay near Eileen, his magic would flow endlessly, transforming him into a relentless humanoid artillery platform. Yet this time, Eileen's restoration transcended mere magic. He ascended a full rank. Clearly, his absorption was no simple replenishment. With each drain, a fragment of the slain's essence settled permanently within him, accumulating as hard-won experience. With his ascension, every attribute sharpened. His command over the battlefield grew seamless, instinctive. Eileen then fixed his gaze upon the second chieftain tier vampire, who had just dispatched his rotting orc opponent and scathed, charging forward in pristine, unmarred form. Calm and unhurried, Eileen launched 2 blood spikes. The first sheared off the vampire's left arm, the second shattered his right leg. Off balance and limbless, he staggered, only for Eileen to pierce his throat with a low-cost blood demon thorn. Another blood wolf dragged the corpse forward without delay. Eileen immediately began siphoning the fallen's magic to restore his own. Rum now sensed catastrophe unfolding. He whirled to flee, to expose Eileen's taboo act of consuming kin blood. But the moment he turned, Amo spread his arms wide. From his abdomen burst a serpentine chain forged of living blood, coiling tightly around Rom's waist. Rom's escape was instantly quashed. The chain held him fast. This was the Blood Demon Chain, a signature art mastered by all blood demons. Once ensnared, freedom was all but impossible. Only 3 paths led to release: first, voluntary dissolution by the blood demon; second, slaying the blood demon himself; third, death of the bound. These were the sole conditions capable of breaking the blood demon chain, a binding skill designed for forced confrontation. With no other recourse, Rom had no choice but to turn and fight Amo. And Amo, of course, would never loosen the chain, not while Rom still drew breath. While Rom raged in desperate struggle, Eileen moved with lethal precision against the remaining 3 elite tier peak vampires. Unlike the chieftain tier foes, these required no blood spike. Merely the blood demon scepter's innate blood demon thorn sufficed to end them. 3 flawless strikes later, Eileen had eradicated every foe, save Rom alone. Swiftly, Eileen channeled enhancement art and bloodthirsty art upon the 3 surviving rotting orcs, empowering them sufficiently to withstand Rom's onslaught, if only briefly. Simultaneously, Eileen gathered another blood spike and launched it toward Rom. Trapped in close combat with Amo, Rom could neither evade nor deflect, so the crimson lance tore straight through his body. Yet Rom's physical resilience remained monstrous. Even a fist-sized wound bled profusely, but failed to claim him outright. Observing this, Eileen cycled relentlessly, draining corpses then striking again with blood spike. Within 15 minutes, every corpse lay magically desiccated. Eileen's reserves dwindled to a final 10%, leaving him unable to contribute further in battle. He shifted focus, instead beginning to absorb the vampire's blood. By now, Rom's body bore 7 or 8 skull-sized wounds. Yet still he stood swaying like a dying oak trembling on the precipice of collapse. At last, with a brutal wrench, Amo tore Rom's head clean from his shoulders. As the final foe fell, Eileen exhaled deeply, relief washing over him like cool rain. At long last, the terror was ended. Eileen then harvested every magic crystal, every drop of blood, and every trace of residual magic from the fallen, propelling his rank directly to level 15. 2 ascensions in rapid succession unsettled him profoundly, not with triumph, but with visceral strain, as though his very flesh threatened to rupture. Thereafter, Aelin instructed Amo to dispose of the corpses. Bloodline vampires possessed exceptionally acute olfaction, as sooner or later they would detect the scent lingering here. Thus, Aelin and Amo secretly carried the bodies beyond the city walls and incinerated them entirely. He harbored no fear of others discovering that he had slain Rom. Yet Aelin preferred that no one witness the grotesque state of the corpses, desiccated and hollow, unmistakably drained of every drop of blood. He had no intention of revealing that he had consumed the blood of his own kin. Once all was settled, dawn loomed near. At this hour, Aelin resolved to postpone his visit to Bella's residence for the annulment until the following night. For now, he would return to rest and run a simulation first. Back in his chamber, Aelin lay within his coffin, racked by profound physical distress. The previous day's voracious absorption of arcane energy had propelled him 2 ranks upward, especially during the final assimilation of Rom's body, when he felt as though he might rupture from sheer internal pressure. Now he was utterly bloated, overwhelmed. After a moment's hesitation, Aelin rose to move about and expend some of that volatile energy. He then entered Rom's former chambers and began methodically ransacking them. With Rom dead, his possessions were now unclaimed, better claimed by Aelin than left to fall into alien hands. Before long, Aelin had combed Rom's quarters thoroughly. Indeed, as the second son of Nightmare City's preeminent noble house, Rom's wealth proved extraordinary. Upon completing the plunder, Aelin secured over 400 rank leader-grade arcane crystals. Converting them all into primordial energy, his reserve surged to 29121 units. This, however, was certainly not Rom's entire fortune. He must possess further hidden reserves. Beyond the crystals, Aelin also uncovered rare gemstones, exotic beast materials, apparently part of Rom's private collection, as well as vials of high-tier beast blood. Having finished the search, Aelin refrained from exploring elsewhere, not yet knowing what other holdings his late elder brother had maintained. With nothing else to occupy him, Aelin returned to his chamber and reluctantly initiated a simulation. Due to his recent ascension, the cost had risen slightly. Each session now demanded 4700 units of primordial energy, an increase of 200. Simulation commencing. Please select difficulty level. Available levels 1 through 6. Selected level 6. Simulated race, inept orcoid. Aelin sighed inwardly, though unsurprising given the system's predilection for direct assignment. Selection confirmed. Detected prior simulation score, 11101 points. For advanced talent draws granted before commencement. Congratulations. Advanced talents acquired: Titan's Might, Arcane Physique enabling orcoids to master martial chi and sorcery. Late Bloomer Dramatic Aptitude Surge Post 60. Evolutionary Mutation, 50 chance of mutation upon advancement. These talents apply exclusively to this simulation. Simulation begins. Your birthplace: Beast Clan, the Great Wolf Tribe. Year 1. You are an outcast among the Great Wolf Tribe, named Gia, 16 winters old. You stand markedly shorter than your peers, emaciated and afflicted with a wasting malady that saps all strength, rendering rigorous training impossible. 1 week hence marks your comingafage rite. Should you remain thus frail and diminished at that time, you shall be cast out without mercy. This is your 2nd day among the tribe. Having absorbed the original host's memories, you now diligently train your body, knowing full well you wield for potent talents, refusing to endure the same wretched existence as your predecessor. You expected effortless triumph, yet reality defied expectation. Though Titan's Might and your other talents vastly amplified your raw power, your rank remains merely 1st tier, yet your strength rivals that of 3rd or 4th tier beast folk. Yet after scarcely 15 minutes of exertion, violent coughing seized you. Your lungs felt as though they would burst. You knew further strain would only harm your fragile frame, so you ceased immediately. Sitting cross-legged upon the earth, you pondered your next course. Without curing this body's affliction, true ascension remained impossible. 3 days passed, no improvement. Despair flickered, yet you refused surrender, relentlessly seeking remedies. In this primitive tribal world, hope seemed non-existent. A week later, your Kamingafij arrived, and seeing you unchanged in frailty, your kin expelled you without hesitation, even after witnessing your prodigious might. Exiled, your existence swiftly deteriorated, no shelter, no sustenance. Your health eroded day by day. Whether fortune smiled or mocked, on the 6th day beyond exile, as you wandered aimlessly, a colossal settlement emerged before you. Unlike a monolithic tribe, this settlement teemed with diverse beast folk. You were soon spotted and seized by a brute who shackled you without ceremony. Thus you became a slave of the Iron Claw tribe, laboring under brutal conditions, fed meager rations, your body steadily failing. Yet not all was lost. This tribe far surpassed your former clan in sophistication, and therein dwelled a unique figure, the witch healer. You surmised the witch healer might cure your ailment, yet such figures occupied exalted status, as a slave proximity remained unthinkable. 2 months later you collapsed, on the precipice of death, when 2 tribesmen hauled you away, bearing you toward the very witch healer you had yearned to meet. Yet their intent was not salvation, but experimentation. You were to serve as a test subject, aiding the witch healer in developing novel elixirs, expending your final utility. Immediately upon arrival, you were forced to swallow a viscous black liquid. Scorching heat erupted within you, feverish, agonizing, unbearable. At that very moment, the shaman's voice rang out from beside you, "Hold on. So long as your consciousness remains clear, you will survive." Hearing his words, you summoned every ounce of will to stay alert. After enduring a full day and night of excruciating agony, the pain gradually receded. To the naked eye, your body had grown markedly sturdier, and your once blue pupils now shimmered with a faint, unsettling crimson. The shaman stared in genuine astonishment. Before you, 11 other beastkin had perished after consuming this very elixir. Instantly intrigued, he granted you sustenance to restore your strength and stave off starvation. For the first time in ages, you ate until sated, yet you could still feel the disease clinging stubbornly within you. Over the next 5 days, the shaman conducted 2 more experiments upon you. Each left your frame denser, more powerful, but the seething hatred blazing in your eyes when you gazed at him betrayed the unspeakable torment you had suffered. As your physique grew ever more formidable, the shaman's fascination deepened. To facilitate future trials, he devoted half a month to curing your ailment entirely. Though the malady that had plagued you for so long was finally eradicated, gratitude did not stir within you, not even a trace, for the process had been unbearable. Racking agony drove you nearly mad. A torrent of pure, incinerating hatred engulfed your entire being, leaving only one desperate urge: to obliterate everything within your sight. The shaman observed you, chained head to toe, thrashing wildly, his eyes alight with feverish excitement. You were astonishing. In less than 2 months, you had already surpassed ordinary beastkin in power. Having survived countless experiments that claimed others' lives, he burned with curiosity. How far, he wondered, might you ultimately ascend? A year passed. During that time, you endured experiment after experiment, each more agonizing than the last, and few yielding any benefit. Countless scars now crisscrossed your body, grim, indelible testaments to your ordeals. Unlike the self you were a year prior, your emotions now teetered on the edge of perpetual collapse. 23 hours out of every 24 were spent raving, your mind adrift in delirium. Yet paradoxically, years of relentless experimentation had propelled your level to 18, an ascent both staggering and profoundly unnatural. Your strength swelled beyond measure, demanding ever thicker chains. The ones binding you now were forged for chieftain-tier beasts. One night, the shaman arrived bearing a vial of crimson elixir, his expression gleeful. At the sight of him, your frenzied howls ceased instantly. Fear contorted your face, and you recoiled violently, trying desperately to vanish into the shadows. But pity held no place in his heart. He strode forward without hesitation, wrenched your jaws apart, and poured the elixir down your throat. The moment it touched your lips, your body erupted in violent expansion. Though merely an ordinary giant wolf beastkin, your height now surged to 2.6 meters, 2 heads taller than any standard specimen. And still you swelled. Only when you reached 2.8 meters did the transformation halt, and your level ascended to 20, the absolute apex attainable by ordinary beings. This metamorphosis consumed 4 full days, throughout which the shaman remained steadfastly at your side, meticulously documenting every shift in your physiology. Upon leveling, you plunged once more into raving madness. Your colossal strength made the iron chains shriek and tremble, yet they held unbroken. Having gathered his data, the shaman departed, deeply satisfied. A month later, dwindling provisions compelled the Ironclaw tribe to migrate, and you, their most extraordinary specimen, were loaded into a prison cart. En route, the Ironclaw tribe was ambushed by their ancient enemies, the Warsong tribe. Chaos erupted. Around you, scenes of carnage and brutality assaulted your senses with brutal intensity. Your agitation spiraled into frenzied exaltation. Observing your state, the shaman, a man who knew you better than anyone, suddenly recalled something vital. Without hesitation, he unshackled you and fled at once. As your creator, he understood your monstrous nature intimately. Though your level remained modest, your raw strength and constitution dwarfed those of any beastkin at your stage. He believed you would prove useful. Yet the instant your bonds fell away, you lunged after him, wild, single-minded, unstoppable. Though the shaman himself was a chieftain-tier beastkin, age had eroded his vitality, he now fought only at elite-tier strength, and soon you overtook him. Seeing the volcanic fury blazing in your eyes, he quickened his pace in terror. He knew all too well just how terrifying you truly were. In the next breath, your fist, nearly the size of his skull, hurtled toward him. He raised his arm in desperate defense. But the moment your knuckles struck his forearm, a sharp, sickening crack echoed, the brittle bones of his aged limbs yielding instantly to your overwhelming force. A guttural scream tore from his throat. Then you slammed him to the ground and descended upon him in blind, savage fury, pummeling his body without mercy. Beastkin nearby froze in horror, none daring to draw near. A warsong chieftain, witnessing your brutal onslaught, watched with unmistakable admiration. From your sheer sculpted physique alone, he recognized a true warrior. And the dense lattice of fine scars covering your body told him all he needed to know about the trials you had endured. The battle raged on for hours, brutal, unrelenting. Most beastkin were hardened warriors, making the clash especially savage. Struck by surprise, the Ironclaw tribe faltered early, and ultimately the Warsong tribe claimed decisive victory. You were captured by the very chieftain who had watched you with such keen interest, and taken as his prize. Though he held you in high regard, your volatile temperament, your frequent uncontrollable fits of madness, dissuaded him from recruiting you as a comrade. Instead, he claimed you as a war slave. Slavery remained, but conditions improved markedly. No more cruel experiments. In exchange, however, you were thrust weakly into life-or-death combat. Yet your tenacious vitality and formidable strength enabled you to survive each life-or-death struggle. In the third year, your level ascended to 24, elevating you to an elite-tier being. And upon completing evolution, you underwent a mutation, transforming into a wolfman warrior. Following the mutation, your stature increased only slightly, a natural phenomenon among beastkin whose physical growth remains modest after advancement, manifesting merely as subtle augmentation. Though your height changed little, your appearance transformed dramatically. Your once gray fur deepened to a smoldering grayard, while your musculature grew dense and corded, so resilient that even ordinary beastkin could scarcely wound you with bladed weapons. Beyond this surge in power, your greatest revelation came with heightened lucidity. Where previously you possessed only 1 hour of clarity each day, now 3 hours unfolded in serene awareness. Moreover, absent combat or other agitating stimuli, you remained composed, no longer succumbing to madness. Yet such tranquility proved illusory. Within the tribe, no beastkin bore patience. Brawls erupted incessantly, leaving you perpetually roused, emotions surging like storm-tossed tides. By the fourth year, your level reached 27. Progress slowed, for you trained not through disciplined cultivation, but through raw, relentless combat compounded by accumulating wounds. Conversely, with time's passage, your lucid intervals lengthened steadily, until inevitably full restoration beckoned on the horizon. That same year, the Warsong tribe was assaulted by the Crescent Moon tribe, and once again you were taken captive, dragged to their encampment. Such subjugation had long ceased to surprise you. Among beastkin, dominion obeyed primal law. Greater tribes preyed upon lesser ones, and the lesser in turn ravaged the weakest. Rule unadorned, unyielding, and merciless. At the Crescent Moon tribe, cruelty intensified. You were cast into the arena as a fighting beast, your sole sustenance drawn from vanquished opponents, reducing you once more to a life of gnawing hunger and fleeting satiety. In the fifth year, your level surged to 30, the zenith of elite-tier existence, and you rose to stardom within the arena, though your meals remained the fallen beasts who dared face you. At the dawn of the sixth year, you stood at the apex of level 30, poised on the cusp of ascending to leader tier, when fate presented an extraordinary adversary, a saber-toothed tiger, also at elite tier's peak. Yet its frame swelled over twice the size of any natural specimen. Its aura alone was suffocating, a palpable weight that pressed upon your very spirit the moment your eyes met its gaze. Unbeknownst to you, this tiger had been brought by the chieftain of another tribe, bound by a wager with the Crescent Moon chieftain. Your defeat would seal their loss. The crushing pressure you felt emanated from a trace, faint yet undeniable, of the behemoth lineage coursing through its veins. Behemoths reigned supreme among beastkin races. Even the faintest whisper of their blood elevated an ordinary beast to peerless dominance among its kin, and this saber-toothed tiger embodied that truth. The instant both of you entered the arena, the tiger charged, not hindered by its colossal size, but propelled by terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance, jaws flaring wide, fangs bared for the killing strike, only for your fist to crash down upon its skull with a thunderous hollow impact. Spectators, hearing only that single resonant blow, instinctively grasped the devastating force behind it. Mid-lunge, the tiger froze, its ferocious glare dissolving into sudden, startling clarity, as if it had shed its savagery and become nothing more than a docile house cat. You yourself recoiled in disbelief. Such a blow should have shattered the skull of any elite-tier being. Yet this tiger merely staggered, dazed. Its resilience was nothing short of extraordinary. Without hesitation, your hand seized its massive fangs, and with a wrenching heave you lifted the entire beast skyward before slamming it violently onto the ground. Even then its fangs held fast, unbroken. Undeterred, you repeated the motion, lift, slam, again and again, until on the 31st impact the tiger hurtled away, its fangs torn free, its body pulped and mangled beyond recognition. As it crumpled to the earth, the tiger dared not meet your gaze, struggling feebly to rise and flee. You gave it no quarter, lunging forward, your claw pierced its belly, tearing it open with brutal finality, then feasted ravenously upon its still warm corpse. The chieftain who had brought the tiger watched, face darkening with grim disbelief. He had never imagined such a catastrophic outcome. Meanwhile, the Crescent Moon chieftain beamed, his features crinkling with unrestrained triumph. As you devoured the tiger's flesh, power surged within you, its behemoth blood igniting your own essence, propelling you toward the threshold of leader-tier ascension. Before the stunned eyes of the crowd, your form began to shift, muscles hardened further, stature subtly expanded, and your fur deepened to a vivid, blazing crimson. Those spectators recognized your ascension, and thus missed the spectacle of bloody combat. They felt no disappointment. Such brutal contests recurred daily, but live evolution, that was rare, sacred, and awe-inspiring. Many among them had never even beheld a leader-tier being. In moments the ascension concluded. This time no mutation manifested. You did not become a wolfman leader, but your strength soared and your mind sharpened profoundly. Save for a lingering volatility, you now thought, reasoned, and acted no differently than any other beastkin. After successfully advancing, you glanced around the audience, your eyes no longer vacant, but filled with a hint of wisdom. However, they still radiated brutality, causing any spectators who accidentally made eye contact to feel a chill run down their spines, too intimidated to look back, except for a few high-ranking orcs who dared to meet your gaze. After that fleeting glance, you lowered your head and continued eating. Having just leveled up, you had expended a significant amount of energy and were now hungry again. As you filled your stomach, you managed to consume 1/5 of the massive saber-toothed tiger. To avoid waste, you dragged the remaining carcass of the tiger back toward your cell. Upon witnessing this scene, the staff attempted to stop you, but after you shot them a glare, they dared not move. The chief, who was still watching, was in high spirits after winning the bet, and sent someone to inform the staff that the saber-toothed tiger was a reward for you. With no one to obstruct you, you swiftly returned to your cell. Your cell was made of specially reinforced steel, and because it was a single occupancy, you had plenty of space to move. Once back, you began to train diligently. Although you had no knowledge of fighting techniques, you understood the basics of physical training. You continuously performed push-ups, squats, and other exercises to enhance your physical condition and training. This was your first attempt at physical conditioning after your illness was treated. Previously, your body had only grown naturally. After starting your training, your strength improved at a faster rate. Additionally, as your emotions stabilized, incidents of you harming the staff ceased, and your stability was reported to the chief. By the end of the 6th year, your level had risen to 32. The chief appeared before you, clearly wanting to verify the reports of your emotional control. When the chief arrived, you simply sat in your cell, coolly observing him without making any further moves. Seeing your demeanor, the chief recalled your first meeting aback. Then, although you were caged, you had been frantically screaming, trying to kill him, a stark contrast to your current calm. The chief approached you with keen interest and asked, "Can you speak?" Whom you nodded lightly in response. The chief was excited upon seeing you. Typically, the strongest creatures in the arena are only elite-level beasts, not leaders. It's rare to capture a leader unless they are exceptionally violent and untrainable, which means that after leveling up to a leader, finding an opponent for you would be quite difficult. However, now that you have demonstrated sufficient intelligence, you could be of use to him. If he could tame you, the Crescent Moon tribe could gain a powerful warrior. Have you ever considered changing your way of life, for example, becoming a warrior of the Crescent Moon tribe? Upon hearing the chief's words, you frowned slightly and replied, "I have thought about it, but can you accept me?" The Crescent Moon tribe welcomes every powerful warrior. Of course, you can be accepted. However, if you wish to regain your freedom, you must wear shackles and join me in a battle. If you can remain conscious throughout and do not harm our own, I will grant you your freedom. All right, you agreed without hesitation. After saying this, the chief instructed someone to open the cell door and brought staff to change your shackles. It was evident that the staff trembled as they approached you, but you merely stared at them coldly, making no unusual moves. Soon after being fitted with iron ball shackles, you left your cell and stood before the chief. The chief of the Crescent Moon tribe was a peak lord-level warrior, close to king level. Despite the vast power gap between you, you felt no fear standing before him. You were then taken to a tent with guards stationed beside your tent to prevent any sudden outbursts. A few days later, you participated in a raid with the chief, and coincidentally the target of this raid was the Giant Wolf clan, the very clan that had once abandoned you. Upon seeing the target of the raid, your eyes lit up. You never expected such good fortune. Noticing your eagerness, the chief did not restrain you and immediately declared an attack. You, along with a group of orcs, charged towards the Giant Wolf clan. Your stature stood out among the orc horde, much taller than the average orc. Yet even so, your former clansmen did not recognize you. In their eyes, you had long been dead. As you burst into the enemy's ranks, you could be likened to a tiger among sheep. With a single charge, you sent 2 giant wolf orcs flying. They fell to the ground, convulsing and never rising again. Then you unleashed a frenzied slaughter. Hardly any clansman could withstand a single punch from you. Soon the leader of the Giant Wolf clan appeared before you, far stronger than the other clansmen, the only leader-level powerhouse among them. You quickly engaged in combat. Although your level was much lower than that of the Giant Wolf leader, you had the advantage of powerful strength and exceptional physique. The leader, being quite old, was no longer at his peak. Thus, for a time, it was hard to determine a victor. However, it was clear that you were at a disadvantage. The level disparity was still too great. Not long after the battle concluded, the difference in strength between the Giant Wolf clan and the Crescent Moon tribe was too vast, and they quickly faced defeat. At this point, only you and the leader of the Giant Wolf clan had yet to settle the score. Although victory was already in hand, no one came to assist you, as the chief was keen to ascertain the full extent of your strongest capabilities. However, 3 hours passed quickly, and the chief gradually lost patience. He dashed over and swiftly decapitated the old clan leader, ending the battle. After this, you earned the chief's recognition. You were now a warrior of the Crescent Moon tribe. Finally free from the identity of a slave, you felt no excitement whatsoever. After enduring numerous hardships, you had become cruel and cold-blooded, finding it difficult to feel joy. Having finally attained freedom, you naturally would not waste this opportunity. Without hesitation, you approached the chief to seek his guidance on training methods to help you enhance your strength. Upon hearing your desire to learn from yourself, the chieftain contemplated for a moment. Instead of granting your request directly, he instructed his deputy to teach you. Although merely a deputy, this individual was also a lord-level powerhouse, and being from the wolf tribe, it was indeed more fitting for him to guide you. Soon, under the training of this elder from the wolf tribe, you began your cultivation. With the correct method of practice, your speed of cultivation accelerated significantly. At the same time, periodically, you would visit the shaman for assistance in treating the hidden injuries on your body. The shaman informed you that the number of hidden injuries was excessive, and if not treated promptly, they could lead to severe issues in the future. Fortunately, you were still young, so there was enough time to treat them, although the process would take longer. By the end of the 7th year, your level had risen to 35. After a year of treatment, your hidden injuries had been nearly fully healed. With the healing of these injuries, your strength grew even more formidable, and your emotions returned to a normal level, no longer prone to anger over minor matters. During a raid, you set your sights on a beautiful girl from the Fox tribe. Without hesitation, you brought her home to be your wife. Initially, the Fox girl refused, but as time passed, coupled with your kindness, unlike other beast men who would frequently lash out at their partners, she gradually began to develop feelings for you. In the 8th year, you became the foremost warrior among the younger generation of the Crescent Moon tribe. None of the beast men of your age could match you, and not a single one could withstand even 3 of your moves. It is hard to imagine that just 2 years ago you were merely a slave in the arena. By the 9th year, your level increased to 37, and your 4 wives gave birth to 9 children. Given that beast men often have multiple births, this explained the large number of children. Your wives were all taken from various clans or tribes, including 2 from the Fox tribe, 1 cat girl, and 1 from the Deer tribe. Beast men are very direct in their affections. They do not engage in courtship. If someone catches their eye, they simply knock them out and take them away. Due to having a family, now you developed a strong sense of belonging to the Crescent Moon tribe. However, it wasn't entirely smooth sailing as some individuals opposed you. Your rapid rise in strength instilled a sense of crisis in many. Some feared you would usurp their positions, while others were terrified of being permanently trampled underfoot with no chance of recovery. Consequently, you lived with great caution within the tribe, even checking for poison in your food before each meal. In the 10th year, your level rose to 39. During this year, you killed several humans and looted a martial arts manual from them. Thanks to your innate talent for the demonic physique, you could cultivate human martial arts. Without hesitation, you began to practice the martial art known as the diamond art. Beastmen are already formidable foes due to their powerful bodies capable of contending with human martial artists. It is hard to fathom the terrifying strength you, a paragon among beastmen, would achieve after cultivating human techniques. In the 11th year, your level reached 40. Thanks to practicing the diamond art, your cultivation speed increased once more, and you were now capable of defeating most clan leaders in the tribe. However, you chose not to fully reveal your strength and maintained your previous demeanor. In the 12th year, you reached the pinnacle of level 40, but did not break through. In the 14th year, your level broke through to 41, elevating you to the status of a leader-level being. This time a mutation occurred, transforming you into the diamond giant wolf monster leader, with your physique nearly reaching the peak enhancement for your level. That same year, you accompanied the chieftain to a large tribe known as the One-Eyed Tribe. A significant part of the Crescent Moon tribe's strength stemmed from its affiliation with the One-Eyed Tribe. Your purpose for visiting the One-Eyed Tribe with the chieftain was simple: to pay tribute. In addition to the tribute, you would also stay for 3 days to participate in various activities hosted by the One-Eyed Tribe. More accurately, it was the younger generation who participated, akin to children performing for their elders during the new year. Upon arriving at the One-Eyed Tribe, your strong physique and towering stature quickly attracted much attention. They could sense, even without engaging in combat, that you were an exceptionally powerful individual, and many wished to challenge you. Beastmen are a very straightforward race, so on your very first day at the One-Eyed Tribe, you were challenged by the chieftain's son. You looked at the Tiger Tribe member before you, who was a head shorter than you, and simply nodded slightly. To be honest, the opponent was not short, standing at 2 meters 9 tall, even among the Tiger Tribe. However, having broken through to the leader level, you had reached a height of 3 meters 3, making it quite rare for a beastman to surpass you in stature. Although your strength far surpassed his, you did not immediately defeat him. Instead, you allowed him some face and fought for 10 exchanges before knocking him down with a single punch. Even so, your performance was astonishing. The daughter of the chieftain of the One-Eyed Tribe, Jiaoer, developed feelings for you upon witnessing the scene. She approached you to express her affection. You looked at this beautiful yet tall Tiger Tribe woman, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately accepted her advances. Compared to other burly female beastmen, this one was considered exceptionally beautiful. Upon seeing your acceptance, she was very pleased. You exchanged names, and in the next moment, she eagerly approached you, wrapping her arms around your strong arm. Feeling the embrace, you nodded in recognition of her strength. It was clear she was formidable and not to be underestimated. You both then entered the chieftain's tent to share the news of your relationship. Upon hearing about it, everyone, including the chieftain, was taken aback. The One-Eyed Chieftain spoke coldly. "If you wish to marry my daughter, you must prove your strength." "How do you want me to prove it?" "It's simple, just defeat my son." After saying that, both you and Jiaoer had some strange expressions because she had just seen you defeat her brother. Unexpectedly, she now had to watch it again, but she did not explain anything. As long as her father witnessed her brother being defeated by you, he would believe in your strength. Before long, the chieftain sent someone to call his son over. Soon you saw a very familiar member of the Tiger clan appear before you. Upon seeing you, the initially proud Tiger clan member immediately deflated. The One-Eyed Chieftain looked at his son in this state and felt somewhat puzzled, but he did not ask. Following the chieftain's orders, his son engaged you in battle, and as before, after just 10 exchanges, you defeated him. Seeing this scene, the One-Eyed Chieftain was extremely shocked. It must be noted that his son was a peak leader-level warrior, yet he was so brutally beaten by you. Did that mean you had already reached the leader level at such a young age? Thinking about how his daughter had fallen for such a powerful leader, his mood brightened again, and your reputation instantly resounded throughout the One-Eyed Tribe. Upon learning that you were to marry the One-Eyed Chieftain's daughter, the Crescent Moon Chieftain was filled with joy. With this relationship, wouldn't the Crescent Moon Tribe soar to new heights? In the following 3 days, you relentlessly defeated the talents of various clans, ensuring that they would forever remember the name Ghost Fong. 3 days later, you returned to the Crescent Moon Tribe with the One-Eyed Chieftain's daughter. Your wives saw you bringing back a new sister and did not show much resistance. After all, this was customary among beast clans, and they had become accustomed to it. Moreover, you treated them well, so they quickly accepted her. By the 15th year, your level had reached 42. You were now the second strongest in the tribe, only behind the chieftain. However, if you were to fight the chieftain now, it was uncertain whether you would lose to him, considering you had been concealing your ability to manipulate fighting energy. Those who had previously made things difficult for you had all been dealt with over the past year. Now in the Crescent Moon Tribe, you could be considered a local emperor. Moreover, thanks to your influence, the tribe's livestock industry developed rapidly. Now the entire tribe raised a large number of livestock, and you were completely untroubled by food shortages. That same year, you captured a massive Lord-level prairie wolf. After giving it a good beating, you made it willingly become your mount, naming it Ghost Shadow. In the 16th year, although your life had been improving, it did not mean that peace would last. The Holy Empire declared war on you beastmen, and the Crescent Moon tribe was summoned by the Empire. Naturally, you participated in this battle. Half a month later, you led the people of your tribe to the front lines. Due to the loose structure of the beastmen, you were managed by the One-Eyed tribe. At the beginning of the war, you had little to do except for constantly changing positions. It wasn't until the second month that you finally encountered the enemy. The army you faced was called the Lion Legion. Looking at the well-equipped human soldiers across from you, you had an unsettling premonition. However, in terms of numbers, you held an absolute advantage with your total troop count being over 4 times that of the enemy. Before long, the One-Eyed Chieftain being the brash leader, he was commanded you to launch the first wave of attack. Countless beastman cavalry charged madly towards the human army. In the blink of an eye, a line of soldiers holding large shields appeared before the human army, forming a perfect silver defense line that seemed unbreakable. In addition, countless long spears jutted out from the gaps in these shields, making the silver defense line appear extremely perilous. In an instant, the beastman cavalry crashed into the silver defense line. The leading cavalrymen directly impaled themselves on the spears and were killed, but a few of the beastman cavalry displayed astonishing strength. For instance, you swung your wolf fawn club and instantly sent the human soldier with the shield flying. Then you charged straight into the crowd, wreaking havoc. With your sheer power, you tore a hole in what seemed like an impenetrable defense line. Seeing your fierce performance, soon some human generals set their sights on you. 3 leader-level generals surrounded you. Although all of you were leader-level, there were still differences among them. You quickly demonstrated to them what true beastly strength meant. You swung your massive wolf fawn club down towards the closest general. He hurriedly positioned his long spear horizontally, raising both hands to block your attack. However, in the next moment, your wolf fawn club shattered his spear made of high-grade steel, and then both him and his horse were smashed to pieces. With this attack of yours, blood sprayed out in all directions, and the 2 generals who had approached you were stunned. Seizing this opportunity, you turned and charged fiercely at the silver defense line, continuously disrupting their formation. Upon witnessing this scene, the One-Eyed Chieftain realized it was time to take action and ordered the entire army to attack. This battle lasted for a full 11 hours. In the end, you achieved victory. The surrounding beastmen cheered, but you could not feel happy. Although your side won this battle, the number of tribe members lost was actually double that of the enemy. If the numbers had been equal, you would have already lost. The reason for such a Pyrrhic victory was none other than the One-Eyed Chieftain's reckless command for a full army assault. If you had managed to widen the gap in the enemy's line, or had the cavalry charge first before the full assault, the outcome would have been much better. Once again, you witnessed the beastman's lack of brains. Even a leader-level existence like the chieftain could be very foolish. However, you were unable to say anything at this moment. If you wanted to persuade the One-Eyed Chieftain to change, you had to defeat him. Among the beastmen, everything was decided by strength. After this battle, you stripped the humans of their equipment, and many beastmen upgraded their gear. That night, everyone rested here. Because of the victory, they were all very happy, except for you, who felt gloomy. However, after the One-Eyed Chieftain rewarded you with a generous prize, your mood improved. In addition to the substantial rewards from the One-Eyed Chieftain, you also discovered a cultivation technique called the Earth Evil Art from the leader of this army. This technique is even more powerful than your Diamond Art and is perfectly suited for you, so you immediately devoted yourself to mastering the Earth Evil Art. Within just 2 days, you transformed all your fighting spirit into Earth Evil Chi. In the following 2 months, you participated in 2 more battles, both of which resulted in heavy losses. If it weren't for your timely interventions to turn the tide, your entire army would have been annihilated. However, even so, your troops were no longer capable of engaging in another battle. In response, you suggested to the One-Eyed Chieftain to temporarily ally with other tribes, as your numbers were too few, making encounters with armies extremely dangerous. Due to your outstanding performance in this battle, he took your suggestion seriously and agreed to your proposal after a brief consideration. Thus, you slightly deviated from your route and soon encountered another orc army. Fortunately, this army belonged to a tribe that was not hostile towards yours. Their situation was similar to yours, so after careful persuasion, they agreed to join forces with you, although each side would still manage its own troops. In late autumn, it was the 9th month of your participation in this war. After 9 months of conflict, you and the humans appeared to be evenly matched, but in reality, the losses for the orc race were far more devastating. You knew that if this continued, the orcs would eventually face defeat, but it would only be defeat. The orc race would not be extinguished, as their reproductive capacity was simply too strong. In the mid-17th year, your level rose to 44, and as you had anticipated, the orcs ultimately lost this battle. After signing the compensation agreement, you returned to the Crescent Moon tribe. In the end, you brought back 1/10 of the orcs who had set out. Upon returning to the tribe, many orc women showed little emotion upon learning of their husbands' deaths, as their husbands had not treated them well to begin with. Dying was merely a matter of changing spouses. However, a few orc women displayed great sorrow. Moreover, the chieftain of the Crescent Moon tribe had also unexpectedly died in this battle, making you the highest leader of the tribe. Reluctantly, you had to become the chieftain. After becoming chieftain, you did not implement drastic reforms to the current orc system, as you understood that if you suddenly imposed a life of equality upon them, most orcs would struggle to accept it. Therefore, you planned to take it step by step. Initially, you captured some humans to teach the orcs their iron refining techniques. Although orcs could forge weapons, their skill level was still far behind that of humans. In the 18th year, your level increased to 45. Thanks to your supervision, the iron refining techniques of the Crescent Moon tribe saw significant improvement, and you also discovered an iron mine. In the 19th year, every member of the Crescent Moon tribe, including their mounts, was equipped with a complete set of armor providing comprehensive protection. Additionally, you assigned tasks to the older orcs in the tribe, ensuring they were no longer merely herding or idle. Instead, you encouraged them to engage in weaving during their leisure time to enhance their living conditions. In the 20th year, your level rose to 46. During these past few years, the powerful iron forging techniques of the Crescent Moon tribe became widely known among the orc race, leading to many weaker clans and tribes joining you. The Crescent Moon tribe has now grown to a third of the size of the Ghost Eye tribe. As you became stronger, the chieftain of the Ghost Eye tribe began to harbor feelings of jealousy towards you. Although you married his daughter, this did not prevent him from being wary of you, and he began to deliberately create trouble for you. Initially, you did not pay much attention, but as time passed, and more people reported issues, you started to sense that something was amiss. After discovering that the Ghost Eye tribe was causing trouble for you, you were initially very surprised, but soon came to terms with it. After all, there are too few magnanimous rulers in this world, and your previous performance had already amazed the chieftain of the Ghost Eye tribe, making him increasingly wary of you. Naturally, you could not allow them to bully you. You quickly initiated a counterattack by further enhancing your military training and meticulously dividing your forces. Now you focused on training a patrol unit and a reconnaissance unit. These were the two types of troops you needed the most. Although your training regimen was quite grueling, only a few orcs dared to resist you. For those few unruly orcs, you naturally imposed very harsh punishments. As for why you did not expel them from the army, it was mainly because orcs are inherently wild. If you merely expelled those who openly defied you, many others would likely follow suit. Therefore, you chose to impose the most severe punishments to make them vividly aware of the consequences of disobeying your orders. As your series of commands took effect, the entire Crescent Moon tribe became increasingly militarized. Everything was orderly, and everyone had their own tasks to accomplish. In the 21st year, you began trading with other tribes and clans, allowing them to exchange large quantities of ores and other goods for your tribe's equipment and food. After initiating trade, the ore reserves of the Crescent Moon tribe skyrocketed. Upon witnessing this, you wasted no time in sending a batch of young orcs to start constructing a city. The materials for building the city were chosen from a low grade, or which had a hardness comparable to iron. The reason for constructing the city was primarily due to the significant threat posed by the One-Eyed tribe. They had evolved from mere petty thieves to occasionally raiding your caravans. Now you and the One-Eyed tribe were in a covert confrontation, although you had not yet openly torn the facade. The reason you had not yet openly clashed was that you had never launched any attacks against the One-Eyed tribe. You planned to wait until your level reached that of a lord before confronting them, as the gap in top-tier combat power was insurmountable otherwise. In the 22nd year, your level has risen to level 47, and the construction of the city has also gone quite smoothly. The outer walls have now been fully completed, and every day the clansmen patrol the walls. Thanks to the protection of the outer walls, the residents of the Crescent Moon tribe now feel a profound sense of security, something they never experienced while living in tents. You have named this city Crescent Moon City. Initially, the One-Eyed chief did not pay much attention to your city construction, but after the supervision was completed, he was astonished by the reports from his subordinates. It seemed that the city you built was not much inferior to the cities of humans. Realizing this, he personally came to inspect your Crescent Moon City. Upon witnessing it with his own eyes, he was deeply shocked and understood that he could not allow you to continue developing like this. He first arrived at your city gates wanting you to meet him in person. However, you merely gazed coldly at your father-in-law from atop the city walls, refusing to comply with his request. Seeing your attitude, the One-Eyed chief's eyes turned cold. From that moment on, your relationship was completely severed. He left without looking back, having come just to see your city, bringing only a few people with him. With so few, they could not breach your walls or harm you. After the One-Eyed chief departed, you began to frantically stockpile weapons, fire oil boulders, arrows, and spears. The residents of Crescent Moon City could see that in the past few days, weapons were continuously being transported to the walls while you also reinforced them. However, you did not mobilize everyone for reinforcement. The soldiers were allowed normal rest. You understood that the One-Eyed tribe could attack at any moment, so your army had to remain in peak condition. A month later, the One-Eyed Chief brought his tribesmen to Crescent Moon City. During the previous battle with the human race, the losses of the One-Eyed Tribe far exceeded those of the Crescent Moon Tribe. Thus, even though the total population of the One-Eyed Tribe far surpassed that of the Crescent Moon Tribe, in reality, most of their population consisted of the elderly, weak, and women, with the army making up only about 1/15 of their numbers, totaling around 15,000. In contrast, Crescent Moon City has at least 30% of its population in the military, with the total military force having reached 22,000. If simply comparing forces, your military strength was even slightly greater than that of the One-Eyed Tribe. With the advantage of defending the city, you were not particularly afraid of the One-Eyed Tribe. The One-Eyed Chief looked at the already prepared Crescent Moon City, his expression extremely cold. Thus, he had no intention of negotiating and directly ordered his troops to attack. Seeing the entire army advance, a slight smile curled at the corners of your mouth. After experiencing the last battle, this guy still showed no improvement, launching a full-scale attack at the slightest disagreement. You would not act as recklessly as he did. You immediately ordered the archers to shoot. Suddenly, arrows rained down from Crescent Moon City. Because the One-Eyed Chief's army was densely packed for the assault, even if the soldiers from Crescent Moon City shot with their eyes closed, they would still hit the enemy. Long before reaching the city gate, many orcs fell on the way. However, the One-Eyed Chief did not care about this. At that moment, he charged at the forefront of the army, his eyes solely focused on you. You stood on the city wall, aiming your bow at the One-Eyed Chief, firing arrow after arrow. Your strength was formidable, and your bow was exceptionally sturdy, especially made longbow. Thus, each arrow you shot was as terrifying as a bolt fired from a city defense crossbow. Although the One-Eyed Chief could withstand your arrows, he was inevitably delayed in his charge. By the time the orcs of the One-Eyed Tribe finally reached the base of the city wall, their forces had already suffered substantial casualties. Just as their ladders were being set up, countless hot oil poured down upon them from above, scorching many orcs. This was soon followed by several fire arrows igniting a raging fire in front of Crescent Moon City. The cries of the One-Eyed Tribe's warriors echoed everywhere, along with the continuous sound of boulders crashing down from the city walls. However, amidst all this chaos, the chief of the One-Eyed Tribe did not even glance at his tribesmen. He shouted commands to charge and climbed up the city wall. It is worth noting that the chief of the One-Eyed Tribe was a royal-level powerhouse, still relatively young, and retained the combat power of his peak period. The moment he ascended the wall, he began to slaughter his way through. In an instant, the defenses on the city wall weakened under the assault of such a person. You, along with 9 chief-level powerhouses from your tribe and 1 lord-level powerhouse, began to resist. The lord-level powerhouse had emerged last year. Although he was of lord level, his strength still fell short of yours, so you remained the leader. Besides the One-Eyed Chief, several orcs from the One-Eyed Tribe also climbed up the city wall one after another. Soon numerous orcs were being killed on the walls, and blood gradually stained them black. This battle was exceptionally brutal, lasting until the following morning. During this period, the control of the city wall changed hands 11 times. Just when the One-Eyed Tribe had taken the wall, they would immediately be driven back. After the battle began, neither side could hold the wall for more than 2 hours. Fortunately, your side maintained strict military discipline, and the soldiers' resolve was significantly stronger than that of the enemy, showing no signs of weakness. As the battle continued, the One-Eyed Chief found himself surrounded by the fallen, while your side had already suffered over 70% casualties. At this moment, the One-Eyed Chief was not in much better shape. After a continuous day and night of intense fighting, he had not rested for a single second and had already sustained numerous injuries. Knowing that the situation was dire, the One-Eyed Chief still showed no intention of fleeing. He let out a furious roar, a terrifying sound. However, none of the soldiers beside you were afraid. They kept pressing forward to attack. In the end, the One-Eyed Chief met his demise under your siege, but before his death, he managed to kill 300 soldiers. Afterward, you retrieved the magic crystal from the One-Eyed Chief. Regardless of the circumstances, royal-level magic crystals are still quite valuable. After clearing the battlefield, you did not relax, as you understood that this was not the full strength of the One-Eyed Tribe. There must still be some forces stationed, and if they learned of the One-Eyed Chief's death, they would undoubtedly attack again. Thus, you urged the soldiers to rest quickly and called upon some of the older orcs to help with the transportation of the corpses and the cleaning of the battlefield, beginning preparations for the next war. After giving all the instructions, you too returned to rest, asking your deputy to keep an eye on the subsequent matters. After such an intense period of battle, you had already reached your limit. You knew better than anyone that to win this fight, you needed to maintain a good condition. It is no exaggeration to say that your life now was more important than the lives of 10,000 citizens of Crescent Moon City. This is not arrogance, but rather the truth. Soon you slept for a day and a night, and upon waking, your physical condition had mostly recovered. You then leisurely walked towards the city wall, and during your sleep, no one disturbed you, proving that the new enemies had yet to arrive. When you arrived at the city wall again, you found it had been cleaned thoroughly. Seeing this scene, you felt very satisfied and praised the crowd before instructing them to continue preparing the weapons. After a full half-month, the one-eyed chieftain's son finally sensed something was amiss. A half-month had passed without any news reaching him, so he sent someone to investigate the battlefield only to learn that his father had perished in battle. For a moment, he found it hard to accept this news. The undefeated one-eyed chieftain had actually lost. He then announced the chieftain's death to his clansmen and told them that he would inherit the position of the one-eyed tribe in 3 days. However, what he did not know was that the moment he released this news, it sparked the ambitions of some individuals. The one-eyed chieftain's son indeed had extraordinary talent, but his high status within the tribe was not solely due to his own gifts. The primary reason was that he had a good father. But now that this good father had disappeared, why should his son inherit the position of the one-eyed chieftain? Those who were stronger than him seemed to have the right to compete for this position. Thus, on the day after the chieftain's son announced his father's death, he was assassinated. After the legitimate heir's demise, several other lord-level orcs began to vie for the chieftain's position, and soon the entire one-eyed tribe fell into chaos. When your scouts informed you about the internal strife in the one-eyed tribe, you were not surprised. It was within your expectations. You just didn't anticipate that the chieftain's son would be so foolish as to publicly announce his father's death. If he didn't die, who would? However, with this turn of events, you gained ample breathing room. The once mighty one-eyed tribe was now practically a shell of its former self, allowing you to continue developing your Crescent Moon City. By the 23rd year, your level had reached level 48. Throughout this year, you focused on strengthening the city's defenses and training the army, while also gradually improving the people's livelihoods by starting to build houses instead of letting residents live in drafty tents. As for the materials for building houses, they were naturally mud and stone, as there were hardly any trees visible in this barren land of the beastmen, making it impossible to construct wooden houses. In addition to these, you also dug a massive moat outside the city to resist enemy invasions. By the 24th year, Crescent Moon City's reputation had gained considerable notoriety among the southern beastmen tribes, and the name Ghost Tooth also began to echo in people's ears, as everyone knew there was a powerful orc lord in Crescent Moon City. In the 25th year, your level rose to 49, and your Earthshot technique continued to improve. During this time, there were still some foolish individuals attempting to attack your city, but they were all easily dealt with by you. In the 26th year, your level did not increase, but you discovered a secret silver mine. The moment you found this mine, you sealed off the news because you understood the chaos that would ensue once it spread. Secret silver is a top-grade forging material. Any ordinary weapon that contains even a little secret silver will immediately enhance its quality. Now, having discovered an entire secret silver mine capable of yielding a large amount of secret silver, you planned to forge some equipment and weapons made entirely of pure secret silver for your subordinates and yourself. A few days later, you had the mining of the secret silver begin, and the process went exceptionally smoothly. A month later, you had already mined a ton of secret silver. Although it might seem like a ton, this metal has a very high density, so its weight is substantial. A ton of secret silver is only about the size of a cheetah. Nonetheless, you were very satisfied as your mining technology was still immature and you had only just begun to excavate the surface. Once you reached deeper layers, the quantity of secret silver found would surely increase dramatically. In the 27th year, your level rose to 50, and you were only one step away from advancing to a lord-level creature. At the same time, all the equipment you wore was now replaced with top-grade gear, primarily made of secret silver, mixed with exquisite gold and precious gems. Because of this set of equipment, your combat power increased significantly. In addition to yourself, your mount, the Ghost Shadow, was also fully equipped with secret silver gear, looking exceptionally striking. However, you had yet to distribute secret silver gear to your subordinates. Instead, you established a military merit system where each orc could earn military merit based on their contributions, which they could then exchange for items they desired. Among these exchangeable items, there was also the option to forge a tailored set of secret silver armor for them. Due to the military merit system, the soldiers in your territory were highly motivated, as there were many valuable items they could exchange for, making their excitement quite understandable. In the 28th year, your level did not increase, but the population of residents in your city had already surpassed 15000, among which 500 were soldiers. If you were considered the chieftain, you were now on par with the one-eyed tribe at its peak, or even stronger with a higher overall level. In the 29th year, your level broke through to 51, advancing to a lord-level creature and undergoing a beneficial mutation, transforming into a wolf demon lord. After transforming into the demon wolf lord, your physique did not undergo any significant changes, but your fur turned jet black, resembling the depths of obsidian. At the same time, your muscles became as solid and terrifying as steel, giving the entire wolf an imposing aura that instilled fear simply by being observed. Apart from that, there were no other noticeable changes. Once the evolution was complete, you realized it was time to act. When you initially killed the Cyclops chief, you had relied on a large number of elite orcs to wear him down. Now that you've reached the Lord level, you are confident that facing a king-level opponent won't be as difficult, especially with the support of your army, making it much quicker to eliminate a king. Subsequently, you led your army to attack the remnants of the Cyclops tribe. Although the Cyclops tribe has effectively ceased to exist, you still felt compelled to exact symbolic revenge, otherwise others might think you were easy to bully. In the end, you successfully defeated the current Cyclops tribe, and after the battle you returned with a substantial amount of supplies and captives. In the 30th year, you began trading with the Demon Clan. Initially, you planned to trade with humans, but they were incredibly greedy, inflating the prices of goods by at least 20 times during trade. Moreover, those goods were often pillaged by other tribes, leaving little profit, and the items sold to you by humans were mostly inferior products. After discovering this, you had no intention of continuing trade with humans, and instead turned to trading with the Demon Clan. Similar to your Beast Clan, the Demon Clan's territory was rich in mineral resources. In addition, many mutated plants thrived in their land. These plants had vigorous life forces and could barely survive in your territory if well cared for. Your trade with the Demon Clan mainly involved exchanging seeds of these mutated plants, specifically focusing on those that were edible. The Demon Clan proved to be far more trustworthy than the human race. Most of the time, trades were fair, and after acquiring your Crescent City's quality equipment, the Demon Clan even offered concessions to retain you as a valued customer, occasionally presenting unique demon ores as gifts. In the 31st year, your business grew larger and Crescent City became increasingly prosperous. Your reputation soared within the entire Beast Clan, and Crescent City was hailed as an ideal city, attracting countless orc tribes and clans wishing to join your community, which naturally pleased you greatly. However, Crescent City was no longer what it used to be. You wouldn't accept just anyone. To join Crescent City, one must pass through the 3-tiered assessments you set up, and these assessments were nearly impossible to pass unless one was an elite beast. In other words, you were now only accepting the elite. Despite setting high standards, the population of Crescent City continued to grow. Watching the increasing number of residents, you reluctantly began to expand Crescent City. You constructed a larger outer wall outside the existing one, extending the city's boundaries tenfold. Although the population had increased, building such a large outer wall was undoubtedly a daunting task. Fortunately, you had many residents in your territory, and the population had reached 600,000, so success was not out of reach. Meanwhile, you were summoned by the king of the Savage Beast Empire. You understood that although Crescent City's defenses had become very strong, they were still not a match for the colossal Savage Beast Empire, especially since your territory lay within its domain. Thus, after receiving the order, you made the necessary arrangements and promptly headed to the capital of the Savage Beast Empire, Savage Beast City. Now the Ghost Shadow had reached the pinnacle of a leader-level prairie wolf, so his running speed was incredibly fast. In just a week, you arrived at Savage Beast City. Upon seeing the magnificent city before you, you took a deep breath. Although Crescent City was already very prosperous, it could not compare in the slightest to the grandeur of Savage Beast City. You approached the entrance, and after presenting your token, the guards led you directly towards the palace. As you entered the city, you attracted the attention of many beast people. They had seen black werewolves before. However, they had rarely encountered a black werewolf with such beautiful fur and an overwhelming aura, so they couldn't help but stare at you a bit longer. Additionally, a few female beast people threw you flirtatious glances and posed alluringly, but after a brief glance you dismissed them, deeming them to be troublesome. I must say, most of the beast people do not quite meet your aesthetic standards. Before long, you arrived at the palace. Looking at the massive pyramid before you, you took a deep breath, as you could clearly sense that even the random guards here possessed leader-level strength. It was indeed worthy of being the imperial city. The further you walked and the more astonished you became, for you encountered numerous king-level and even potentially emperor-level powerhouses. Finally, you stood before the Beast King. The Beast King of the Savage Beast Empire was a member of the Tiger Clan. You considered yourself to be quite large, but the Beast King before you towered over you by an entire meter, his muscles exuding a powerful oppressive force, and his gaze held a formidable intensity. This was the first time Ghost Fong had encountered an opponent he dared not meet eye to eye. Flanking the Beast King were a tall member of the Lion Clan and a creature that Ghost Fong found somewhat familiar, yet had never seen before. However, the oppressive aura emanating from this being surpassed even that of the Beast King. After a moment of thought, Ghost Fong deduced the identity of this creature. This must be the strongest beast clan, the legendary Behemoth. No wonder the oppressive aura was stronger than that of the Beast King. Ghost Fong fully believed that the Beast King was not a match for this being. The reason the Beast King could attain his status must relate to charisma and other such factors. Upon seeing Ghost Fong, the Beast King was also somewhat surprised. He could certainly perceive that Ghost Fong was exceptionally gifted, possessing such an aura and strength even at the Lord level. This boy should not be underestimated. So you are Ghost Fong? Well, I have heard of you. Recently there have been some rumors, much to the embarrassment of Lord Beast King. Indeed, they are just rumors. You exceed my expectations compared to what I have heard. Hearing the Beast King's praise, Ghost Fong became even more vigilant. Lord Beast King, may I ask what your summons entail?